There we go. Hi. Let me move myself a little bit. There you go. So, time to get rid of this annoying intro music. So to prep it today, because we're playing Not Serious, I gave us a whole nother stack of rare candies in case. We're just playing to have fun views. I also gave us max money, just so we can use whatever. And we're not held back by any of like the money stuff. And just to make it more fun. Cause we're in for a long stream anyways, so I might as well have the most fun possible. First I need to get more items. Because we're in the middle of recrafting our team still. I don't know, let's just get like 50 for now. Hi Ross, we did the money thing. Make the game more healthy for us to just enjoy. Okay. Now, we do have one elephant in the room we need to deal with. We need to figure out what the fuck our actual team's gonna be since we broke it apart. So, we know we're keeping this version of Ross. Because, I mean, we have our funny Ampharos Mimikyu, we have Ross. We have our cool Sandshrew Gardevoir. Wait, did we reverse that? No, the sprite's different now. Oh, because I updated. Oh, some of the sprites are gonna be different. This one's really cool. Does it have a reverse? I don't think it will. Hi Carl, hi Ross, hi Tragedy. Okay, that is cursed. I am sending you back to how you were. Sure. Let's unfuse. Yeah. Okay. Well, some stuff's gonna be really different now because we updated the version. So I'm really curious to see some of the other stuff we can make. So I am gonna do some defuses. Because I think we're gonna have a lot more options. We do still need to craft this team, and you are still together, Carl. Like, we do still need to make a team. What we're gonna use. Ross, this, and I guess this weird thing Carl wants to be the Quagsire Braid are the only for sure ones right now. In like our existing Pokemon roster. There is a Flygon Gardevoir. We saw a Sandslash Gardevoir. I'm pretty sure Gardevoir is gonna have something for everyone now that we updated. Okay, is it just me or is my game seems like it's running a little weird? It'll be fine. That is pretty. Holy fuck. Wow. That is pretty. Hi, Coils. I don't think you're first, sadly. Oh, wait. Oh, it lets me choose. Wait, what? What did I do? What did I do? I like this one. No, Pokemon, no. Don't give out any ideas for commissions. That is really rad. I can take Ember for now. Fire Spin's probably okay. I don't care too much about agility. I don't care about Endure. Okay, Molvor is the new Gardevoir. Hands down. I don't even want to look at the other Gardevoirs. So... I want to unfuse this. Yeah, like, my box is running laggy. I'm gonna save and reopen it. Just seems kinda weird that it's lagging. Let me reopen. Maybe it's something with debug mode still being on, because I might have left it on. I thought I shut it off. But it's possible I forgot to. One second. I'm looking through the game. Yeah, okay, I left debug mode on. Maybe that's why it was laggy. I didn't get to swap that off. Launch game. Sorry about that. Here you go. Now it should run smoother. So we have our Gardevoir, that. I feel like Dusknoir has to have a cool fusion. Those look kind of spooky looking at the shapes. The little lame that whatever Banette pretty much gets just kind of looks like a Mega Banette Evo. Not like that's a big deal. But this looks kind of sick. Okay, maybe I'll like Rayquaza for once. Hold on. Thank you for the follow, Sayo. Okay, I don't like this. I do not like this. No. Just confirm, keep, unfuse, yes. Yes. It did say a grippy Pokemon because of Dusknoir. Okay, unfuse. Don't I still have Sayo somewhere? Sayo, I'm gonna fuse you. Your time has come finally. Well, I can't make you edgy. I don't think that fits. No. That's a little goofy. Make you fluffy and cute. Okay. We need... for fluffy and cute. I don't know if I have another good fluffy and cute Pokemon to fuse with right now yet. I'm gonna place you here. I don't have a Sunstone to evolve these. I could. Tell you what. I have an idea. Okay, Sayo. You can be my Ampharos fusion. I'll swap the name. We'll find you something cute. I'll give up my Ampy. It's such a weird Umbreon sprite. With like fluffy and cute. These don't have a fusion, right? Oh, they do! What is this? This looks cute. Wait, what is this? That is so cute. That's little headphones. Why does it have little headphones? It's like ready to go outside. The little wool fucking... Oh my god, it's so woolly. Gives off so much light it can be seen even from space. On rainy days, their bodies are heavier, so they take shelter beneath big trees. They hide in the rainy days too. Well... Probably go for that, and I guess... Static. Combine. Let me think. Good poison powder. Bit of a weird one, but it's cute. Now Mimikyu is freed up again. And I definitely need to use Mimikyu because Disguise is broken. So like something needs a Mimikyu fusion in my opinion to abuse Disguise. Because I think Disguise is the craziest thing in this game, one of them. That sounds terrifying. Mimikyu, what do you want to go with? Mimikyu Rayquaza? Mimikyu Banette? That sounds kinda cute. I'm assuming Mimikyu just has a small version of pretty much everything. It looks like looking through. Which is pretty cute. Wait, that's an unknown A, but he's like a... That's not an A. The hell? Goddamn sprite changes. Fairy Ghost or Ghost Fairy does sound pretty nice. I wanna look at this. In terms of like stuff like the plan, looking back at the first stream and everything, I am gonna do that in a little while. I'm just starting out with some easy vibes today. Because we got a long stream ahead of us. That is pretty cute. I love all the Mimikyus. Guy's mouse. Magnitude's pretty good. Swift is a special attack move in this game, really. Mimic's pretty funny. I don't think I care about Sand Tome. This is a maybe version. Alright, we had our Water Steel fucking Lucario Corsola. Well, I mean, for now... Third party typing. Water Flying, Steel Bug, Grass Electric, Fire Fairy, Water Steel. We have no grass. No, we have grass. No Psychic. Dragon. Ice or Rock. We don't really have a good tank. We need something chonky, I think. Ideally. For our last slot for right now. So as much as I want to keep this, I might defuse it. Because we need something tanky. Like, some sort of tanky abomination to really get us through this part of the game. I feel like Dusknoir is part of what I want. I feel like I can make something really tanky with Dusknoir. But the hard part is what I want to fuse it with. Could maybe do Dusknoir Mammo Swine and get an Ice Ghost, and that'll give us 2 more types. I haven't seen an Ice Ghost I can think of. That is terrifying. This feels like a yokai. Like, it's about what I expected looking at the spray. This looks like a yokai. Doesn't have the hail ability. So probably not that one. Maybe Clefable for Magic Guard. But that's another fairy type. These have a fusion? They do. Like, I have rare candies, I'm not worried about levels. We're not gonna, like, crazy boost, we're gonna boost about where we are on our rest of our team. That is a mini Dusknoir. Dusklash. You know what? Sure, you'll be our setup Pokemon for now. Or our tanky boy. Oh, there's a few versions. I forget they let me choose on ones I have them. I like that one. The Mouse Gripper. Yeah, we'll take Careful to make it a little tankier. Rapid Spin's nice. Take a Rollout. I only care about Astonish. Foresight isn't really something I care too much about. Okay. I think this is our team for now. Suppose. Pretty weird team. What level is the 4th gym? Because I need to see how levels are gonna be. I'm just gonna look at the levels, I don't care about the Pokemon. Okay, they're in like the 30s, okay, awesome. So I should be good to boost everyone up to 30 then, it's a soft thing for now. Feather Dance. Not really that good. Some of these fusions are pretty weird. I won't lie. Brian is probably not that good. And defense. No. Okay, Dusklash. You got the most levels to do, buddy. Hopefully everyone's having a good day, by the way. Magnitude's really good. Take that over Rollout. Don't care about Foresight. I think Dusklash will end up one of our tankiest Pokemon looking at projections right now. Going off of current HP. Pursuit is nice. I don't have one. Maybe I'll take that over Shadow Sick for now. I'm sorry you're sick. Hopefully you can feel better. I don't really care about Sand Tome. Will-O-Wisp is nice. Yeah, go Will-O-Wisp instead. Yeah, I think that'll be better. Don't care about Slash. Pretty tanky. Not like perfect, but it's a little bit of bulk. I want Retaliate. No. Hey, name you my most OP Pokemon. Well, the only two open in the party right now is Molvoyer and Dusklash. You can be Molvoyer if you want. You can be the Femboy Gardevoir. Congrats. Oh god, I'm sped up. Okay. So now, we need to go back to the 4th gym. Well, it's a male Gardevoir, so I called it that. And Grave Growth. Oh, Gravigrowth. Well, good thing you have Magical Leaf. What did it do? Oh. Why did it swap like that? I didn't even read what it did. That was a big smack. Nice. Rosebeet, okay, not the battle for that. That thing's scary, the little, like, kind of pompadour going on. I need, like, flamethrower or something, to be honest. I should check while we're here if they have flamethrower or something in the department store. I should check that. Wouldn't be on this way, I don't think. Right? Cause this is like balls. And this way is like all the X items. And like HP ups and stuff. These are gems. There's nothing up here. So there's not... Could it be in the game room? Maybe it's in the... Maybe you get it from the casino in this one. Maybe you can't get a TM for it. I don't really remember. Go find that game room. I was just trying to find flamethrower. Yeah, 4,000 coins. Wait, Pokemon are randomized that we get. You can buy coins of Pokédollars. Good thing we genned in all this money just so I can get flamethrower. Okay, we have enough for flamethrower. It's gonna be worth it, because if we're gonna run that Pokemon, I want flamethrower. Oh shit, they're randomized. Right. Well, what's the Pokemon? Mutic. Oh, it's a Muck. Well, that's 2 new Pokemon for fusions. Oh, we got a TM we don't care about. Okay, well... We'll... Duo chop. Oh. Let's just Draining Kiss. Nice. The cool fiery Gardevoir in the front. Oh. Bellatar. That is weird. Blossom Tyranitar. That's kind of cool. Psychic. Bellatar is pretty- it was! I'm sorry, it's dead. Ross is jealous and not the furry. I don't think Ross wanted to be a femboy, to be fair. Alright, I can't go through here. I have to go through... How did I go through? There's something over here. Oh no, I'm fighting a... Why is this a Playground Kids Pokemon? Get away from me. Get it off my screen. Get away from me, Lickadactyl. I don't like you. Get away from me, Lickadactyl. You're good at sword hands, but it makes it kinda harder to read. Fair enough. Okay. It's Aerodactyl Lickitung. Okay, let's see, Ross. Okay, Ross, you have to beat up this really cool Eevee. I'm just gonna Fury Cutter because you're gonna keep getting stronger. Why are you, like, floating? Oh, that was a sheep. Why are you, like, floating? You're, like, floating off behind the space. You're, like, ignoring where you're supposed to be placed. You just went wherever you wanted. Did I not come in this way? Oh, I ran in over here, right? Right. I remember. Ross hates things so much that they ignore the rules of gravity. This is me really far constantly trying to... It seems like Gronix. Magnet Bomb. Magnet Bomb. That's kind of cool. Flash. Fletchno. Okay. Our Pokemon are pretty good, aren't they? I don't know what this thing's doing. Oh, that's a Rock Slide. You're fine. Good job. Skull attack. What the hell are you? Scolipede. Squirtle? I don't know. Oh, it's children. Zorotop and Pureo. Okay, I kinda like Zorotop because it looks really weird. And Brisbane. Just do the same thing again. Oh. What do you mean I like weird things? It's fine. Why I like my chat? My chat is pretty cool. You got me there. You guys are pretty cool. My little fuchsia flock. All the same color as my last name, Fuchsia. Okay, I think this is the way to the gym, right? I think this is... That's how we came in, right? I don't have the map. We somehow never took the map. I thought we took it. We never did. Cause we're in Lavender. I don't think down here takes us to the grass gym, does it? I don't think so. Herba. That... Yeah, that'll do that, I guess. On to power bracing. I guess we'll explore him, because I can't remember exactly, and I don't have my map. I'm not very smart. Holy fuck. Grass almost got blown up by a Kakuna. They have my birds in here. Now that's awesome. Oh, it's a ghost type. Okay, we'll swap. Get him, Sai out. This is such a cute Ampharos fusion. You're just getting slapped around, you just keep on healing back up. This is Snorlax, okay. So... if that's Snorlax, then we have to go up, I think? No, why not? I'll look at Dusklash. I want to see him. Dusklash. Oh, it's a normal type because of that, right? Yeah. I forget that works. Photovile. Well... okay, Magnitude's coming in nice. Regina. I guess this is our Magnitude bot right now. Okay. Should we go back in? Maybe we do go up, but I could have sworn that's where we came over to here from. I don't think we do Lavender Town yet. Yeah, we came in through here because of Rock Tunnel. Do I go back to Celadon? Must be. I thought I beat them all. That is kinda scary. That's a giant mushroom. It's one big mushroom. Hi, Parallel. Celadon's number 4, Lavender's number 5 or 6. Okay. I didn't think Celadon was number 4. I guess no, you're right. Yeah, that does make sense. Hi, Phantom Squirtle. You're kinda cute. Bye, Phantom. I wish I could catch you. Yeah. Get the bikers. Vaporwag. Just blasted off the screen. Whale pee. A lot of water types, kinda scary. Mudshrew. They're literally all water types. Does that mean this guy's gonna have water types too? Primeape Donphan. Oh, I should have just psychicked. Yeah. Slip back in. Alright, because this is where we have to take on Team Rocket, isn't it? I think. I want to say so. We haven't caught this. Just self-destructed. Oh, it's a fortress, that's why. What a meanie. Right, you have to do something to have something be there. I don't think I can just go straight to the gym either, because I don't think she's there yet. Yeah, door is locked. Something at the mill. Might be something in Celadon. I don't think it's something in the department store. I thought I got an item. Boost the power of dragon and ghost type spells. Maybe, yeah, I'll have to check. What's this? I don't remember this building. Is this just a happy house? Okay. They're blocking the entrance to the sewers because they're doing their stuff in the sewers. I remember that. There's another Snorlax here. So it is the whole we have to get into the sewers business. I don't think they'll just let me in if I go try to fight them, man. What did it say? Apparently the inventor is just some old dude that runs a Pokemon orphanage. Okay, so maybe we have to find the Pokemon orphanage? Because I know over here I got like the coin case or whatever. I remember. In terms of orphanage, I feel like it'd be this? Maybe I go up another floor? Don't you dare touch it. That's my precious Eevee in there. Okay, I'm doing requests. Let me do request, fine. No, she lent me this Pokemon. I was gonna borrow it. She lent it to me. How much does this thing want to walk? I guess he is left alone up here on top of a fucking building in a ball. Poor guy. Okay, fine, come on, Eevee. Maybe it's back here. Talking about the sewers. I know why your sewers have dried up, but maybe it's the guy over here. I don't know if they'll actually be super fang. I don't even want Super Fang really. Where do I go? you tired yet, Evie? Not tired. You got too much energy. What's back here? Super dire hat. A sacred ash? That's okay. DM rock to him. Interesting. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you, Yuri. Thank you. Hey. I'm really trying to remember where the event is here. Because I thought that would have been the orphanage right here. I'll go check out the department store. I don't think there's anything in here. We're using the stairs. All the info. Yeah, I remember, like, there being something in Original Fire Red the more I'm here thinking about it, like, in here, but... I just thought I needed to go in the game corner and, like, open up the hole in the... open up the... poster. What a fresh water. I guess we'll go back down. Hi, welcome in. Hi. I did a hand wave, but I'm obviously not 3D. Hi. Hope you're doing good. We'll go back to the game corner. Because the only thing I remember about this place from childhood is it's supposed to be right here something. You did tell me it's not there. Not a figment of the imagination. I'm real. For now. Let me take a sip of Peppy. I'm gonna Google this really quick so I don't sit here like a dummy. I don't want to get stuck here like a dummy. What am I missing? It's nighttime, so the secret shop should be open. That was back here. Yeah. Well, first I want to get pretty far in this if I can before anything else. Actually, I went in here. Then the hotel's at the bottom right. Gotcha. Behind the plant pots. Oh, wait, do I go into the hotel and then... like, literally in the hotel? Building beside... okay. Check it out. Oh. You weren't kidding. Oh. Oh. kinda wanna buy Ralro. Sorry, you ever too. Oh, we got a Pokemon. I'm really curious on what I'm missing right now. I think we already have the movers to one of our Pokemon, don't we? I mean, no, I don't need on that one too, and I think I already have it on Carl. We haven't gone in the sewers yet, but they won't let me in right now, and I thought I have to do something else to trigger getting in. You obviously can't just walk in. And the gym's locked. Is there another entrance I'm not thinking of? Can't go into the sewers while Eevee is following you. Mother fricker. Eevee, we're stuck with you. How many steps do you want from me? Please get tired. Get tired. Get tired. No, I think it's literally just because we have Eevee with us right now. It said that we can't go in. We need to get rid of the Eevee quest. I don't know if you can abandon a quest, so... guess we're stuck with Eevee for a bit. I'm just gonna try to catch this ugly Volcarona Bulbasaur. I don't even want to look at it. Please just get in the ball. No, okay. Ember. Okay, you're dead. Bye. Eevee, are you done? I've been walking you for a while, little homie. You ready to go back to your owner yet? You can go home, Eevee. It's okay. I'll take you home. I've already walked it around for a while, lady. Well, how are you guys doing while I'm walking this lady's Eevee? Hopefully good. Already 50 minutes in about. Nice. Only 7 more hours. In a few minutes, maybe. Actually. I can do the thing I was planning. Was showing the first stream VOD. Momentarily. And laughing at some of the comedy of it. It's pretty bad. It is pretty bad. I was so stiff and awkward. I'm gonna do that. Okay. Options. Mute the game for a second. Let me make a separate browser with only this tab open. And I accidentally show anything I don't mean to. And you can't imagine being stiff and awkward and say, oh, you haven't seen anything, I promise you. So... is it not? Okay, I need a window capture, maybe? Probably a window capture. Window capture. Yeah. Okay, awesome. So, what we're gonna do is, like, it's like a movie in the background. Go down here. Get down. Okay, awesome. It doesn't need to be perfect. So, I'm gonna turn up the audio. So this is only my debut stream, my little face still baby stream. It was barely under 3 hours. I couldn't even make it the full 3 hours I originally planned. Because I was such a worried little baby when I got in there. And I was so shy. Let me downsize it a bit. Bottom. Here we go. Can I have my window capture? Window capture, work with me. Window capture, work with me. That's like good enough. And give it head pats. Okay, so let me see if I can find it in here. Because at a point in my starting, because I sat on my starting screen for like 15 minutes. I was shy. I was legit not talking. But yeah, I had a little bit of different music back then. Where is it? I know it's here. Is it around here? There's a point in this where I talk to myself like I'm crazy. And I didn't realize I wasn't muted. Well, besides that... It's nice to have everybody here tonight. Oh god, my voice. Oh god, that was so much more stiff. I know I can breathe, that's crazy. I know. So, I'm just gonna nudge myself out from here. I was so shy. Just a little bit. But, yeah. The model looks really... Hi, Pi, this is me showing off the first stream. I sound pretty like... normal stuff to any adventure. Yeah, I sound pretty shy. For some reason I have someone else I need to have here and here. Sounds so masculine, oh no. Ah, it's hurting me. I sound so masculine. Yes, is it? Oh no. Appreciate it. Like, I have a bit of a masculine twang still. But it's so worse. Oh, I can't even survive it. Oh no. It's fine. It's okay. I was so awkward I couldn't even keep my voice together. And there's a point in the first 15 minutes of this VOD, I can't find it right now. It's still the same. To me, it sounds completely weird. It probably is the same for you guys, maybe, but for me, it's really weird. But, what did I do? Okay, I played Sunhaven. Yeah, I was so awkward and shy. Oh my god. Okay, I'm getting away from that. Okay, we're going back to Pokemon. I love Pokemon. Don't you guys love Pokemon? I love Pokemon. I'm ignoring that. Let's go back to Pokemon. I couldn't even survive my own intro. Okay, we have to keep walking this lady's Eevee, because she's lazy. I just really dislike hearing my own voice. I can hear a lot of difference in it compared to what I record on average. And I just don't like how my voice sounds then. I was really stiff and awkward for a while. I feel like you'd remember the most, Pi, or someone who's been here a long time. I was very worried to, like, let my voice not be stiff a lot of the time when I, first started for a while. Because you stumbled in here just looking for emotes and now you're stuck. Is your Eevee happy yet? Oh my god, this Eevee's holding me hostage. I just want to go in the sewers. How many steps does this damn Eevee need? Come on, Eevee. Come on, Eevee, let's get the steps in for you. ADHD Eevee. Apparently, he just needs all the steps. I mean, he's been cooped up in a room forever, so I understand, but... Well, homie, I don't got time. That's not untrue. Yeah. Okay, finally. Okay. Yeah, like, I was really awkward and shy and, like, stiff. Which I'm still shy and awkward. 100%. but I'm way more me. And I enjoy that. The more and more I stream and make stuff, the more comfortable I am to be me. Okay, Eevee lady. Vibra Ninja, huh? That's not an Eevee? Excuse me? Like, I know I randomized Pokemon, but huh? What's a Vibrava Ninjask doing here? I think? That is terrifying. Can I unfuse it? Okay, I can. I get from your perspectives nothing's probably changed. I just hyper pick up on everything. Takes Eevee, looks in it, for Ninja. Yeah. Maybe give it another year. I think in another year I'll be way more cozy. 100 times more so than now. We're okay to go in the sewer, right? Yeah, we should be. Here's the manhole. There's one over here, right? I saw it. This guy's on my manhole now. Oh, are they in the mart now, maybe? Thought there was an uncovered manhole we saw. I'm not even going in for anything weird. I'm just trying to get myself the stupid access to the sewer. Like, we've been here for like 20 minutes because I just can't remember what to do. I don't want poop, no. No, ew, no. No. That's gross. Oh. You can, but you've been warned. Can you move? I don't know where I go. Pyre, do you know where I go? You're usually smart. They won't let me go into the sewer to trigger the rocket event, and I thought... Because it usually was here, I remember. Hi, Mundo. Hi. You missed me very quickly looking at my first stream for 10 minutes and then closing it. Not even for 10, I was at like 2 minutes, but I got to 15 minutes into it. I couldn't look at it. It was really cringe. Where the fuck do I go? Because I know I need to get in the sewer, but this jackass is blocking me. And these jackasses are blocking me. Snorlax is right there. I mean, I can go up here, I guess. Thanks for Dragon Scale. Thanks for the fly, HM. Thank you. I do nitpick myself really hard. Okay, we need fly. We shouldn't need flash again. Yeah, it's a little weird. Okay, so where are we right now? In Kanto. We're like here, right? Yeah. Wait, did I just... No, I didn't need to be here. I'm stupid. Well, we have fly, it's okay. Wait, we can go get our map. I forgot to get at the start of the adventure. We can go back and get our map. You didn't even save. I only saved it because I wanted to archive it. I saved like a few of my first games. I've gotten bad about it. But I'm feeling more comfortable in my place with my content anymore lately. You can't fly to Saffron. I guess we go back to Lavender Town and we go back through there. That's fair. Maybe another year or two. I think in another year, I'll really be out of my shell. You got hit with ads. Poor people. Not as in like poor people, but as in like... I am sorry for them. Don't want to come across weird. There's nothing in here, right? I'm pretty awesome. I'd pay for me. Give me another cup of coffee. Thank you. This is where I got the... This is where I got the coin case. We'll go one house at a time. Figure something out. These people gave me like a super splice. We're supposed to give me a super splicer or something, but they gave me something else. These people are just talking. That guy's just having philosophical thoughts about animals. Pyre the second, nice. I mean, to be fair, I'm already going for Autumn the 2nd this year, probably, as long as everything's good. But I'm a dummy who rushes, and I'm very bullheaded when I want something. Is it Lavender Town's tower? I guess we'll go there. I didn't think it was Lavender Town Tower yet, but... I can't see anything else to interact with. Don't I need the scope first? The Silphco scope? Or whatever. Ominous Wind, that's pretty good. I could take that on Dust Clash, I think. Yeah, I should be fine to do that over Rapid Spin. Is this the Pokemon daycare? Yeah, I need Mr. Fuji. Okay. Bought emotes, and it'll take the artist till October to save $5, $5 whole dollars. I'm sorry. I mean, I hope they're good. I'm excited for you. Odd Keystone. All these sad people. Hi, Blue. Togagron. Oh. Let's just Ember. Okay, Ember is not good. Draining Kiss? Okay. Hey, don't use those potions. I don't like those. They put my Pokemon to sleep. Stop yawning. Autumn goes to a pet cemetery, wonders why everyone is sad. Okay, Magnoic's kinda cute. Oh, it has Flash Fire. Okay. No, we didn't get Flamethrower. The TMs are randomized. I forgot. Wait. It's 4 times weak to fire, yeah. Buff Dress. Well, I'm really just gonna Ember. But yeah, it's, I randomized stuff. Yeah, here's where we need to be. Okay. You're right. Now I think I go? You mentioned Celadon City, though. I think. So do I go to Celadon, then? Yeah. Okay, they're no longer there. Okay, you were right. Thank you, Ross. No, it was just cheaper whenever emote artists because a lot of people ordered from them. When I got my originals, they were pretty cheap. But the artist ended up ripping off a friend. Shake Scratch, thank you, Ale. Yo, he ran him off. Smell you later. Hi, Gym Leader. Hey, Erica. Oh, it's this puzzle. I remember this one. It is unfortunate, because they did really good prices and everything, and they did good work on my emotes. But they were... What the fuck is Mimicking? Can we acknowledge this giant ghostly pile of cogs? No, for my set of emotes when I bought them prior, I spent, for all of my emotes, I think I spent like 30? The artist was really cheap. Okay, Fire Shadow is not strong. Ross, go beat stuff up. Another dragon skill. Oh, you have new encounters down here, ain't you? Oh. It's a normal Pokemon? I want to catch the Grimer only for that. We've had like no normal Pokemon down here. Ah, never mind. Okay. Or fire, yeah. What is that Glenny? It's an Arcanine. What? I want that. Please let me not Master Ball, Fusion Ball. No fucking way. Yeah, they were really cheap. And the artist did really good on them, but they were lying about being able to do other stuff. We caught that, that's cool. What is that chubby Teddy Ursa? Teddy Licky, no. Understandable response. Do not Master Ball at him. I want to catch it. He's just a dumb chubby boy. I'm just gonna throw balls at it because we can. Like, I don't want to hit it and accidentally kill it. So I will just throw. Now he'll surely be good enough. Okay, never mind. When did they make a 2D Power World? Who knows? I don't feel like fighting these. Well, we got away from it anyways, because I think... Hi, Rattata. You're a rare sight. A Hondu Berry. What is a Hondu Berry? So this is one we can't go up yet. I think we have to go if I remember, because it's been a few years. I think over this way. Zapdoom and Chakotay. What the fuck is Zapdoom? Running in a battle is crazy, your ego won't let you. I do if I don't feel like dealing with it. This is where we go here. Yeah, Houndoom Zapdos is pretty weird. Vapor Chomp? I hate that Vaporeon. Get out of here, Dino Vaporeon. Get away from me. Don't get away from Ross. Ross, kill it. Why is Vaporeon your favorite Pokemon? I have to be on edge around anyone who says that. Why is it more weight? Oh, it's a Garchomp fusion, right? Of course it's not gonna get hit by lightning. Let's get some XP on this next. I guess we're gonna go this way. He's auto-healing them between every fight, yeah. He has Quick Claw. Yo, just let me out. Oh my god. I don't even want to fight it. Fine, you're paralyzed, dummy. Bye-bye. I should have brought What is that Skarmory Gyarados? Huh? What is that? That thing's cool. Okay, we got it. Nice. Skarmory's gonna have some cool fusions. I don't want Helping Hand. I would have taken an Encore, but not a Helping Hand. Flood the sewers. I don't want to flood them yet, I don't think. We'll go back to this side. What's in here again? Yeah, there's a TM. Explosion. I mean, if you Vaporeon because it's compatible, and consider more importantly, they're actually not at all compatible because Token do not alive, but... Why is this a discussion? I like chicken nuggets. What about you guys? I love chicken nuggets. I had some before stream. Yum. Yeah, yum yum yum. Okay, so we need to get back over to where we need to be. Let me out of the fight, but it's true, Autumn. It might be true, but it's not the truth I need to know. I'm speeding up the game a little bit. Okay, so we don't go here. I know where we go now. I know what biology is, you dweeb. Okay, so what if I go here? Go here. Set it to flood. Down this way. Is biology when you go and find out how babies are born? Probably. Now we go down this way. Dude, this shit has more encounters than a Zubat cave. Get our shock drive. Quick spoilers, Storks bring them. I don't think there's anything else over here, right? I can double check. Let me out, thank you. Matank and Ride. Okay, Rydos is kind of terrifying up there in the air. Can you come down, Mr. Rydos? Matank is like a little weirdo, but Rydos is what's scaring me. Okay. I think I know what we do. I think I do this. I think I go back over here. And I think I go over here. It's a little hard to remember this exact one. It's been a little while. You guys. Milo Cargo, please get away from me. Look at that thing. It's so weird and goopy and it has the little heart. I'm opening up the chocolate. That was a pretty good chocolate. You know what I want, guys? I want a Lopunny. In a Mawile. Oh, I know what I need to do. I see. We gotta go over here. Push that down. I can be trusted with one. I'm not one of those unsavory trainers. So we're gonna go over here. I say as I refuse to do a Pokemon Smasher pass for myself. I cannot. We go this way. If I did a Pokemon Smasher pass, we're gonna go this way. Oh, there's a Muck. I'd catch Muck. Oh, that's Clash. Should be fine, right? Don't kill Muck. Nice. You'll do it with me, but it has to be on my stream. See, the problem is I'm gonna say yes to too much. Yo, look at Togawig! He's so cute. He is so fucking cute. I'll send Carlin. They smacked your shit in. Twister? That's a do okay damn. Okay, no, it does not. Ross. You see, you're gonna know. Understandable. They just smacked your crap and I had to take you out. You're gonna die. Okay, Togawig's down. Okay, Fury Cutter. Y'all go to the left, see ya. Oh no, it's this. I forgot about this. I'm not a repressed 3 anymore, I'm accepting of it. I understand I am. What the fuck is a Jippy? What is this Jirachi Fanpy? He's scaring me. He needs help. I'm sorry, Jippy. I put you down. Getting some berries, which is nice for later. Ross, you can lead. I think you wanna go go over here, go up, go here, go here, go here, grab this. And we go back here. Well, it's been like 2 months since you called me out as a fairy. A lot happens in 2 months, Pyre. Yeah. Go here. We fight this guy. I mean, original Autumn was supposed to... What the fuck is this failed experiment? Is this what they made trying to make Mewtwo? Good job, Ross. Is this what they made trying to make Mewtwo? Hi, Magpini. Bug probably was not the- Oh my god. It almost one-shot Ross. Jesus Christ. Swamp Gun. Water Dragon. Sayo should be fine, right? Yeah, okay, awesome. Or it might be Ground Dragon. Yeah, if I bite, oh, it kills. But we get static off. Okay, Fire Shadow, hit it for me. Okay. Nice. Don't ask me why, Team Rocket Grunt, you know why. We need to use... We have 1 revive, we'll use that. We use some of these items we have. 50, 50. Use that. Yeah, that little thing is Fire Shadow. He agreed to it. He wanted to be it. A Zoomerler. Oh. Please get away from me. I'm just gonna keep powering up this Fury Cutter. What is a Paloba? We one-shot this, right? Yeah. Fury Cutter gets really dumb. Zoropalm? Sounds like a Fury Cutter to me. Good job, Ross. It's a Corsola Lucario. We have one super potion left. I'm gonna swap around for XP gain. Guess I'll lead Fire Shadow for a bit, because the water steel does sound nice for a fight I have in mind. I don't want to go boy back around right yet. Brain Fire Shadow. The Genesect craves more blood. Hanzo. Oh, that's kind of cool. Kinda scary for Fire Shadow though. But should be fine, right? Yeah, Fire Shadow has like no speed. But it does have a lot of damage to our rating. Rock Blast. What's one's Rock Blast? Another multi-hitter. Not really. Flame Orb. Ooh. Oh, 2 Flame Orbs. Nice. And I guess we'll lead Dusklash, because it's a ghost type. You're new in here, how's it going? Pretty good. Thank you for the follow, Red Riot. We're just making it to the sewers in here to talk to Giovanni, I think, or I think it's Giovanni, yeah. Hi, Giovanni. We're in the middle of a 8-hour celebration stream. We're an hour and a half in. 6.5 more hours. We're gonna be doing a lot of random stuff tonight. Okay, let's hit that Will-O-Wisp. This music's pretty good. It's Ominous Wind. Nice. A Dusklash coming in hard in the opener. Good job, Dusklash. We only have 5 uses, so I don't want to use everything. We'll just disable Mean Look for now. I don't like that Pain Split. Well, Ominous Wind again just to kill it and then pivot after we Wait, why did I get Omni boosted? Is that just what Ominous Wind does if it kills? Why did my Dusk... There you go, okay. Can I not just Magnitude because it's a bug type? No, the water typing. We'll pivot. Let's bring out our Gardevoir. Just in case for, since you did just come in, Red Riot, and any others who are watching me plays for the first time, I'm not doing a Nuzlocke. I am not doing anything special like that for this run. We're just playing the game to play it. And have fun. Leafeon, okay, well... Get burned, I guess. Nice. The trombone messed up because Blurp hates me. Blurp never works. I hate Blurp. I need to find a good alternative. I keep saying it and then forgetting. Thank you for the Soul Skull. Interesting. Oh yeah, they want to like triple fuse the birds. I remember reading that before. I guess we'll go this way because we haven't been this side. Oh, this let me just leave. Nice. Okay. What have you missed? Not much. I'm gonna look at our TMs. Do we have anything good? Because they get reuses. We have Poison Jab. Fire Blast would be nice. On coils. Over, like, Ember, I guess. Better did that in the comic. Poison Jab. I guess Fire Shadow could have this for another coverage move over Swords Dance, because Power Up Punch is already letting us. Power Up for now. Go to the Movie Learner if we need later. Toxic Spikes would be nice. We can't learn it. Play Rough. Use. Toxic. I don't think I have the Attract TM. Dusklash. Dusklash is just gonna be our fuck you bot. It's Toxic, Evermore. I'll give it to someone else. Did I? I'll have to look back for it. Because I don't know another way how to use your Pokemon card, I probably will just make you a utility thing. If I'm using you in the party at the moment. Reflect. Not have any use, really. Explosion I'm never using. Thank you for self-care. I don't think Attract's worth it. I'll drink water this time. I'd rather have 4 usable moves. Did I just... I didn't know Stream Elements would do that. Huh. I didn't even touch anything. Okay. Let's head over to gym. We're just gonna be leading with mainly coils, I think, here. And Ross is our backup for bug type. Fire should be able to just blast pretty much everything. I wanna go fight trainer gym leader first. And then we'll come back for some other trainers. I forgot about this one. Bastionetta. Oh. Oh, Bastionia. Let's just, fire spin that. And let's, like... take it. I don't want to, like, make contact with this thing. Oh, you did that. And then it'll die to flame spin? Yeah, okay. We need to heal coils back up before the fight. Because it is he is our only fire type. Coffee works. No. Give me back the coffee. I don't want you to hold the coffee. Why doesn't it have a use? Whatever, I'm lazy. Max potion. I should check my held items. Do I have anything to boost fire damage? Boost ground type moves. I mean, that could be good. Ice type we don't really use. We only care about heart scales. Flame orbs are nice if we had a guts. We don't. Or if we had the thing where you guys share debuffs. Nothing really. Iron Plate could be good for Fire Shadow eventually if we get a good steel move. Nothing really too good. Let's fight. Come on. Okay. Coils, Ross, and for backup, our next best coverage, I think, is... we have Poison. Don't want to bring a Water type. I guess I'll bring Dust Splash. It's not really that good either. We shouldn't need them. I don't think so. So, Clefeco. Or Clefco. Rico has some keys on his feet. Bye, Clefco. Belferno. Alright. Well, that died. Oh, it had Synchronize. Or did we? I think we did. Yeah, we have the Synchronize. I think. I don't know, it just... Coils is kinda made for this right now, to be honest. Good job, Coils. You sold the gem. Did your job for us. You can get seal with a Draining Kiss. Oh, he died. He got flinched. Oh, good job. Imprison. I don't think we need Imprison. No. Kissy Wissy. Rainbow Badge. Shadow Claw. Now that's a move I like. 2 premium wonder trades, okay. You know, let's go use these, why not? How did I get over here? We went like that. Yeah, there we go. You can go back to the Pokemon Center. I think we, yeah, now we go back to Lavender Tower because we have the Soul Scope. But we can make a pit stop in here. I do wish I would have gotten a Sun Gem when I was in debug mode. I didn't think to grab some Sunstones. To be able to evolve our Whimsicott to Whimsicotts for I2 Cottonies. Unfuse. Unfuse. Definitely undoing Mutic. Now we're gonna have to figure out what we're gonna premium wonder trade away. We'll take these two out of the team for a second while we grab our VOD. I'm down the sack Poliwag to it. And I guess Axew, because we already have the middle evo. Why do you want me to sacrifice Fire Shadow? You're 4. Okay. We're trading Axew away. What is this? I don't like that. Can I trade that back? Can I just walk out, walk back in? I can get rid of it. Yes, get rid of it. I don't want it. Take Squirtle. I don't want that. We're getting cool guy. Man, these trades we're receiving are pretty ugly. Pharaoh? Not a Pharaoh. But we did get a gap by it. But we can't break it apart. I wish we could. Okay. Poliwag, it's your turn. Goodbye, Poliwag. KFC. That I don't like that. He just looks like a Plusle. He looks like a Tri-Fuse, and he looks like Plusle and Natu and Cubone. It'll have the list of the herbs and spices. You can check that, and I don't think it will, but I'll check in a second. Let's see, let's take this back in the party. Take this back. So that is random, yeah. I don't know if it's other players. I know Wonder Trades typically are, but I don't know if they are in this. I want to make something for Mimikyu. Mimikyu deserves it. Mimikyu's really cool. What was that? What the hell's going on here? Is that the water type gym leader? What the fuck's her name? Well, not water type, the one Elite Four member who collects plushies. No, not Misty, the Elite Four member, I don't think she's fire type. She had a Lapras. It said when humans begin the fight, it'll appear and burn everything to the ground. Is that Pyre? Ice, thank you. What's the alternate gonna look like? It just looks like a Kingdom Hearts enemy. Like, this one makes sense. This one feels pretty well done. But I'm not crazy about it. What about Arcanine? Can we find something cool for you? Why does that Skarmory have such a baby neck? Look at his neck. He has no neck. Where did his neck go? Where? I have an idea. Actually, does This double Gyarados fuse, because I know some of the two of the same fuse. And like some wacky stuff. It does. Okay, it's just Mega Gyarados. Fair enough. Maiden. Metang could have some cool stuff if I get Metagross. Maybe I should evolve up some of these Medievos. And make some room. Just to see what some of the stuff we can get is. Make some room in the party really quick. Because we're gonna be grabbing some and just evolving them. Because as they fuse and unfuse, they de-level anyways. That's not a huge deal. We have enough candies to go around. Axure has a cool evolution. Guess we can get for Alligator. I don't think I can take this apart, can I? Oh, I can. Thank God. We'll take Chimchar. What the hell is which thing? There's a lot of scary things here. And, can't wait for your sword hands to evolve. They don't evolve. I like Rowro, it's pretty cute. Bluest like hair. Bluest like hair. I don't see anything bluest like hair. It looks like a Quagsire. Oh. Do you mean the thing that Carl wants me to keep him as? Yeah, it terrifies me too. What's a Raichu? I don't have a Raichu. Yeah, let's use some more candies. Go Croconaw, go. I'm glad you enjoy it. Go Croconaw, go Croconaw, go! This is some crazy training right now, guys. Crunch, sure. Is it 30, really? I didn't know Gen 3 is 30, or Gen 2. Interesting. Oh, I get to choose my sprite. Let's do this one, because he's funny and he's on all fours. Chimchar. I'm on Inferno. It doesn't matter, you're about to take it to a basement and put 2 in it. Oh my lord. Okay, Monferno, you're next. I don't think Duo Blade evolve. Oh no, they do. Don't they? Am I crazy? I don't... What level do they evolve? Close combat. Okay. Infernape's probably one of my favorite starters. Honestly, one of my favorite starters of all time. I don't really like Gen 4. I love Infernape. I like this one. Okay, Frax, let's get you out. Blaziken's cool, but in Gen 3, I'm a Mudkip fan or Sceptile. Gen 1, I'm a Bulbasaur fan. Fraxer levels up in like the 50s, right? Like I have a lot of cooking ahead of me for this one, I think. I just don't like Charizard. It got ruined for me as a kid. Dragon Dance, pretty good. Can someone look up for me what level that Aegis Blade evolves? I just forgot Dragon Dance. Whatever. I don't care. This thing's just gonna become fusion bait anyways. Sure, Swords Dance works. Okay, thank you. What a weird sprite. Some of these fan sprites are interesting just because of how much they change like the stance. That one. Get a Groudon? I don't have a Groudon. I do want to do something with Infernape. Really bad. Axorus and Groudon fusion. What is this? What is happening? What is this? Like, I see like the big blue hands, but what's happening with the body? The perspective's super weird. Okay, I kind of prefer like some of these versions. What the fuck? That sprite's really low def. I kinda prefer that one. I do think I'm gonna unfuse this, so I'm not that big of a fan. Flygon may have something interesting. Flygon's one of these things I think it's just gonna have something of like everything too. Cause like we're in the most up-to-date version. What is that? I don't have that many more trade tickets. This is just cursed. This looks like a Dragon Ball Z character. Levitate's pretty good though, but not timid. I'm not a fan of the timid. The rest of it's kinda goated though, but let's reverse it. They cost like $Poké, yeah, to do the random trades. What is this? Can we talk about this thing? It has punishment? This thing wants put out of its misery. The ground fighting. With Levitate. I kinda like it in a weird way. Kinda like it in a cursed way. I shouldn't, but I kinda do. We have a Rayquaza, we haven't done anything with Pyre. You have any ideas? My type? What does that mean, my type? Rayquaza Muck. Oh, no one made it. Hacks and Ray? I'll try it. We'll go for a double dragon. Okay, left or right first, Fire. We want to go for the Chinese serpent style one or the grounded one? Left? You got it, dude. That is very ugly. Is there an alternative sprite? There's not an alternative sprite. Oof, we're gonna fix this. Let's try reversing. That's kind of too much too. That's my one thing with a lot of these. They feel like too much. Like, they feel like there's too much going on. That is a stat block, though. 118 attack. That thing is gonna hit. You'd find Groudon Ruby Cave with a Fire Gem. Higher, everything's randomized. Haxorus Genesect has another anime rep like the Akira Rapidash. What level does Aegis Blade evolve? Can we figure that one out? If it's even level based? I don't... Aegis Blade... Evolution level. At 51, once he... You need a Dusk Stone. Can we get a Dusk Stone? I don't think so. Do they have them here? I didn't look. They don't have Dusk Stones. You can get some of the other ones though. You don't have them. I want an Everstone, why not? You randomize the encounters by playing a Nuzlocke. I just wanted a casual run, Pyre. My next one's gonna probably be another just fun run, but I guess I should have looked up Pokemon Infinite Fusion when I googled it, shouldn't I have? Okay, it's in like Goldenrod and stuff. We can go check again. Okay, Pyre, here's your favorite place. They sell Pokemon here. Murtret? Wait, we need Murtret. Mickey wanted to be a Murkrow combo. Sure, I'll take Gasu too. Did I save the encounter file? No. I think the game just auto. Because this isn't like a ROM file one. Well, a place so I can finally buy some friends. What does that mean? Oh wait, because of where we were. Yeah, I'm dumb. It is a pet shop, yeah. Kind of. You know, a shady pet shop. Also, hi, welcome in, girl. Let's see, okay, let's undo these. We have a lot of fusion fodder. We even have a Darkrai sitting here on a fluff ball. The evil fluff. Fucking ads. Okay. I want to do something Banette. One of my favorite Pokemon. Let's see. What the hell is happening here? Fire Shadow gifted you, Carl. I think it's because Pyre, you're sub to me. But this is terrifying. He got marionetted. Oh, who knows? That's kinda sick looking. I mean, I wouldn't complain about that. Personally. Grace. I want to reverse it too. Bandlim's pretty cool. That is just a nightmare. Force Palm? What? Why does this thing have Force Palm? I'm confused right now. I will find something cool for Banette I enjoy. Hi, Fire Shadow. Your assumptions because you don't run ads? Maybe? How's the first quarter been? Oh my god, already 2 hours in. I didn't even realize that. Time's flying. I like the right side versions more for this one specifically, because they end up looking so weird. Look at this. Like, that's just, it's kind of ugly actually. You used to get them until you became, that's weird. Because I've always gotten them, regardless. I don't like this. I'm confused right now. Okay. Right, you just got home and have to clear a card. Good luck on that. I don't want Marowak. Get out of here. Oh, Active Buzz have anything cool? Probably not. Probably just a weird little hands going on. Good luck cleaning out your car, though. Okay, this sounds cursed. I'm intrigued. Yeah, it's about... Yeah. That is a Jinx fusion. It definitely is. Human marionette Pokemon. Higher. What do you want to be? This thing's terrifying, though. Naughty's not bad. I don't think I want Curse. I kind of want to check the reverse of this. Oh. This one just kind of makes me uncomfortable. You know those shitty TV shows, like, with the parents that sit there and force their kids to do pageants? This is what I think of. This one is definitely struggling with life. It's having a bad time. You know what? Maybe it's a Jinx who needs the help. Jinx, let's find you a fusion, buddy. Is that just a little Jinx? That's just a little Jinx. It sounds kinda cute. Jinx Muck sounds terrifying. That sounds... Ice Fighting Breloom sounds kinda weird. So many weird fusions. Hey, what is that? What's gonna happen here? That also makes me uncomfortable. This just feels like a weird, weird little, marionette doll that's gonna try to grab at me. Get away from me. Has Wonder Guard. That's just because of Shedinja. I'm gonna unfuse that one. I don't like that one. I'll find you something, Jinx. There has to be one. The first Jinx Banette was kind of funny, though, I won't lie. I was kind of digging it. I like ones with the body of the other Pokemon than Jinx's the head. What is this? You want to be something a Groudon? We'll find a Groudon if we can. That is just... Why is this just like a chubby short stack Blaziken? Why is this just chubby short stack Blaziken? I don't like this. Blaziken's not meant to be this short. I don't think I'm jealous, no. Okay, why do you hate me? Is it because I was right? Okay, what about this one? This one looks kinda cool. I have mixed feelings. Like, it's atrocious, but it kind of looks real. Blaze-shaped Pokemon. Understandable, girl. Okay. I'm gonna leave that one because it's kind of cool. Banette, it's your turn. Don't time out Grill. Grill's right. I'll untime Grill out. Banette needs something cool. One of my favorite Pokemon. What is that? That looks like weird. That looks like a... What is this? Why is he burping or snoring? Why is he so chubby? Like, I know why, but... Show me something crazy looking sprite-wise. What about Skyrim? No. It has to be something cool. Because Alakazam was born. What is that? I don't remember this existing last time. I don't like this. He looks like a shonen anime villain, like enemy. This one's kinda cool. This is actually kinda cool. Cause like they're fighting side by side. It's the tag team. And I kinda dig this one, because he's controlling it like a marionette. That's actually cool. Okay, I'm kinda here for this one. Want the needle? I didn't like the one with the needles. We have very different tastes. Shadow Ball is nice. I'll take that over Hex. Like, I like this one. I don't know if you got to see Grill because of ad break or if you were here yet, but I can show you a funny curse one I made a bit ago. This thing is terrifying. But like, he's kind of a cool Pokemon. Like, he's a levitate ground fighting. He's kinda cool. He just looks a little depressed. And he needs a friend. Does anyone want to be his friend? He's got punishment. He's trying his best. You will? That's good. I'm glad someone's willing. Keep it away from you. Okay, next is Mimikyu. Mimikyu, my little dude. We need to find you, your fusion partner. I meant also Carl. Okay, these look kind of sick. Wait a minute. What is this? It's like a tokusatsu guy. This is kind of crazy. Kamen Rider character or something. You can make the one motorcycle from Akira in this. Ross showed me that one. This is kind of cool. I'm kind of vibing with it a bit. That's kind of terrifying as an alternative. This thing is kind of terrifying. We'll try the other direction. And like the thing is, Wonder Guard's really good. But it does kind of feel bad to waste Wonder Guard and Disguise in one Pokemon. Because those are two amazing abilities. We'll try Reverse. That's kind of adorable. This one's really cute too. I actually really like this one. He has the little Shedinja behind him. Yeah, I think I like this one. Compared to this, I think this is a lot cuter. Supergame Shedinja, if a primary dark type, can only get hit by fairy moves. You know? Fair enough. Fair enough. We have Umbreon. It'd have to be Dark Ghost, right? Yeah. What is this? Thank you, Chi. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. This is terrifying. Why is he so big and flying? Fine, I'll use Darkrai. Let me go grab him. We have to unfuse our little cute evil puff ball. But fine. I'm sorry, Darkany. You've been voted out. In favor of Darkrai. Okay, it looks like Shedinja's the base. There you go, this is what you get, Pyre. This is what you wanted. We can have this, or we can have this. This one kind of has a lockjaw. I feel like this one's a lot more slick, this one's a lot more goofy. Do we want cool or goofy? You can also get the blue. We have some options. We don't want this one. You know what? I guess I don't. Fine. Fine, Pyre. You know what? Until we can find you, you're gonna be Darkrai. Yeah, you're Darkrai now. Sorry, Pyre. That's you until we can find it. We need more items. Don't look at our money, chat. I got a lot of money, totally legit. Totally. Pyre, we'll find you Groudon and we'll rename you. You okay? You just have to find them. Thank you for the bonk. Thank you for the bonk. Okay. Togetic has to have something new. Like, what's a really good Pokemon that would benefit from disguise? Probably something a setup. Thank you for the head pads, thank you for the bonks. Like, I'm trying to think. Of what is a good, strong Pokemon that would enjoy it. Like, a lot of dragon types come to mind. Because of their setup. The Dragon Dance. Like the first thing in my brain. Like... I don't really like dragon types. And I don't see any crazy setup mon I'm like pop-off Pokemon I'm like crazy for. What is that? What is happening here? What the fuck did I just create? It looks like a deformed thumb on a limp body with eyeballs. Oh, there it is. Okay. I am a sheep. Bah. No, that was really bad. Okay, can we drink water? I thought too much. I thought too much. I thought too much. I thought too much. I'm a sheep. Bah. Please cook me. That wasn't as long as I wanted, but it was a better bah, so I'll take it. This thing is ugly. I am destroying it. Please go away. Please go away. Please go away. Please reverse. That's kinda cute. Poor Mimikyu. Yes, Autumn, I'll cook you. Oh man. I will say this is pretty cute. I do think so. Maybe I just go back to exploring and catch him. Nothing has really drawn me in. What is this? That is super fuzzy. That kinda looks like a deformed plushie if it's been through a lot. Kinda cute. But god did he suck. So I can't probably use that because I don't really want a special attack Arcanine, that's kinda cringe. But it's timid, right? Yeah, so we just want to combine it with a good special attacker when we combine it, I think. Guess we'll continue on our adventure. Snatch Sayo back up. Fairy Shadow. Rotate around? I may rotate people around. Ready for me to get Wailord? I kinda wanna bring... I changed it to Flock Coins or something cute, just to match the being the Fuchsia Flock Bucks, yeah. Just because it's for the Fuchsia Flock, yeah. I kinda wanna bring this weird Jinx with us, but... I mean, let's see, we're going into a ghost place. Fire Shadow is probably not that good here. It's a flock like a sheep flock pyre. We'll bring Jinx. This thing is really good. I've already had Taba, but... Yeah, but a flock is another word that refers to sheep. It can be a herd or it can be a flock. And because it's fuchsia, I went for fuchsia flock because it's FF and it's cool. Have I had to bah? No. Have I had to... My cheeks are glowing right now because I'm embarrassed messing that up. Give me a second. I did an okay one earlier. Have I had to bah? Yeah, that's a little better, but still bad. They've been rough. Not that good. I want to bring Bankazam. problem is... You didn't see it, so it doesn't count. Fair enough. Think... Pyre... You said you're the one who wanted this fusion. You wanted it. Correct? Value of flock bucks are dropping and you won't be able to buy bread. Go Pyre, we actually need fly. We can swap back when we get there. This one for like walking. Oh god, I forgot Darkrai only has 1 HP. Right. Damn. Damn? There you go. I am so bad. Okay, we go back in. Not over Umbreon because Umbreon looks stupid. Well, you know, we don't have many options right now. How do we gotta do with what we got? Okay, so we're gonna use this team for here. I think. I like the coverage. Use some rare candies. We're gonna get everyone up to like 30 at least. 35 would be nice, but 30 at least. Heart stamp. Sure. I don't really particularly care for that, but... Now kill Pyre. I've never heard you tell me to kill Pyre like this. It's pretty crazy. Okay, bulk up is kinda... I'm gonna take bulk up. That's interesting. We'll do 32. For the new Pokemon in the party. Cover's interesting. We're playing for fun. Is this even gonna get any good learn set moves? Because Darkrai doesn't have a good learn set. Shadow Sneak. Higher, when we get you Groudon, you'll be renamed. Until then... I'm sorry. How about this? If it dies in a battle, we'll swap it. I think that's pretty fair. Who's even leading? Oh. Crow is kinda cool. Too bad he got blasted. That was pretty cool. Blaze Dragon. So I just... Okay. I want to use a different... Let's see one of the new Pokemon. Why not Jinkazen? Show me what you can do. What is that? Would you rather be that thing, Pyre? Would you rather be that? Would you rather be a Trubkid? Would you? So Jinzukin is not fast. No. See, then you're okay. Bankazam, let's try you. I don't think our team's very fast. I think that's an issue I'm realizing. We might want to Trick Room. We're pretty slow. Rat cool. Uh... Did I just get shadow sneaked? What happened? I didn't read. What even hit me? Ross, hold the wheel for me. Good job, Ross. Oh, sucker punch. Okay, I didn't get to read. Our HP bars are getting fucked in here. Whoa. That is cool. Hi, Weavile Magmortar. No, you gotta believe in anime. Believe in anime, Ross. Believe in anime. See, you're fine. I love Weavile too. It's another Pokemon I like. Oh, Wiki Berry. Wow. Oh, she's cute. Bastiota. Is that Steel? Fire? Just Magnet Bomb. Power of God in anime, you will succeed. Mewtwo. Oh, Mewtwo, like Ditto. Oh, that was a weird Meowth blob. Fine, we'll lead Pyre. No, it would get me killed faster. No. No. I kind of want a second one of these. Just in case there's a use for two Magmortars or Weaviles. I think I'm gonna try for a second one. Nice. So do shinies exist in Infinite Fusion in the normal way? I never really figured that out. Cow chat. Item drop. Interesting. Gold chip. Go Pyre, go. Damn, good job, Pyre. Hi, Weavemortar. I guess you're the common encounter. He's got really big lips. Hi, Remopen. Sure, I'll take a Lampent. Chandelier would be pretty cool. Hi, little dead kid. That's kind of morbid. Orimoff. I forget the fucking Oriokos are in this game. Oh no, we're fucking confused. Okay, we snapped out. Okay, we're safe. Oh no! Higher, why do you hate him so bad? Oh, he died. Flamethrower! Thank you. I need the item. Fist plate. Oh, my Pokemon are fully healed. Thank you. Hey, Pi, you're back. But fine. The ghost just revived you, but fine. Man and Ghost Dark. Ghost and Dark is on. Okay, this Phanpy unknown's kinda cute. Hi, Phanon. Wait, huh? How'd it just reject my ball? The trainer? There's a trainer? Oh, it's a trainer. I forgot. Whoops. I thought they're trying to catch a trainer, man. Higher, you know it's pretty funny. Dust ball. You know it's pretty funny. I gave you what you asked for. You did say to rename it. Just didn't tell me how. Okay, Ross. Actually, no, Jinzakim. You're gonna face check. Oh. That giraffe cloister is terrifying. I mean, you just said to let it die so that it got renamed like the deal. I did. You didn't say to erase it from existence originally. You're psychic. Okay, show me catch it now, right? I really want this. Please? I just want you. You're so cool. Stop, giraffe rig. Why'd I run? I'm stupid. Shit. Okay, Ross, it's up to you now. Put on your Gundam pants. Show the world why you like Gundam. Total to Tabo. Okay, just Fury Cutter it. Just Fury Cutter again. You don't fight ghosts? Well, you just killed that little water dummy. Substitute. Nice. Awesome. Miss Sands. Let's just... Okay, good job, Ross. You almost died. I didn't even see her. Oh, he is a ghost. I think it's level 40? Okay, Pyre, this is your ghost turn. Yeah. Fine, I'll rename it. Fine. Fine. Oh, it's nameless now. Hi, Mr. Fuji. The Pokefloat. Draster's back. Okay. Okay, we gotta... You want me to play a cute... I don't play any music. How am I supposed to do that? Okay, lower it. Okay. Fusion Ball. Higher, it's been named away from you. He's no longer attached to you, leave him alone. I am not a good singer. That's like nails on a chalkboard. Okay, we have a new Mons we got. I'm excited. Leave Ross alone. Leave Ross alone, leave Ross alone. Okay, good job, Ross. Ran away like a gamer. Okay, we got the full heal in the Purified Zone. Sayoli. I am not demonstrating. No, no, no. Singing is like my only thing I have stage fright over. Hey, Sayo, show the world why you have your cute earmuffs. You know, your cute little earmuffs to protect you. That's a fire type, though. Oh no. I use Metal Claw. Am I good, Drain? Thundershock? Eh? Too late, you tainted it. My conscience cries out for vengeance and retribution. Conscience mode. You have one of those? I never got that DLC. Hi, Jiraster. Oh my god, we saw you alone. Okay. Hi, remote pen. Thanks for the iron plate. Here, we have the Pokefoot. Next gym. That's the one here, right? I think. I think there's a gym in Lavender. I'm not crazy, right? I think Jinzukin's weak. As much as I like it, I think I have to put it away for it. I don't think it's strong enough yet to justify. I'm pretty sure Lavender's right thinking on it. Saffron City. Okay. I'm gonna unfuse this. Graphic has to have something cool, like... Things are crazy, man. Visually. That is... I don't want to see the ghost horse. Kinda scared of it. What about Magmortar? Does double Magmortar do anything? Oh, it does. That... kinda... I don't like the colors. I'm just kinda not a fan of the colors. What about Weavile? Weavile? We do. That's kinda cool. Looks like an anime pro tag. It could be a shonen pro tag. No, that's ugly. That's weird. This one's cool. Do we want this? I like this one. With the hands. Honestly, our biggest problem so far... We kind of only have physical damage mon that are good. That's kind of why I want to, like... We have Gardevoir, but... And we have Ban-Kazam, I guess, now. Have fun meditating. I could evolve Ghastly. Oh, that's a trade one. Let's evolve Lampent. Chandelier? I love Chandelier. Flame Burst is pretty good. Because fusions will just de-level it over time anyways if it's too high, like I said. Yeah, we'll do that. Is it like 40s? Just to check, it's not like a Flame Firestone Evo, is it? Okay, I didn't think so. Okay. Inferno. That's like the big roll one. A little too gamer for me. Is it 50? I thought this thing would have evolved by now. When does the Lampin evolve? Is it a stone? Oh my god, it's another dusk stone. Well, bye Lampin. Oops. Double Magmortars kinda lame. I'm gonna undo them. Achieved enlightenment? Congrats! Welcome back. Can Cloister if using anything cool. The words of Jesus Christ. Let's see. But we don't make anything new right now, unless... Maybe I undo this. Have fun napping, Ross. We'll be here for a while, so... Burnape has to have something cool. It has to be, What is this? Look. Or Infernape? Manape? He's melting away, Poor guy, Oh, Colin, why is he messy monkey? These natures kinda suck. I still wish I had way more sheep Pokemon, because I wanted to make a bunch of sheep. Looks like he's been in the microwave for I could see that, yeah. He looks like an overcooked, like, glob of cheese. But purple. Does Giraffeg have anything cool? He's have something, right? This looks scary. This also looks scary. Let's try this. Key to happiness is the cessation of all— Don't know. That's mean. This thing goes weird. Kite neck. Let's reverse it. And that is... Yeah. Yeah. That's something. Okay. It's all kind of just terrifying me. Just unfuse that one. You know, there's one more Evo I want to get really quick. Let's get Metagross, not Mimikyu. I love you, Mimikyu, but now you know. Let's get Metagross. Gliscor isn't in this, right? Or maybe he is. I'm not Gliscor, yeah, Gliscor. Is Gliscor in this? Because I know Gliscor is from Sinnoh, but I mean, we obviously have newer Pokemon, and Gligar is not useful. Go, Metang, go. Get a Metagross. Go, Metang, go. I've never used this Pokemon once in all my years. There's another one I never liked. No, not Scary Eyes. Not really a Psychic fan either. I think it's like 50. I would not recommend getting rid of all the sheep. Kinda sad. $45. Okay, Metagross achieved. Okay. We have more fusions to make. What is this? What is this little dude? He's got pop cans! Like a little recycled metal... It's the enlightened path. I've seen the bright future of a sheepless cosmos. It was a peaceful cosmos. No strife, struggle, or hunger. Always plentiful and unending. That's cool, but have you considered Darkrai Shedinja? Why do I have... Let's see... Hey... This is pretty cute. I like it. Dolly's pretty nice. Reverse. This is just a box fan. Can we talk about this one? Mimikyu just possessed a fan and some metal barrels? Mimikyu's weird. Mimigross. Weird. Kinda like it. Kinda dig it. Go on the hunt for the perfect Mimikyu. I didn't even look up if Gliscor exists for a second. Oh, guess how we evolve Gligar, guys? We need a Dusk Stone. You know how we get that? More Goldenrod City. All these gosh darn Dusk Stones. What's up, Carl? I don't have Deoxys. I've debated, like, do we wanna defuse Gardevoir? Like, I love this Gardevoir though, it's really pretty, and Moltres is a good stat stick to health. I feel like it's fine. Maybe Sayo needs the fresh coat of paint. I'm gonna unfuse Sayo for a minute. See if we can figure out something extra special. That just sounds a little weird, those ones. Nah, I think I liked it how it was. Back to normal. Well, we have Electro Ball back this way. So I'll take. It's definitely better. The moment we get Whimsicott, we get some more cute options, but we have a while before that. You're not making any suggestions? Why? Because you're scared I'll name it after you again? What is wrong with this one? It looks deflated like a balloon. Oh. It's kinda sad looking. I think we go back in our adventure. Saffron City Gym. That's the psychic one, right? Want the easy way there. Level rounding. Round up to like 35? I only need telekinesis. Power gem is pretty nice. We already have energy. Oh, energy ball. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay. So, we're going to Saffron. Oh yeah, Fuchsia City's in this game. It's my city. Let's go down from Cerulean, right? As long as they let me know. I figured they'd fight me. Spear Bane. Oh, I don't like Lapras. Carl looks a little spooky to me with the design, but I mean, as long as he likes it, I don't really mind. Oh, Bankazam's dead. Holy shit. Okay. Bring in this. Okay, these things are kind of hurting. Let's bring in Nameless. Okay, they can't hit Nameless. Just do it again. The fact that Sucker Punch doesn't even work versus it is what's really gross. We've been on this journey a long time, guys. We're 9.5 hours in. They're in Silphco, right? We have Pokemon down, don't we? Fuck it. I don't care. I want to use my Pokemon. Orally. That tater dance kinda fucked you up. This thing won't have a fairy type move, probably. We confused ourselves. Dude, this teeter dance is really annoying. I've never been hit by that many teeter dances. Okay, Liloom's pretty cool. I like that. That's a really cool design. We're just hurting ourselves. Upcoils. Lickweasel. That is such a weird design. Nice. Well, we have Nameless dead, which really sucks. I don't like to see that. Larva Leaf. Grass. Rock. Good job, Sayo. Nidudor. A Power Gem? An Electro Ball. Our health pools are just kind of getting messed up here. This suck. You know what? Good job, Ross. Mischeck. Good job, Ross. No, Ross is the backbone of our team. Yippee. Hey, Magnitude. That's adorable. This should be fine. Handments. That's a Tangrowth? What's a Dragon type? Oh, that's one of the least dumb looking. Yeah, that is true. Okay, Bankazam's really cool. You have to say that. Bankazam looks fucking rad. Iron plant. Oh no, it's the teleport tiles. I forgot about these. Echoed voice TM. Okay, Infernape. Oh, it's a normal Pokemon. It's a double Infernape because he has a staff. Good Psycho Cut? Dude, everything's faster. Our team's so slow. Bomb? Yeah. Guardios. There. Okay. Flopple. I guess Mud Bomb? Oh, well, Toxic. Dude, this Sandstorm's annoying. Fly. Okay. Can I fly again? About a little bit of time. You have to go down for the rotation. Bring coils in safely, I guess, here. We're really low on Pokemon. I figured that would kill. Okay. Oh wait, what am I doing? I have Draining Kiss. What am I doing? I have Draining Kiss. What am I doing? Oh no. That sucks. I kinda threw that. Oh, we're about to die. Yep. Well, we only lost 1k. Back in Lavender Town. Biggest thing I learned, our team is slow. Trick Room would definitely be nice. Yeah, we have really slow Pokemon. I'll give it one more try at the current team. I'd like to think I just mishandled that. Where the hell is this? Thanks for the extra Flame Orb. Go back in. Go here. Oh, in there. This thing's a higher level than us? That thing just nuked. I didn't think it would nuke. We're faster than that? But why? We weren't faster than the other ones. Yeah. Paranoid. Okay, I'm gonna try Psycho Cut. Nice. Dragon Tail. Fair. This Mud Bomb. Oh my god, I got the Ancient Power Boost. Rattlesnake. Okay, thank you, Darkrai. Earthquake. That is really good. Yes, I will take an Earthquake. Orb. I don't like that. This thing's just wasting my turns. We don't have any trouble with it. Torment with foul play is definitely annoying. I see what it's trying to do. Nice, good job, Nameless. Oh, Carl's evolving. Oh, Pidgeotto. This is somehow like... somehow like more uncanny. Pyre is not a fan. Two tails. Okay. There's Shadow Ball. Oh, it's a normal type. Why did I do that? Okay, it's gonna throw whatever that was again. So let's just go Nameless. Okay, guys, you don't have to fight. Calm down. Calm down. You're both okay. It's just goofy Pokemon. Needlewig. We'll do Shadow Ball. And make our way down. The Panapberry. Oh, the item's in here, because it's the item room. Another Sacred Ash. A Heart Mail. That's pretty cute. Iron Plate. I don't remember my way through here at all, so it's gonna kind of explore Zoro Life. Growlithe, Zoroark, Dark type move. Or Fire. In either way, it's not gonna be that hard hitting. Torment. Dude, all of these Pokemon are just strict and... Huh? This room? Frustration TM. Guess we'll try the teleporter first? Nameless is basically a dragon type Pokemon at the moment. Yeah. I wish I could remove these status conditions. In case there's an earthquake or something. Here's just metal sound. Not too bad. Poop grind. Job Nameless. Grudge is interesting. I think it's what we need. Seems like I'm going around the right way somehow. Ginlinks. I don't like that. Should be fine. Good flamethrower. It should have been 4x effective. Way too. Flamethrower. Flamethrower. Like, Coils is our quickest Pokemon. Because of the... This is a Mawile. Mr. Farfig. Kinda cute. This might have a fairy type move. What psychopath made this game? Psychotic community. So it can't get affected by that. Guess we'll just Earthquake our way through it, because it's just gonna spam that. Stack a Pokemon just to get low. Plug C. That thing's cool, but he's dead. Clink Rack. That is a really cool Spinnerack. I like the metal Spinnerack. Hop Fire. Bye, Hop Fire. It is completely jammed, forcing us to make some sort of thing. Gel Swine. Yeah. Crunch. Brave Buffet. Or Grava Buffet. Okay, 38. Nightmare. Be good if we were using sleeps, but we're not. Gligon Z. Sure. We are running low on PP on this. Oh wait, it's not affected, it's a normal type, I'm stupid. So I do want to like stop using this as if I can a bit. And save it. We did get another Sacred Ash, which tells me there's semi-common, so I'm just gonna use it. Common enough to be gettable again. In our item pool. That's our second one. So I might as well abuse it. Aerobach. Oh. Get that off the screen. Roar? Okay. Sayo hit it. 90% of people will not be able to help themselves using every Pokemon card. Yeah, we only have one. I tried to make her not horny. Which is this. I think she's really cool. She's probably one of my coolest designs we genned out. The flamethrower. Yeah, like she looks cool. That's what I like about her. And she's really strong. He's cool, he's really strong. Over here. Power Anklet. Man, I was trying to run by you. Megaran. Meganium, Nidoran. Just Magnet Bomb it. Good job, Ross. Nothing on the computer I can understand because I'm a dumb 10-year-old. Go up. I don't remember my way through here at all, so I'm just kind of exploring. That is terrifying. Yeah, let's just power up Fury Cutter in case something big's coming. Oh, Lycanroc's in this. Interesting. Good job, Coils. Health Wing. I'm causing you problems. No, I'm not. And Fire Lava. So that's a fire type. So Carl at that. There's Earthquake. Thing terrifies me. What is that? Whimsig. It's a fucking sheep. That's a big sheep. That's a really big sheep. Hi, big sheep. Sheep god. Just fly. Wiggly Bone has a fucking little mic. That's so cute. Hey. Pop in. Regigigas and the sheep guy. Yeah, Whimsicott, which we need to make it to freaking goldenrod for. Or I need to gen in more rocks? I need sun rocks. And dusk rocks. We don't have either. Sunstones and dusk stones. Holly bite. Dude, why is this thing faster? This won't be faster, right? Oh my god, it's faster. We're so slow. Nameless. I don't wanna use your really. Kingdrio. Okay. Here's the bed. Hey, we're healed. Nice. Back to normal. I want Bank Kazam to be good because it's so cool. I think that is what Pyre said, saying it was me. He does call me Sheep Lord. Right, we can't just walk in there. Because why would they let me just walk in? I'm gonna try some teleports. Teleporting around, teleporting around. Teleporting around. Sablador. Shadowfall? Oh, dark type move, right. Okay, this should be good, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Charizard. Oh. I'm not a fan of that. Dude, these signal beams, holy fuck. These signal beams hurt. Oh. Find a different one to go through. Okay, really quickly, because we can. So we do that. We're already here. We'll try the green ones. They bring me in over here, which is okay. I wonder what they're gonna give me instead of a Master Ball here. Because I already have the Master Ball. So the Master Ball isn't the Master Ball. Blue's wrong. Orange is wrong. Purple? Takes me here. Maybe that green, but I think I've used that green. You know, that is cute. Buying it. I think we've been over here, right? Yes, we have. So we go back. Go way back through. Because we came from purple. Hard key. Okay, now we can start opening stuff. Nice. That's important. Good job, Inkazam. Let's make our way over here. Now that I can start opening everything. Antidote. That's a pretty nice random find. All things considered, since we don't really have any. Fist plate. Is this guy Rocket? Why is there a juggler in here? Who had a juggler in here? Oh, it's a fucking dark type. I zoned out. Who had a juggler in here? So confusing. Linkvion. That is cool. Linkvion is very dapper. Goodbye, Linkvion. Very much looks like a juggler's Pokemon. Banana. Ability Urge, a beer. Okay, we saved all those people. We got this flare. Thanks for the Stardust. I think they'd get upset seeing me running around and opening every door. And like try to stop me. All these alerts about doors opening up would be going off. I guess I don't care that much. Okay. I figured Ross could kill that without an issue. I was wrong. Ugran. Wouldn't? Oh, it's probably the water type of Dugong. Another antidote. Another heal. Go up. Get all the items. Super splicers are apparently good for something. I have to read what they do. Which color is it that takes us up? Maybe I can go up and see in the room. That shade of blue. Like a blue-green. Like a turquoise. Kind of like a turquoise blue? Wait, this one? No. I am. Poopy-o. Thank you. Okay, I just didn't talk to him. There you go. Why does he want to battle now? What an annoying rival. Hey, this is a really big problem. What's battle? Oh, his levels are way higher than mine. Holy crap. Oh. Huh. Well, this is where Nameless comes in, I guess. Go Nameless, go. Go Nameless, go. Sidekick would be good. Definitely better than Psybeam. Seattle. Bye, Seattle. I'm just gonna call you Seattle. Are you? Okay, one more. Nice. Okay, he just got entirely soloed by Nameless. All of his Pokemon are like 45. Is that where I'm supposed to be? Really? Damn. Well, time to abuse some candies. Signal Beam. Sadly not physical. Sucker Punch. Now that's a good move. Yeah, that guy did have a fairy type as his first one, but we did kill it. I need Wing Attack. Cotton Guard's nice, but not what we need now. Discharge is pretty good. Sunny Day is cool, but not really for right now. We'll just go into full 40s. Blah blah blah, give me your stuff, blah blah blah, I'm Giovanni. Blah. Blah blah blah. Hi Giovanni. Okay. Nice, we killed one. Definitely need the level after this. I don't know why he brought a Clefsley. We'll just abuse Nameless for this fight. I think speed boost happening. Oh, Arcajas has speed boost. That is insane. Motherfucker's just mashing extreme speed. Okay, we're gonna level up after this. Killbot isn't really needed. Amakia. Oh, you got a Klefki. Oh, Relic Copper. Weird. Me the fuck out. Okay. Now, I think I'll boost up to at least 45. With that Calm Mind is nice. Not really going like special attack on this. Just get up to 45. Iron Head would be pretty nice. It's the flinch. Be cool. My favorite moves in Pokemon. Captivate? No. Phantom Force. That is pretty good. I'll take that over Disable. Actually did 46 on him. Oh well. Fun Pokemon. Endeavor, don't really like. Rain Dance, we're not really gonna use. Roost, probably better than Twister at this point. Okay. Now we can go back to the Pokemon Center here. Oh, this is a train station. It's to go between the regions, I think, right? Here. Organized Fuse. Taking this apart for Klefki. Klefki has so many intriguing fusions. Amara is really good. The fuck would I fuse a Klefki with though at this point? That looks kinda scary. Think it's really for me? I don't think. That's kinda crazy looking, just a really big Klefki. But now I can go here. How do you make something? We're going into a psychic gym, right? I mean, Ross should be fine. Or honestly, Nameless should just sweep this. Because Ghost and Dark are two of their weaknesses, and Nameless has both? So theoretically, Nameless should be able to just clean it up. Alright, it's this. Hey, Winia. The Shadow Ball. Okay, Ratmia. Bye. Hey, Mr. Izard. Mr. Izzard. Bye. Damn. Upgrade. I used to know, like, this stuff, like, perfectly. That is scary. Get that Whimsator away from me. Memoron. Okay. Double battle. Yeah, they can't hurt him unless they have fairy moves, so like, it's pretty much good in almost everything. What is that hype to? Good job. Nice, I made it! Nice! I thought I remembered. I'll do these for you. It probably can. It's a little too broken. I don't know if I'll use it for everything because of how crazy it is. Well, we used our potions up. Like, what does the AI do here? Oh, it's a cell attack, wait. Okay, that could have theoretically had a fairy move. That was a little scary. So again. Oh, that was the gem. Dragon Claw TM. I think I already have that. That's pretty good. Isn't there also this thing? Yeah, the fighting type thing. Where you get a fighting type. Dusk Rogue. Oh, that's a little Tie Rogue fusion. That's cute. Nice. Whoa, Sandape is fucking wicked. That thing is cool. What even killed Ross? Not even sure. Boyles is fast as fuck. Yeah, interesting. Ah, he did not want us to advance. Hitmonbull. A little awkward. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, this is a little awkward, sir. I didn't want to fight you here. I just walk around you. Okay, I feel really bad for abusing that. I won't lie, I feel bad for abusing this. Dusk Rogue and Tillery. Well... We get roared? Huh. That earthquake was almost... The earthquake was kinda troll, but it was kinda funny to press. I couldn't help myself. We have another Pokemon, a Psychic anyways. Yeah. Hey, Bank is in. Time for you to get some XP. Onshore. Whoa! He's dapper. It does. Look at how dapper he is. He looks like he could be in a comic. Oh wait, that doesn't affect. Oh. Okay, let's just. Oh, because it was a fucking dark type. No wonder. Well, that sucks. Okay, Sayo, you get a chance. Dude, fucking our team is so slow. Oh, time to use our backup. We killed ourselves in confusion. Oh. That's not that good. It's just abuse roast. Toxic. Earthquake. Earthquake. Okay, it died. Yeah, confusion's the everything. I'm gonna need a berry to like get rid of confusion. Sure, we'll take him on. We got him in the blade. We have another hit. We have another. Just. Blade. Or do blade. Another do blade. And the next gym is one we have to. It's in Cinnabar Island, right? Yeah, so we need to get safe. Let me eat another little chocolate. A little energy booster. Yeah, we're 4 hours in already. Also, I will say, in a few hours, the possibility of playing that... They're just little mini Hershey's bars. This one's a Crunch bar. The possibility of playing Astral Party if people in chat that want to, or people in the community, in a few hours is opening up. If you do want to play it, download it and play with tutorial. It's 100% OJ or Mario Party, but big boobies. Thank you, Zed. Thank you. Astral Party is the game I'm talking about. I mean, since we got to fight, probably have to go down the Fuchsia City, right? Or we just go down the Cinnabar from Pallet Town, but we need to get Surf. Most of the characters are pretty flat. I don't know, there's a few characters with boobies. The girl on the cover has big boobs. Can you remove it off your playlist? I don't know. The normal game. Just 100% OJ. It's free. Sludge Wave. That's really nice. I like the one little girl who's made out of slime. That's the one I played. Shiny Stone. Oh my god, that chocolate. I need to take a sip. It got stuck in my gullet. So... go around over here just to get in there. Rock throw. Oh. Yeah, that chocolate was kicking my ass. I almost lost the best of 3. Don't think I'd have Life Orb, hello. I don't think I'd ever really have a chocolate with chilies in it. Thanks for self-care, thank you. Let me take a stretch. I haven't had one yet. God, that felt good. Okay. That was a really good stretch. Oh, maybe these aren't real Pokemon. Damn. Yeah, Life Orb is rad. I'm happy to see one. Main Station wouldn't have anything for me. Okay, you guys are psychic awesome. Beat the fighting type nerds. What is this? Oh, down here. That's a creepy centaur Golduck. I am not going near you. Because I'm lazy, I'm gonna Google where it gets surf. Do I have to go to Fuchsia, maybe? Maybe I have to go to Fuchsia. We'll try that. If it'll let us, because we do have the Poke Flute now. So... Back here. Aha, you woke up. Wait, what's it gonna be? Oh. Hitmonlee. I'd catch you. Hey, I'm trying to catch you. Be nice. Thank you. Okay, finally. HM strength. Okay, nice. Important. Chim Slash. Oh, these are weak trainers, wow. Good job, Banette Kazam. Good rod. Nice. Well, since we have one finally, what's in the water? Yeah, that sounds really toxic and strong. Oh, it was going too fast, that's why I was needing the Pokemon face. Oh, that's Entei. Hi, Entei. Oh no, I'm saying like it sounds yeah, you know what I mean. Oh my lord. Can't really hit this. I have to throw balls at it. There. Don't have any status moves. There's definitely some interesting stuff with Solosis and Entei. Okay, Sayo, get a hit and apply paralysis. That's our only way to like really apply some sort of debuff right now. Jeez, yeah, it sounds pretty funny. Definitely strong. Entei, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I don't remember what's over here. We haven't been over here, I don't think. Volcasaur. I hate you. You're like my rival. You wouldn't let me catch you the entire game. Right, this is just like a trainer gauntlet, isn't it? Ferrotress. Well, you know, Bankazam will get some IVs, I guess. No, EVs, right? For values, for fighting. I think that's the right one. Dialga Rayquaza, I just realized, wait a minute, Jesus Christ. Almachoke sounds kind of scary. Let's just try to kill it. Nice. Garbro. Axmortar, goodbye Axmortar. Rock Pie, a Rock Pea. That's cute. Mutata. God damn it, he didn't press any buttons. Okay, fine. Go Coils. Coils is like the symbol of our team right now, in terms of like... It's the beacon of hope. Oh my god, it was a clown. Hi, clown. Hi. Bye, clown. I'm gonna miss you. Bye, clown. Damn. No more clown. Knocktown. Ugh. Oh, Noctone. I get it. Puff P. You confuse Entei with an Aegislash. We don't have an Aegislash yet. We have Doublade, but we don't have Aegislash. Yatula is terrifying. Maudon? I want a Mawile. That's what I want. Wobvion. Oh, it's a Wobbuffet. What was a water type? More than anything, but... I don't really care, we just need to mash our way through here and make it. Kabudile is pretty cool. Nidosaurus, Exorus. Okay, we're confused. Okay, don't hurt ourselves. 9 Plum. We snapped out. Good job, Nameless. Put Ross back in the front for a bit. Duskull, that's pretty cool. Getting stronger, Fury Cutter. Kyogre. Kyogre, it's like Borger. Garb Mega. Ugh, I don't like that. I want to throw this thing into a chicken nugget compactor. I can't remember. Is Fuchsia? That is cool. Octalion. Is Fuchsia City? Where we get the Safari? Cause I can't really remember Gen 1 that well. Electrocute. They're still gonna be electric types. Her beauty was electrifying. Haha. Paint attack. Milo? Latios was pretty cool. Milotic. I'll give him it on that one. That one is pretty cool. Mudmite. That looks like a Gravity Falls thing. Get away from me. Torchidos. Oh shit, wait, what did he hit me with? I don't think he'd have a fairy type move. What even hit me? We'll heal my Pokemon after the battle. Okay. Sounds good. Go Sayo. Go Sayo, go. This is your time. Go Sayo. Nice. What's up? What's the question? Sandy... Nah. Interesting. How do I get the vacuum cleaner character in the Mario Party ripoff? If you play the tutorial fully, it'll let you get any character. You just hit play and do the tutorial. It'll give you a character pass thing. And you can choose one character of any character. At least that's how it was when I played. If you... It should be like down somewhere, it'll say like quests or something. You have to look in the menus. There's like a menu that lets you like claim rewards. Okay, Nidoking Jirachi is really fucking cool. That thing is cool. Wow. I'm a huge fan. I love Jirachi. The Sylveon fusion. I forgot Sylveon's in this one. We got Flame Burst in. Go Coils. Defend your team. Alright, there you go. Entei, right? Well, we can do that when we get to the next Pokemon Center. Oh, sorry. It was on the other side of my desk. When we get to the next Kyo Trio, when we get to the next Pokemon Center, we can do that. Magmorcia. Proton. Alright, I have to teach a Pokemon strength, don't I? Wait, what does it mean I don't have the 5th gem? Oh, Koga's number 5, right. That's why the levels went up so hard. Okay, that makes me feel less weird and confused. We need a strength user. Okay, Carl, you're our HM slave right now. Thank you for being here to use strength. We need someone to. Oh, I fucked this up. I fucked that up. Oh well. Whatever, I didn't need it. Well, every party needs one. Yeah, I can, yeah. Every party needs one. That's how I always play Pokemon. One Pokemon is entirely there just to hold my HMs. Bigmer. I don't like that face. That Rockruff peeking out of that cloister was cute, but he's dead. I'm sorry, Rockstar. Can I Rockstar? No, no head pats. Pyre is anti-head pat. Oh, it's Polyswine. That's kinda... Poliwhirl's kinda neat. Pyre, why do you want me to whip people? Huh? I don't like the cracks the whip connotation. I'll crack the whip. End time. Hi, fire water boy. Okay, Rock Rita. SCS. Oh, it's RCS, Dusclops. That's gone. That's dead gone. Hi, dead gone. I'm not whipping my Pokemon. Hey, we killed this. Inkazam. Look at how long this route is. Oh, they... What even hit again? I didn't see... I'm playing on speed up. I need to slow down and actually see. Because something killed again. Check. Do I want check? No. Match. That's interesting, but I don't really feel like thinking that hard. Cool use cases, but... Quag Peon. Hey, well, energy ball. Nice. I don't really care about that TM too much right now. Nice we made it. They are not compatible. That face was terrifying. I refuse to call that one compatible. Entei Fusion, where are you? Entei Fusion? I know I caught one. There it is. So you said Rayquaza and Entei, huh? We'll try it. We will try it. Where's Rayquaza? Which version am I doing, Pyre? 1 or 2? You asked for this one. Actually, we'll just do right first and then left, I guess. We gotta see both, right? Left? Okay, we'll end on left. I think, okay, is this just like a Chinese dragon? Kinda neat. I like the clouds. Interesting design. I'm undoing these anyways because I'm not keeping this version. Reverse. That is... This feels like a monster. This is an antagonist. I kind of prefer the first one. There is another version, it looks like. There is another fan sprite. It's kind of hard to say. Name him Destroyer. Look at the original look. The Dragon Fire is pretty strong. Okay, we're gonna unfuse and then refuse to reset the moves, because I fucked the moves. Not really the best, but usable. That caps locked? Probably, yeah. I want to evolve this thing. Some room just to do some quick rare candies. I'm just grabbing the last one at the end of the party because that's how I always do it. I always just drop out the end of the party when I do these. Fire Beam's really good. But I remember this thing's a pretty good Pokemon. Like, you can tell it's already like pretty damn bulky, and it gets ancient power. This thing is tanky. Keep T-Wave. Because it gives me a thing. Hail could be good in the right team, but I don't see a use for it now. What level does this thing finish evolving? Like 50? It doesn't need a stone, right? Because it's a fossil. I don't think it does. $8 p.m. to 4 a.m. So it's time-based. Is that based on computer time or in-game time? Oh, we'll get that then later. I feel like we need to make some, like, faster Pokemon. Definitely, for later. Speed's something that we're lacking right now in our current Pokemons. Primary has such cool potential if it has like a cool like partner it's fusing with. Like Skarmory's a really good Pokemon on its own. I already have a few steel types. I don't see myself swapping Ross as current. Ross seems like it's staying. Coil seems like it's staying no matter what. Bankazam's cool for now, but not the best. Nameless is broken. Thayo, I'd love to get a Sunstone. Anything cool I can do with Infernape? What is this gonna be? That is just evil. He looks scary. Why does he have blood red hands? Jeez, calm down, Infernape. What about... It is probably pretty fast, I was thinking. I just want to see all of our options, right? What is this? Like, I'm not gonna play it, but what is this? It looks like a... like a fucking race car. He's got little flame wheels. That thing looks cool. Steel fighting's not the best, so we lose our fire typing. That's the issue. I don't really feel comfortable losing fire typing on it, but we don't really need another fire type either, do we? I mean... Foils should cover our fire type needs, you know? I feel like we could use, Fairy is strong. You are right. But this isn't even a fairy type, it's steel fighting. If it was fairy, I'd think about it, but... I don't know if I went for steel. Oh yeah, I forgot we got the sandcastle. Steel is very defensive, yeah. Clef Key fusing to something with... Escanor, is there something cool here? He's holding the key. Does he have a key in his head? Is he a key head? He's a key. That is terrifying. Clef Key fusions have like this terrifying face. He looks like he's gonna be in my nightmare at a gateway and be like, oh, you missed a pass. Solve the riddle. Gripper Ring Pokemon. It could be a good status mom. To be honest. If I set this thing up for like status moves, it could kind of be kind of sick. As like a utility mon. Kinda like that as a utility mon. Do a few more fusions. I do need to use the restroom soon. Right now I'm still having fun fusing. Nameless is all I need theoretically, but I don't just want to play the game with just Darkrai. I think that's boring. Ideally, I don't even use it in the end, and I use something more interesting, in my opinion. I just don't like gaming the game that I am. As much as I know you like Carl, I don't know if he could solo the game, Carl. I don't think the types would work out on him. What is this? This is kind of majestic in a cursed way. Like a flying slowpoke, not slowpoke. A flying Snorlax is one thing, but a Snorlax with this is kind of sick. This is kind of sick, isn't it? I can give it Levitate. I can give it Lonely. This thing could be kind of sick at the right setup, right? I don't think I'm crazy here. This does kind of look like a Bakugan fusion. Hi, Hyzon. Welcome in, we're making more curse fusions. Try something for Cloyster. Whoa, what is this? Oh, I thought that'd be cooler. Never mind, that's just gooey spikes, I don't care. Protect's a pretty good move, but... isn't really pulling me in. Reverse. The Gooster. Oh, that is curse. No. 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 You are getting on views right now, mister. Kinda was just Slime Ghastly, yeah. Okay, what about... I just had an idea. Oh fuck, these count as trade Pokemon because we got them from the stupid secret shop. Oh, but you can reverse them. Interesting. That is derpy. I was wanting to take the Murkrow and make a Pokemon for Mickey. Does Banette and Fernape have anything? Anything cool? I will say, Banette Breloom, the ghost fighting version, was really cool. That was like one of my favorites I think I've seen. The right version, where its head is decapitated. Because it's marionette. I'm obsessed with Banette. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. Solosis has a lot of cool ones too. Benitez and Rapidash. That is kind of scary. Which one's Benitez? Bennett. Oh, Bennett plus Rapidash. Oh. We can try that. I don't really care about Reflex, no. I don't care about Rollout, no. Leave me alone. Unfuse. Autocrat changes to Benitez. Benitez. You have two, okay. Let's try them both. I'm curious. That's kind of, I guess, what I'd expect, yeah, for Banette with Rapidash features. The Lonely is pretty sick, I'll admit. Um... I don't really need this many You're just going to call those confusions? Fair enough. This one's weird. This is like a My Little Pony OC looking thing. Fury attack? No. Oh, we can unfuse this. That is kind of cool looking, I'll admit it, but... What is that? Huh? That is sick. It's just an axe and a hammer. That is pretty cool. Mammo Blade. Fucking no guard adamant. What, Pyre? Why don't you like it? Try the reversal. Oh. He just kind of feels like he could be like an enemy in a JRPG. Like, am I wrong there? When I think of JRPGs, I think of stuff like this. Or like 80s to 90s anime with like some of the monsters. Orc boss. So Ganon is sentient weapons. Prefer his vision. Kinda neat. I don't know if any more steel types. I need to. Hey Magmortar, let's find you something. Let's find you a home. Is this gonna be a Orc boss? That is... Okay, that just looks like a Mega Man enemy. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'm gonna swap us over to the BRB screen. Be back, I'm sorry. I'm back. Hi. Oh, there's like a few different versions. These are like Mega Man enemies, man. I'm not gonna lie, these kind of just look like Mega Man enemies. What a weird one. This looks like a Mega Man enemy. I think I'm gonna make another fusion or two, and then I might look at the idea of playing Astro Fighting. Just for a bit of a small mix-up. It be the pixel art? I think that's why. Not really playing the VC or anything for it with people, just to vibe and do my own thing while we stream, just to be safe. But I will be playing with people whoever wants. There's 3 people to join in, and if we do more than one game, we can rotate people. Just for a bit of a mix-in, and to bring some people in who want to play with me instead of just watch. Party time here in a minute, yeah. I think I'm gonna do like one more fusion. Okay, what is this? It's a fire water. That's just funny. There might be text chat in game. I have to check. I haven't really played much, to be honest. Water fire type is really funny. Let me check. I mean, pretty much as long as people played the little tutorial, you kind of just do the little bit it taught you of just like clicking your abilities, clicking your cards, rolling and clicking. Like, it's not a very hard game. At its core. Pretty simple. It might, I know it has little react images, it might not have text chat, so I'm trying to figure out. But yeah, let me swap stuff open. You saved, right? Yep. The title screen. I think it makes you do it, doesn't it? Or were you able to skip it? Because I know there's the one when you hit play that it tries to force you to do it, and if you do it, you get a character. But if you've played 100% OJ, it's just 100% OJ. If you've ever played that game, it is literally 100% OJ with one extra mechanic. I have it downloaded, right? I didn't bait everybody? I hope? Okay, I need to install it really quick. Don't die, stream. Yeah, I'll just swap this over. But fun little party game. It's about to be done installing. I'm sorry if it's at all laggy. It should be done in a second. Bumpity bum 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 bum. Okay, it's done. Let me get the game capture ready. Yeah, okay, I played once with friends. I only have one game under my belt. It's not like I'm gonna have a lot more experience. Yeah. That looks about good. Looks good. So I'll make the game. I guess let me claim these, I guess. I guess I got some gacha. Didn't obtain all. There's not. You change games, you'll hop in. Okay, so in first game can be me, Pi, or Carl Zod for first game. But that seems like the first few people who are interested. I'll do my gacha, because I can. Gotta hit gacha if I'm gonna play a game. No characters, just items. One more gacha. Cool. And I'll make the game. Okay, room. Do normal. Yeah, we'll play all on normal the first game. So, my room should pop up in the list. And this is our password. I'm just keeping it simple, but preferably Zod, Carl, and Pyre for the first game. Thank you for this Prime sub, Mango. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully you enjoy your emotes. You get all the cute autumns now. You might have to reopen for it to pop up. If it needs a room number, 868327 is the room number. Not gonna show my Steam, right? Oh, I hit a few things. 1 second. I was typing habitually. I have Zod on my friends list. Okay, then we just need Pyre. And when we hit play game, we choose characters and everything. Yeah, it's literally just 100% OG. It's a vibey game. It's a little slow. But the room should just be Autumn Fuchsia's room, and the password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You do realize that's like a mouse and a vacuum cleaner, by the way, right, Carl? Like a recycling bin vacuum cleaner thing. Like a recycling unit? I don't know. I'm gonna take my pills while I wait. The ID is 868327. Also, thank you to everyone for hanging out and vibing. I appreciate you all. Once we go past like 5.5 hours, it's my longest stream. Okay. You guys ready? Yep, y'all ready. Okay. Yeah, we have normal game speed and everything, and we have normal time, so it should be fine. If you guys want for the first one, I could put it on a long time and give us more time. In case you need extra time to figure out your moves. It's really up to you guys. I I can join voice call as long as everyone's like behaves. I think everyone will behave. Right? I assume. If everyone behaves, I'll join VC. Obviously, just nothing against TOS and crazy being said. You played OJ years ago? You'll probably be fine. Okay. I'll hop in the VC in a second then. Once you guys will hop in, I'll hop in. I will recommend you guys muting the stream when that happens, so you don't have to hear me or yourselves double. Yeah. Yeah, it should be good. Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Time to play fighting game.
Oh, vacuum. Yes, little vacuum.
Play my slime girl. Yo, Zod's bald.
Vacuum.
Doobie.
I like the detective, but I think I want more HP in this case.
That's fair. Yeah, the characters do have some stats, and the one really bad gotcha element of this game is like, say if someone here played a bunch and they were like a really high level, you just had naturally have more stats than the others going into the game. It's like the
Oh, rip.
that's the crappy part. But like me and Pyre, I think only level 2 on this at most. Like we have like one little stat difference, I think.
Yeah.
Most. It's nothing crazy.
It's only because I did one game.
Yeah, I did one game too.
I have done the tutorial.
I
Vacuum.
mean, so the basic goal is you see how we all spawn at a home. So that
Basically-
middle. Oh, do you want to explain? Or do you want me to explain it, Pyre? You're pretty good.
I mean, I was just gonna say that basically, you have a little objective. You have like win conditions up there, and how it pretty much works is that you have to get those particular number of coins within a certain time, pretty much.
Yeah, like Mario Party to get a star. And like you have your cards. Some are combat only. Some are conditional. Sudden calamity.
Calamity.
Pyre got zapped.
Yeah,
Vacuum.
which isn't terrible because I
Cleaner.
already have more. I have basically that 12 points, so.
And buy
Oh, that's
cards.
also one thing. You can attack other players. I think, yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
ooh, ooh, ooh. I want. Event. What do I get?
All players
My
heal.
goddess, all
Well,
players-
you killed Pyre.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. It's showing my love for you.
Oh no. Yeah, it's
Sick.
nice. It's a weird
Well, the
and
question
like
is,
vibey.
how long is it going to take before this devolves into us attacking each other? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, let me put it this way. If I get near any of you, you will die.
Okay,
Thank you.
cool. So I know the target I need to kill. All right.
I'm not fair. I'm just playing the
hold
play.
It's autumn.
Nah, don't kill the
Autumn.
streamer.
It'll be
God,
really funny.
I'm gonna
if we
slow
do.
you down. I'm sorry.
If you, as
You got
long as you
good.
don't attack me, I'm good. That's my general rule.
I gooed you. I'm sorry. Oh, I get another dice. Nice.
Like status effects and stuff like that, I don't mind, as long as you don't attack me and steal my coins.
Sometimes it's really hard
Oh,
to hate.
here we go.
Not gonna
Oh
lie.
boy. Here we go.
Ooh, yay!
Here
Uh-oh.
we go.
Yes.
Well, this isn't
Yes.
good.
Hey, Pyre, we're
yeah.
friends, right? My mind.
I won't attack you if you don't attack me. That's my
Yeah, I don't have a
general
plan
rule.
to attack you right now. Not yet.
Leader.
There's like no reason for me to go there just yet.
Yeah, you're
Damn,
fully
there's like
HP in it.
nothing that I get here. I guess I have to go here because this is the safest route.
Portal.
Going to portal. Oh. It would have been funny if it would have dropped you back where you started.
That's very unlikely though. It only goes to another portal.
Yeah, I know. It would have been funny though. You could have dropped right on top of Carl.
If I had gone like the medical one, we all would have teleported right there.
That would have been funny. Another teleport.
Alright, I'm trying to do a skill. 'Cause it'll
So
be
if you
really
click
funny.
skill, you then click on the person's portrait on the left side. It'll be highlighted if you can click on them. Let me guess, is it me? Wow.
Wait, no, that's not what I wanted to
I think the
do.
detective doesn't her skill let you play like more than one
This is
card?
what I wanted to do.
Wow, I'm being harassed. Get counterspelled.
Okay.
I'm safe.
Oh, so that's what you spend your money on. Okay.
Aw, damn. Yeah,
No, that
I
wasn't what I
spent-
spent it on. Oh wait, oh,
No, that's
mean,
what I spent it on. Yes.
to harass me? That's mean.
Well, damn. I don't have any shop.
Sometimes
Yeah.
you just gotta vibe.
You
My
and
turn.
Future are literally broke.
I went broke on
Sorry?
cards.
Yeah, I bought too many laser beams.
I got good cards. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
No,
whoa, Zod,
I-
what are you doing, Zod?
Nothing.
Traps are actually pretty cool, except around late game.
When there's like a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Like
Then
Monopoly,
it's like, okay,
landing on a
not so
tile.
cool.
Oh, that's how that works. I would have put down a trap if I knew that.
Yeah, like the more traps you put down, the worse it gets as it comes later on. Like when it's early game or early in the match, it's not an issue, really, because there's so few of them.
Let's move. Oh shit.
And then there
Oh
are
no. Wait, what? Oh.
generally
Oh.
a good spot to put traps in are safe areas, because I think traps trigger before you get to the safe area.
Hi, Pyre.
I mean, I could shoot you with a laser beam, but I'm not going to.
Good. But I could shoot you with one back if you did.
I mean, I can literally link our souls.
Pretty
Yeah,
cool. A
let's do
soul link again? You don't want a soul link again?
So
Oh wow, I didn't. Yeah. Oh wait, I have to like. Yeah. Okay. Let's actually do Carl.
ooh, yay. Thank you. I don't know what it does. What
Oh,
does
it
do?
means when you take damage, or if she takes damage, you take damage with her.
Okay, so is it vice versa?
Yep. If either of us take
Okay,
damage, we
so-
both take damage.
Yeah.
That just means I'm going to go and just kill my character immediately.
Wow.
Wow.
Here just to destroy my life. Oh, this is gonna be the
Like-
first blood? Oh, it's blood.
we go.
Okay. Well, now you're on my shit list, buddy. Congratulations.
I keep on messing up my tracking. Oops.
How do I, I'm trying to add another card.
You
might
can't,
only
you can only
let
pick
you
one.
use one. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
The
3.
combat's a little weird. It rolls like 3 times or something.
I just have to block more than you can do damage. You will always do. Yeah.
But if you dodge and you get lower, you take it all.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I've learned my lesson from trying to dodge. It's not worth it.
I like dodging. Dodging is cool.
Hmm.
Oh, I forgot my hairband. I should put that back on.
Money.
But yeah, no, you're on my shit list now, buddy. Now I gotta kill you.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are gonna become best friends by the end of beating each other
I
out.
can't do anything.
My favorite
Oh, yeah.
activity.
10, 7.
You move pretty far.
Ooh, card bonus.
Hey, I have a lot of cards.
You probably like I revealed my hand, but you probably shouldn't.
Yeah, you have like the whole like notebook going on over there.
Yeah, I have a lot of attack cards, so facing me in combat's
Ah.
going to be unhappy.
I mean, if Autumn technically attacks Carl. Oh, you wanted to get 5 coins? That's a good investment there, Autumn.
Yeah. Money, money,
Yay,
money,
coins.
money. We all got money. I spread the wealth.
Okay.
Are you gonna shoot me, Pyre?
Do it.
We will find out.
Hmm.
I forgot what that one does. I think we're gonna go with this one, right?
Oh, it's the guess one.
Even
I'm
or
gonna
odd?
go. I'll go with my gut.
I guess odd.
Not. You got the roll.
Oop, sorry.
Let's go,
Okay.
odds.
Yeah.
The odds won on this day. Yeah.
I need to get. I wish I had a reverse card in my hand right now because I wanted to get to a safe spot where I can get a star.
Uh-oh.
If you fight her, you take whatever.
Oh my god. Why?
This is literally just a bad move.
It's called Agent of Chaos.
This is just hurting both of us.
Like that was literally just a bad move. I don't get that. Like if I kill Autumn, I could probably kill you too, and then just steal all your coins.
Man, I got trolled. Streamer moment.
No.
I mean, that would be like an opportune moment for me to snatch all your coins.
Would be.
Realistically.
See, I'm not playing to win. I'm playing to have.
Ooh! I mean, the only one you can hit, I think, is me, right?
Get fucked
Why
there.
did you try to hit him with that? You would have died.
Eye for an eye. Sometimes it's personal. I just gooped him so he can't move. Get away from me. I'm running away.
You just try to murder yourself.
I was right ready to do it.
Like, the minimum is literally 3 damage. You would have killed yourself.
I was ready to do it. Join the lottery, guys. Choose your numbers.
Yay.
Hi, Coils.
We'll go with 1. Actually, we'll go with 8, yeah.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See, Zod's also a fan of the number 7.
Even
Okay, 5. I don't think I've ever won a lottery.
I've
but
never
only
either.
played, like, yeah.
I lost my ticket.
Hey, Pyre.
It's a very funny moment.
I mean, I could attack you and end your
could.
life.
You could try.
I mean, I could definitely do it.
You could try.
Okay. Let's see. Let's prove it. Do you have a block card?
Uno reverse. He's coming now.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely a thing.
He's coming now.
Actually, yeah, I want to
Could
stay.
The heal is fair. It is a good heal. And you get a star.
No, that's not why. I wanted to get the star.
Star.
I'm playing slow.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
At least I'm not linked to Carl anymore, but I know what's about to happen.
Yeah, but if he attacks you.
Oh.
Well, I'm gonna kill
Oh.
Carl anyway. That's like the target here.
Uh,
I guess if you roll like 2 or lower, you just repeat your tile? I don't know.
My turn.
I don't know, but you're
Just lost a
welcome.
card. Thank you. Wow,
welcome.
thank you. So helpful.
Okay, I still have a delicious hamburger. I've landed on no buy card areas, unfortunately, which is what I need to get.
I can break it.
Yeah, 'cause,
Yeah,
like,
later, move.
I've only have 1 card left. I won't even be able to attack at this point.
Oh no.
I get a
think
star.
I've played too slow by buying too much.
I mean, I think if you stay on that tile, you have to fight me, right?
Fuck it, we go for content.
Okay.
go
Well,
for
Autumn, you are
content.
now on my full shit
We
list.
go for content. I use my big attack boost too.
You use the big one?
I need content.
What? Okay, Autumn. All right. I'm not. All right, there goes all my coins. Autumn dies now. Okay, Autumn, you die now.
That was pretty worth it. That was pretty cool.
It will not be worth it.
Oh no, my mod's mad at me. What are you gonna do? Ban me from my own chat?
Yes.
Why doesn't that work?
I
That'd
don't
be
think I
awesome.
can, unfortunately.
That'd be awesome. I wouldn't
I
even be
would if I
mad.
could, but I can't.
I wouldn't even be mad. Did you get to see, by the way, Pyre, the cursed audio dub I did, or no?
No, I did not look at it. I have no fucking defense cards. You are an asshole.
Vacuum cleaner is an agent of chaos.
Oh my
I don't. I
lord.
just gotta take the hit. Okay,
Oh
I
my
survived with 1
God.
HP. No, 2. Okay.
Jesus Christ. I just did it just to get back in the game. I didn't do it to be vicious.
Oh,
And you stole money.
Who, me?
Hey Zod, you want to team up?
Why is this factioning? All I did was beat you up to catch back up. That was it.
I don't think they're trying to go after you.
I don't know to use that card, so.
I mean, to be fair, I only attacked Autumn because she was saying she couldn't get hit, and I wanted to see if she could or could not.
That is fair.
Because she was talking shit. I feel like
was
if you're
talking
talking
shit.
shit, you do deserve to get hit.
Gotta be ready
obviously.
to get hit, yeah.
Yeah.
Talk shit, get hit. It's a little funny too doing the 250 follower celebration now because it's already at about
I couldn't play cards.
270.
What the hell?
No, I have to. What's today? Because I have 27. Yeah, I have to do a anniversary stream pretty soon.
We'll have to watch.
Yay!
Yeah.
I think I'm missing something because I couldn't play cards.
Did you have any defense or attack cards in hand?
I did.
You should have been able to click 1 at the start of your
Okay,
turn.
perfect. You're all on the line. I get to attack all of you today.
Hiya,
Well,
buddy.
Here's
you.
the thing. Oh wait, no, you go before me. Damn it.
Hiya, are we friends or no?
No.
Hiya, do you want to team up right now? Yes or no? I need an answer.
I mean, you can attack me. I have 2 HP, but
I don't need to directly attack you right now.
I know.
I'm gonna run past. I'm not playing this buff game. I'm getting out of here.
It's already too late. It's too late, Autumn. I have to kill you.
Don't kill me, kill someone else.
I mean, the only one I can kill other than you is Carl. And I will kill Carl.
Will you? Will you though? Will you?
Oh shit.
Himmelberger.
Big heal? I forgot you get the big heal on that character. Oh no.
3.
Damn
Walking
it.
into him?
I have no choice. Okay, I gotta let go. Hey, yeah, I do get to. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we're gonna attack.
Oh
Himmelberger.
no. That's the big attack. It's just revenge. That was a meaty first roll, damn.
Damn, you got a good roll. But don't
welcome.
worry.
Why did
I
Zod
will kill
emo?
We're gonna do. We're gonna do 10 this time.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
I think it's time to have some fun.
I mean, you can definitely hit me with it, but you can't attack me, so it doesn't matter.
Giving you the big suck.
Oh man. Also, my
Vacuum
daily
cleaner,
mantra is fuck YouTube still.
Oh, but you can attack
Well,
Autumn. Yeah, you can attack Autumn.
Oh boy.
Wait, I can?
Yeah, he crosses past Autumn.
Oh, I do.
Why are you using another big one?
Actually, you can double up the cards. I didn't know that.
If you have enough to use 3 ticks, yeah.
Yeah. I never had like enough to do that, so.
I think I block? Okay, we're safe.
Yeah, you block. You only take like I think 1 damage, yeah.
No, if
Like,
you block...
you always
Yeah.
take at least 1.
Hey, Carl.
Hi.
He gets a
Buddy.
star. Oh, it's my
Oh,
turn.
wait, you reversed my direction. You fucking
Oh,
asshole.
no,
You reversed my direction.
Up high is gonna come after you, stomping behind you. Like stomp,
How
stomp,
do I
stomp,
cast
stomp.
this?
What are you trying to do?
Trying to cast a card on someone, but
Oh, so
You
you
have
gotta
to
like,
target one specifically on the side,
You have to
yeah.
click on like the left side, like with the little pictures. It'll
pull
be
the card
Oh,
out and then you
that makes
choose-
sense. There we go. I was clicking on the avatar.
Of course.
Hold on.
Okay. Okay.
Zod is
It made
no
more
one's
sense,
friend.
sir.
All right.
I correct.
Okay, I see. No
one's
allies in this
friend.
game. All right.
I was your
Okay.
ally.
No, you weren't.
I only beat you up when I had to.
You did not need to beat me up.
I
You could've
needed
just
money
passed
to
me
get back
by.
in the game.
You were out of the game. You didn't need to get back into the game.
I wanted back in the game. I'm the streamer.
You don't need to be in the game.
I'm the streamer. I want to be in the game.
The game is not for you.
I'm gooing Carl again.
Oh, whoa.
You move
That's
slow.
just your skill, right?
Yeah, it just makes them move slow.
Damn, I forgot. I think mine is just a passive skill, which just gives me more heal or some shit like that. Self-explosion or an eye for an eye. Okay, well, I guess we can see what that does.
It works the
Okay.
same if you have enough for a checkpoint.
Damn,
A
and
boss
my,
does
and
spawn
my
there
turn is
eventually.
skipped. Okay, great. I can't
Okay.
wait until the little dinosaur thing shows up and start
middle?
murdering the person with the greatest
Yeah.
coins.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe this game is more toxic than Mario Party.
I mean, the fact that you can stop a whole man's movement
Have
on
you seen
top of
people
that.
do it on both sides before?
Oh, wait.
Hi.
Okay, I think I have to get rid of the trash can.
First off, I'm a vacuum cleaner, okay?
I gotta
Yeah,
get rid of the trash can.
We're safe. We're
I'm a
safe.
vacuum cleaner. There's a
Nah,
picture.
you're just a glorified trash can.
I'm a vacuum cleaner. What do you mean?
Okay.
As I said,
Zod, are you my
glorified
ally?
trash can.
Alright, I'm back in. I had some minor technical difficulties.
Oh,
Okay, I
bad.
need to. Yeah, there's nothing I can do here. I just gotta get whatever. How much does a trap do anyway, like damage wise?
3, I think? I want to say 3.
Okay.
You want to go to the top and to the left so you can fight Pyre. You know.
Hey, Zod.
Hello. Are you going to attack me? No. No, she didn't.
I mean, I don't think she had enough movement for that though.
I could have.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think you can pick me. I have no cards. I have no cards at the moment.
It made everyone try. Ooh, I got a nice Cayenne.
I got a very nice card.
Whoa, you drew a Cayenne? Wow.
Take 3 damage, deal 5 damage to opponents within 5 panels. Okay.
Hey, why are you self-destructing? Don't do that.
Oh, I remember putting that down.
Wait. Oh yeah, the trap did no. Yeah,
Everyone took 1 damage, I think.
I took 2. Yeah, because I think it says like random or some shit.
Maybe? I didn't read.
What are the different panels? Like, one of them's... Oh, I can just...
You hover over it, it'll tell you, yeah.
Oh, okay. Healing!
Now we're all back in the same spot. Great. But at least we're all healed, I guess.
Does it drag everybody automatically?
Yeah.
No, there's events that do. You know, we're good.
Oh, it didn't do this. Okay.
I guess it's the event.
Before
that
it
does
would drag, like when I
One.
first had dealt with it, it dragged all of us to the spot.
Damn it.
Zod lost a card.
Don't worry, I'm just gonna blow up next
Hey
time.
Zod.
Not a very good fortune.
Zod, are you my enemy?
Yes, yes, they are.
I mean,
think
yeah,
you
he
expect
just
it.
said he was everybody's enemy.
Ah,
Get good. Goodbye.
gooped.
I rolled 10.
Okay, I got 4 waits until I can draw another self-explosion.
I'm gonna get these. These look useful.
And then I have to detonate when everybody's nearby.
Hey, how do I get stars? By the way.
You
You
stop
have to
at
land
a
on safe
point
spots and
with
stay.
a
Yeah.
certain amount of money. So you have enough now to get your first one. It's 15, like 30, and something else.
Damn.
15,
If only I picked 3.
15, 30,
How did-
50.
How did I get 40?
How did I take 2? Oh, we're just taking damage. Okay.
I healed.
Yay,
I think that was
free
the trap
damage.
from last round.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. Because I'm like, how
I
are
guess
we
it
taking
was
damage?
delayed. Oh no. Kai, you're stepping in the way.
I want to purchase this.
The English translation, take 2
I want to purchase
damages.
this. And I can't purchase anything else.
Take 2
Don't do
damages. Oh, you took 3. It said 2 though.
Yeah, I take more damage. I have
Ah.
more HP, but I take more damage. So
That's
I heal
fair.
more and take more.
Oh no. Okay, Zod's just going towards Star. Fair enough. Zod has a lot of money.
If this works out, I can kill 2 people. Potentially 3.
9. There's a trap.
I just need to get to the middle. And then blow up.
Needs to
Carl.
blow his load.
What happened
Fortune.
to behaving?
Good luck.
I mean, that's TOS friendly enough.
Hey, I take 0 damage from that.
No. Hi, Pyre.
That's because you're standing in the healing spot.
Oh. Lucky me.
Hi,
handle
Pyre.
trigger.
You're not gonna come hit me, right? Right?
Haven't decided.
Like, you could go down that middle towards Zod. He's got all that money.
I mean, I need to figure out how far I can go here.
Hmm.
This is probably
Well-
more important.
Whew. We are mutual on this day. We do not fight. Is
Hi, friend.
Ah,
that the movement swap thing again?
I got molested.
Well, why did you use that? No one dropped any coins yet.
Oh, I didn't know that would work.
Hi, Fire Shadow.
I got a star.
Nice.
Lucky star.
Zod is so rich.
Zod literally can win the game, almost.
Yeah, he just
He
needs to
needs-
stop
Yeah,
2
I,
more times and...
I kind of made sure that they wouldn't.
One.
Ah, well, Zod got forced to check up in the hospital, I guess.
Hospital B.
Yeah, I think I have to attack
Oh,
Zod.
it's because you get a -2 movement penalty after getting active.
Oh, right.
Oh, this is a good
What, who
card.
did
I have to
that?
save this for later.
Hi, you're not coming after me right this second, right?
No, I have to kill Zod.
Okay, I won't slow you.
How dare you?
Godspeed, soldier.
I have to, otherwise it's gonna like win. Yeah, I have to take out Zod.
Ooh, I got a card.
10 panels. Is this within 10 panels? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's within 10 panels.
This game hurt you the one time you played it? It's fun. I enjoy it. It's a little slow, but I think it's fun. Arcade.
Okay.
Zod, I'm sorry, I think you're the public enemy right now.
I'm being bullied.
I
because
mean, I'm
rich.
about
You're
to get
rich.
hit by my own
You're
barricade.
rich.
So,
You gotta be. Oh wait, he's immune to damage in there, isn't he?
yeah, I'm about to get like hit by my own fucking thing anyway.
You go down for more cards if you go straight.
Yeah, I think I have to go down for more cards, at least for now. I have another card I can use
You
on
got
you
cooked
to
when
get
you
back to
played.
you.
This game's been pretty chaotic so far.
I think I need what? At least one, two, 8. I need at least 8 movement.
Ah,
Divination.
the card I got.
Yeah, I need to get at least 8 movement.
Yay, all cards.
It's my turn. I can do nothing.
Okay, yeah, I think I could probably kill him.
Have fun, next player. Oh, it's
But
tired.
only-
Shit.
It only detonates if it's a 1.
They just don't roll one.
And it does 999.
Just don't roll
It
one.
just ends you. Well, yeah, that's the thing. It keeps on switching players until it detonates.
We're playing hot potato.
Literally.
3.
I mean, killing me, like, me dying is, like, worthless, so...
Yeah. I have like a full hand right now.
Yeah, like,
The
it's
gift that
me
keeps
dying
on
is kind of,
giving.
like, pointless.
Thanksgiving.
Hot potato, hot potato, hot potato.
Damn, why isn't this working?
Ah.
It says within 10 panels.
I think it
Oh,
would
I
be
can only
real-
hit you or Fuchsia. That's stupid.
Ow.
Hey,
Why are you
Autumn.
hitting me?
Hey, Autumn. Hey, Autumn.
What?
How would you feel if I gave you a little gift, a little present?
What's that?
It's a present. It's a surprise.
I don't think I
Would
need
you
your
be ang-
present.
Would you be angry? Would you
I
be
don't
angry
think
if I
I
gave you
don't
a
think I want your present.
Are you sure you don't want my present?
You gotta roll your hot potato first.
Yay!
Good luck, Zod.
I mean, he just has to roll, like, a 1. There's literally a
But,
1 in 10 chance of that happening. Well, it
Hey,
looks
this
like me and you
guy.
are out of the game, Autumn.
I can still get back in this. Don't count me out. You don't know who I am.
We know who.
I'm not Autumn
Okay, it's back
Fuchsia
to
for
me.
nothing.
I mean, if I get hit by the bomb, it means nothing to me.
You need it on Zod and the go off or on Carl? Because Carl.
Yeah, it needs to go off on Zod, actually. Carl is minor. Because I can still take out Carl.
I also
Seven
don't know what the
familiar.
hell I'm doing in this slightest.
Oh, I consider barricade.
Yay! Yay!
I don't know. I can't. What?
Yay!
Did they go into it so it destroyed it? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I
That
think
makes
that's what it
more
was.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, you run into the barricade.
Oh, no.
Oh, I got a 1. There we go.
Very good.
Well, I didn't have anything to give anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Very good.
You dropped 2 coins.
I dropped 5.
A 1. I get a haste.
Need to roll
Whoa.
again.
Whoa.
Oh, now you can have
Ten.
Rolling
it
11. That's crazy.
You can get cards, or
Carl
you can play the
no,
lottery.
Nosferatu can now win, or Zod can now win the game.
Yeah, I'm one lucky roll away from winning.
Well, he has to stop twice, I think.
Yeah, he
You
has
have
to stop twice, but
Oh, right.
he
right.
can win the game, yeah.
Even.
Even.
I can't even choose. I don't have enough
Doesn't
points.
even matter. It's odd. It's even. Yes. I have 60
No.
gold. That makes me
Oh,
very
no.
happy.
Oh no! What do I get rid of?
See what you
Oh,
did, Carl. See what your chaos did.
Okay, I can get us back in this. We just have to believe. Just trust me.
No one can get back into this.
I can
We're
get
already
back
done.
into this. I can get back into this.
Hey, I'm gamer now. Let's
Yo,
let's give
Zod,
me some
come down here.
Okay, why not?
Come down here.
The
and fight
detective
me.
is really good because I think she can play 2 cards, right, with her skill.
Panel effects will be triggered twice. This is skill.
mm.
Odd.
Even. Even.
Even.
I can't roll.
Oops, sorry.
Always
Oh,
believe in the odd.
even.
My 4 coins have been eaten.
I have more cards than anybody else right now, but I can't do shit with them.
What? No, I have 8 cards too. Wait, maybe. I have 7 cards. Okay. I had
I have
8
more. Yeah, I have 8. Technically, I guess I can draw another one too, so 9.
Fortune. Good luck.
Like, whoever I hit will definitely die, but
Your chicken dinner.
it's pointless.
No one played the lotto, so nobody won.
There's coins just sitting there. You can vac them up.
Okay. Yeah, I have to discard one. What should I discard? I guess I should discard the weak one.
I have so much shit.
Gee, because you slime me, I have a higher chance of reaching the thing, and my ability can make the panel effect do twice, so I might be able
Wait.
to win in one time.
Wait. Well, no matter what, you can stop because it's your own. You don't have to land perfectly for your own, so no matter what, you'd be able to stop if you.
I see.
So technically, if your active works the way we think it does, you're just gonna win here no matter what.
Well, there do be gamer hours.
Well, I don't think that's how it works for the panel effect.
I'd
I could be
assume
wrong.
not. That'd be a little crazy.
Because, like,
but-
you have to stay on it twice, basically.
We're
Well,
about
it
to find
causes the next panel to proc twice, is what it says. So I don't really know how.
Hey,
it work.
I guess I have to dodge, right?
I mean, you don't have to.
2 to 11.
Yeah, let's try to
It's a
dodge.
pretty big range. Damn. Uh oh.
I mean, I still live with 2 HP.
You are
Well,
alive.
1 HP.
Well, let's wait.
Oh,
Damn.
it's over there now.
See ya. Are you gonna try
Actually,
it,
don't have
John?
my bit active, so rip.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Yeah,
2.
like, I shouldn't work twice, I
I
think.
slowed
I
you.
can't
How?
move. Damn it.
Oh, because I have 15 now. I can now, like,
slimed.
actually
Yeah.
bet.
The slime did it.
Even.
Come on.
Good
Damn
job,
it.
Pyre.
Damn
There's now a lot of coins in
Okay.
circulation. Kyle's close to winning too.
Pyre.
I
You gotta hit
mean,
one of them.
The thing about Kyle is he's only 2 off from winning. However, he
Pyre, we gotta hit one of those two.
has to hit that spot twice. So
Use them.
Same. It's the same here. Checkpoint. Oh,
Hi, friend.
she's met a Kyle.
Hi, friend. Hi, friend.
Okay, here we go.
I'm here for blood.
a base of 5.
Oh
What?
no!
Jesus.
This man's luck.
Oh dear.
Well, I blipped
And she
away.
gets
Hi,
stealth all the
Pyre.
way. Fight number 2.
Do I
Pyre.
even get? I have not had a turn in like ages. Yeah, I think we have to. Yeah.
If we hit these two, if we can get near him and hit him, we can kill him.
I just need to get near one of them, but it looks like I'm not gonna get that chance.
Hello.
You might. Oh,
Hello.
oh. Just made this game way more bloody.
Yeah, we're doing, well, Autumn's doing, her stream, and we're playing Video Babe. So do be on your bed, Hayden.
Yeah.
You're gonna
no.
have to stay there, but I do warn you: the minute you stay there, I am gonna go down there.
Wait. 1, 2. Alright. Time for being Agent of Chaos.
You're not gonna wait? Okay.
You would have gotten a star.
Yeah, you would have gotten a
I'm
star.
trying to go after, Zod, because it'll be really funny if I do.
It sounds undeniably unthoughtful.
You'll both take damage. I mean, that's only affect me.
Come on, baby. Give me a 1.
I mean, you'll hit land on it no matter what. Oh,
Yeah.
Yes,
no.
a 1.
I think you only get
I didn't
one.
know that would happen.
Yeah, he only
got a
gets
star.
1.
Yeah.
That's a
okay.
I don't
Oh,
even
wait.
think with your.
Where is
Yeah,
my
good
starting point?
Oh. Wait,
Hey,
Pyre.
I did something.
Oh,
Pyre, it's time.
perfect!
Pyre, it's
Fucking
time.
great! It's time, yeah.
Pyre, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Okay, Pyre. We're gonna double brick.
That's all we can do.
It's time. It's time. It's time.
Okay.
There's a counter
Freya.
spell. Okay, I got rid of 1. It's okay. It's okay. We can
You
still
think you
fight.
can do that?
Oh, it's not over. It's not over. It's not over. It's not over.
We have to do this to stay in the game.
This is for
Come
the
on,
game.
Carl. Fucker.
Okay.
You do it, Carl.
Damn it!
What is with these dodge rolls? Okay.
Don't worry, I got it.
Yeah.
Wait.
The fact
Fucking go for it! Hit the unlucky one.
Okay, Pi, you gotta clean up whatever I leave behind. It's up to you, Pi. We're
Got
fighting
this.
for justice.
Fuck.
Damn.
Okay,
I wish I could.
that's
die.
good enough.
Damage.
If the link still lasts, I can blow them up for 5 damage. It will kill them both.
Mm,
Well, I just stopped by to say hi.
I'll
to
die,
Autumn.
but hey,
Hi, hi,
they
nice
won't
to have you
live.
in.
ooh, what is that?
Yeah, I just stopped by to say hi because I haven't talked to you in like more than a month.
Yeah,
And I was going to say sorry for not texting
okay.
you
That's-
back on
we're
Discord.
fighting again. 1 second,
Yeah.
sorry. We're fighting again.
I don't think that was necessary, Autumn. I could have killed them both. If Link works the way that I think it is, they both would have taken double
This
damage.
is for blood.
Damn it. No. That's bullying. What have I done to
Autumn
you?
is straight up murdering me.
Okay, Pyre.
What's that?
Pyre, explode them.
Gao?
I might not have to.
Gao? No! I'm dead! No! No!
Pyre. Explode Zod.
Oh, Jesus. Why did you do that? What? Okay.
Agent of
didn't need to.
Chaos. He's going for everybody.
Hey, he's back up with 10 HP. He can vacuum up his own coins now. Oh, I'm alive too. That did nothing to me. That's interesting.
It did not drop coins, but that is interesting. Oh, there he goes.
Oh, Jesus, what? You realize Carl can just vacuum all this up, right?
He can, but
And,
he'll
did
also
like
get attacked by
80
that
points.
little thing right there.
And I?
Yeah, I think that's your skill, but you'll get attacked by that.
Mystery X on the current.
That is like now on the field, and she will go for you, and she will reduce you to 1 HP, and then I can just hit you.
Yeah, but he does get like 80 coins.
That's fine.
Ah, she gained a movement. Uh-oh.
Little
Is
friend.
she after?
Uh-oh.
Oh,
She
she's
ran
after
past
whoever
me.
has the highest coins. That's who
She's
she
after
attacks.
Zod.
Ah! That's not fair. What have I ever done to deserve this? Except
Or-
lying and cheating. Oh, God.
Hmm.
Okay, hot
Hmm.
potato.
Get coins. It'd be great, trust me. Nope, okay. Well, I've got a barriers. Fuck you.
Counter spells are pretty good. Oh
Do it
my
to the
god.
left.
Oh, he's sucking! Oh,
Hiya, you
My
can
favorite
run through
thing to
them all
do.
and get all the coins.
Oh, I
It rolls a one.
I got one better.
24 coins.
Least coins?
It's Pyre. You go Pyre.
Come on, not a one. Ah, fuck.
Perfect.
That's awesome. Hi, Dragon.
Oh, wait. No. I'm the
done
one with the most
some
coins. Oh no. No.
Don't worry. I'm aiming for you, Carl. I'll help you.
Can you steal these coins off of me? I don't want them.
I will indeed help you.
Heck, I appreciate it. So, where is my space, by the way? I see it, I see
Oh,
it. Little
Damn
friend. Yay! I'm right next to my space.
Zod's left over there full of coins. Oh no.
I mean, he has to actually
Get up
land
and then
on
wait a
those spots.
turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely planned that. It was all calculated.
Ah, the Dragon Ball Z fan planning.
Okay, I'll grab this. And
This
we
game's
will move.
wild.
As long as I pick this direction, it's fine.
2.5 hours left this stream. Whee.
Almost over. Almost
Back
free.
later.
Will Carl die? We'll see. Yeah, that rhymed pretty well, actually.
No! Damn.
Oh, bitch.
Let's go.
That is a big hit. That was personal. I felt
Take
that
that,
hit.
and we will take that, and we will hide. We will be done. Actually, we'll take that too.
Divination.
Let's lose a card actually, because I'm probably have to dump a card any fucking way. So,
Oh, does that mean you dump 2 here, or do you dump 1?
I have to dump 2 because
Ah.
I have too many cards.
Many cards.
Yeah.
Use the heart of the cards, Yugi.
Hmm.
Well, I wonder what I'm going to be doing. Wow,
Hmm.
if I stayed at that point, I would have won.
1? No,
You
you
remember
need
what I?
you need to stay twice. So even when you were over 50,
You
it
would
would've
have
been
like
one.
you can't stay twice at an area.
You'd also
Yeah.
need 50 coins. You only have
No,
46, so
no,
you
no,
would have
no,
got it then.
Okay. So do you remember when I was in the middle and I chose to not stay?
Yeah, you would have
but-
won.
Yeah.
No,
That's
you
what I'm saying.
needed 50, but you only have 49 now, so that would have procced just then. That's for the final third star.
Well-
Is need 50 coins,
Shit.
That dragon just said, "Fuck you, drop your coins."
which means Carl
Yeah.
was the closest to winning, guys. Why are you bullying me? I've been dead for like 3
Funny.
rounds.
It's
Okay,
really
you
funny.
were the closest. Pi, do you have anything to hit?
It would be really funny if you were
I
to
got it.
throw something at me.
I got a laser beam, but he probably has a barrier.
Probably has a barrier. Hi, Autumn.
And
Damn it.
it's okay. It's okay. I don't blame you for the friendly fire, Pyre. It's okay. This is Mario
Fire.
Party with factions.
Okay.
fact
I guess
here
that
was-
would be what I have to do.
Portal. You're almost in the middle. Now you're not.
Get wrecked, nerd.
That's fine because that's what I need. I can't get anything. I need 30 coins. Like I want to get a star anyway.
5? Least
Hey, Autumn. Do you have an attack card?
I do.
Aim it at me.
You want me to blow you up?
Yeah, aim it at me.
Mm,
You want me to use my big one?
No, I just need you to use a laser or something. Just for like, just aim it at me.
Oh, you could do a refuck to another.
Mm.
The collusion. We're at this point in the game. Where's my Where's my...
So, here's the thing.
I can't see my mouse cursor.
I'll post this in a second. But yeah, no, you go and attack me. It'll be really funny.
Oh. God.
Oh, okay.
It's random, so like that's why.
Y'all should
double this.
take a look at the little bit of general.
Go for
Like the-
attacking him. That's like yeah. He has 1 HP. You just have to do one.
Yeah, I'm gonna
damage.
attack them. I know.
Slap him.
No,
Slap him up.
no.
Right. His choices is the only way to avoid damage is to dodge.
Ah, come on. No.
Hey,
Damn.
got him.
The
Dreamer.
one time Autumn ever actually hit me. But yeah,
Dreamer.
take a look at the voice channel, and you'll see why there may be an issue.
Why would you post it in the voice channel?
Because I think it's really funny. Oh wait, there's a no mic.
Ah,
Ah,
3
ah,
barriers. I see.
leave me alone.
Oh, the dragon's after you.
3 barriers and 2 and like an eye for an eye. Fuck.
Dude, that dragon's here to smell. Oh my god.
I have the most coins. God damn it.
Do you?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, I have more.
Son does. Oh. Ooh,
I'm
what is
rich.
this one I just got? Oh.
Up higher.
I don't even see this voice channel.
No, I have to. I have
You
to
just
save that.
click on the.
Good
You
shit.
hover over
Oh,
the
wait.
channel
Yeah, I
and
don't
hit
have
the
a
chat
choice.
bubble.
Barriers and attack cards. Okay. Thank you for sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Where can I go here? Oh well, actually, I can go in the middle. Yeah.
You could go to the middle and get your second star.
Yeah, I don't. I kind of have to. Yeah.
That's the one difference from OJ is this middle square. Like, massively. And OJ also has level scaling with, like, stars and, like, different cards. Oh, okay, I'm safe,
Orange juice.
I think. Wow, I got bonked. That's not nice.
I mean, you stole all my coins, so
Yeah, I'm playing the win. I'm the streamer.
maybe I'll just beat you up.
This is a bloodbath
Take that.
game. Oh shit, is Zod going for blood now? Have we
All right,
truly
Zod, bring it.
devolved? We've devolved. That's a big block. Whew.
Hmm.
Yeah, this game's a fun one. It's a nice little
No.
low stress game.
Rip.
It was unlucky.
Okay, you still did a little bit. That was your goal. Damn, if you had one more coin, you could stay and win. Jeez.
Now I'm going to the hospital.
Autumn, no, you should stay there. Be within striking range, please. You know you want to. By striking range, I mean hugging range. Yeah, totally.
Getting
Oh.
good again.
I got disconnected.
Booty seed.
Me, I did.
You got to so you got to quit the game, open it up again, click clear cache on the start menu. Then it'll let you back in. That's I found that out hard way.
Wait, am I? It says I'm in currently.
Yeah, it can't tell the difference between out and in. I don't know. You guys, I don't think you guys even noticed when I left.
I don't think we did.
We did
Okay.
not.
Hold up. I am. needing
Nice.
Nope. I don't need this. Damn it,
Got
one?
one. They're the coins.
That's gonna slow me down. That's not good.
Alright. Time to come back in. Alright, unload again.
Okay.
There we go.
You're back in?
Wait. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Nice. Kinda have to go this way. Hi, Zod.
Hello.
Oh, I see what you're trying to do. Okay.
He's
Yeah,
going
that's
for
not great.
the victory conditions. That's crazy. Not wanting to lose? That's
But,
madness.
you know, Autumn, you kind of fucked yourself, yeah.
I'll be fine. I'm not scared.
Oh no! It spills over to me, doesn't it? Fuck.
I can explode, Autumn.
Higher. We're friends.
One of them gets a hug from the demon thing. You can probably block that.
Uh-oh.
No, not.
Uh-oh, wait. I only took one. That's not bad. Oh no, I'm at 5. Higher. Buddy. My moderator. Listen.
Do
We
it.
can talk
Do it.
this out.
Do it.
Oh, there, buddy, old pal. I want to win.
It spills over me, damn it. Oh no! I'm in the hospital! Oh, I didn't realize they'd made a big brain play there.
Okay, wait, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine.
Everything is fine.
Everything's okay.
It was good. I'll take that.
Zod is at 52 though, going towards his point.
Yeah, I get a 6, I win.
Mm.
What?
Oh no!
He's invincible while on that spot. You can't do damage.
Or
God damn
auto
it.
chose lowest HP, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
no.
Oh my
Oh, no.
god. Scrooge
no.
Alright,
McDuck.
come on, baby, let's go!
Screw
Ah!
McDuck here. Yeah,
Oh,
he's won.
Good
God
game.
damn it.
He's won.
Ah.
Hey!
That was a fun one.
I'd like to thank Autumn for helping me the most.
I could
I'd like to dedicate this victory to Autumn.
do one more match if you guys
Yeah,
want.
all you fuckers were attacking me. Great.
I'm down
Yeah,
to
I can
do one
another
more match if we want, and then I'll swap
Yeah.
again to something else.
I can
Deep
do
Rock.
another one. I got D&D
Uh,
until 9 anyway.
probably not Deep Rock. I have some plans for the rest of the stream.
Die.
Yep, plans.
Right. I got second place. Whoa. I got.
Streamer 4th. Let's go.
Are
I'm gonna
we
swap
switching out?
maps.
You
No,
got, you got
we'll
4th.
do Sam. Yeah, I did.
No, I mean like, are we swapping out like people?
Oh,
Yeah,
because the
okay,
total
let's
points you had
let's
left.
just go again. It's fine.
Okay. Okay.
I,
I
just
mean,
want
I
to
was
keep the
just
stream moving along.
Doesn't seem to be anyone hiding around. Oh, it's Qualls. Amber Fire Shadow.
Nah, he hates this game. I've talked to him about it.
Rip.
Fire Shadow's a baby gamer. Thank you for the head pats. Oh, thank you, Zod.
Bioshadow? Bioshadow's a baby gamer? I could
Yeah.
swear Bioshadow was like good at games.
Baby gamer. You heard it here first.
Thought I chose this one last time.
Alright.
But no, I'll try this character.
I'm gonna try to do old reliable here.
I'll drink the last bit of my water.
Fuck you.
Now Zod's bone.
Emoji face man.
The vacuum again. Alright, time to kill it.
Me.
Bars have been made. I know I can't trust any of you.
Hi, Pam. I can remotely open the shop to buy cards.
Like, I can work with Autumn to
Oh.
prevent someone from winning, but that's about it.
How's it going for you, Pam? I think you're streaming soon, I'm assuming. I'm just
Kevin.
guessing.
I got a shop. What do I get?
He's shopping.
Nice, I hope it goes well.
That's what really screwed me over the first one, is I didn't land on anything that gave me cards. Until later.
Sucks to suck. Get
It
wrecked,
did suck.
nerd.
I can remote shop.
Oh, that's neat.
Oh, you can remote shop with your skill? Wow.
Preemptive. I'm firing the first shot of this game.
Wow. Okay.
No, I'm not gonna play it nice either. If I had the first chance to attack someone, I was gonna do it. Especially if it's that damn trash can.
Autumn,
Hi.
you hurt my feelings.
I'm attacking everybody. I'm feral. I'm playing a cat.
You hurt my feelings.
Everyone's my enemy.
Sniffles. Sniffles.
Playing the lottery.
Well, this just means when the lottery plays, I can pick another number.
0
True.
damage. Oh my lord.
Yeah, this is basically 100% OJ Pim if it was free, it was gacha, and the matches didn't really scale in the same way. It's a fun one. I think it's a good free-to-play game. I can't
Good game.
complain. It's an average
It's
game. It could be
free.
worse.
Oh no.
You're walking into that trap.
I know.
You're welcome.
$3.99.
You're welcome. It's my first little gift to you, Zod.
It's actually his first gift to you too.
Passive
is.
skill always take offense at the max value. Loses 1 turn.
Ugh.
Improve
Stole
over
3
your
coins.
attributes
Oh, I
every
should have
turn.
bought stuff just so you wouldn't have anything to get.
Oh shit.
Hi, Ross.
Ah, we all lose. Okay.
Damn it, Ross, you made us all lose. Totally your fault.
Okay, this one's for you, Zod. This
Oh,
one's
great.
for you.
Oh my word.
I mean, that's not really necessarily for Zod. That can be for anyone.
Well, it's for Zod. Okay, it's a little gift for them.
But he's not gonna
Ew.
land on it.
Doesn't matter.
I'm in the inner circle. I'm safe here. If all these hazard squares, I'm in the
Oh,
inner
perfect.
circle.
You're right next to me.
Yay!
Perfect.
I'm hanging out all alone here in the middle.
I can't. I don't. Okay, there we go.
You know, the middle is kind of cool.
Because you're safe, except for the Clement, there's lightning
Yeah,
squares around it.
yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of,
Come on,
like,
these.
this is a good spot to be as long as you're safe up here. Yo, don't come in here,
Scram
Pyre. Don't come in here. This is my sanctum.
I'm not interested in you.
Hi, friend.
Understandable. I'm not interested in myself either.
No, no. You're a very interesting person.
Run, run, run.
Okay,
I'm a little too interesting.
let's search that.
A little too quirked
And
up.
we'll take that for later. Then we will exit.
Event. 2 HP.
I think
Yay.
my plan for the end of the stream is going to be
Perfect.
showing...
We're in a good area.
Oh, we're all here.
Hi,
Ah.
friend.
Yes.
Oh boy.
I think my end of stream plan is going to be showing a small detail of the 2.0 design, and that's it.
I think I've skipped 3
I mean,
turns
you
now.
already spoiled it for me, so.
Yeah, I've already shown you, but you're a mod. You get the, you know...
Wow, that's a lot of nepotism.
Oh yeah, it's
Wow.
my
Preferential
mod.
treatment, I guess.
Yeah. Pyre was my first, like, dedicated viewer by accident.
I just want her emotes.
And then I was like, hey, you'll be my mod. Mickey's never around. Am I safe? I'm safe.
I mean, to be fair, you don't have like a super large audience. and
Oh yeah,
people
I don't
you
have
do
anything to
aren't,
worry
like-
about.
Yeah. It's like you really don't need like a 24/7 mod squad like
Mhm.
some streamers do.
Let's see.
World bomb. Uh-oh, it's my turn with the bomb.
You know, last time I seen the bomb, like in my first game, someone used that son of a bitch, and it took like 7 turns before I think someone detonated. No, yeah, it took like a long ass like
Autumn.
time.
I
before
I'm immune
someone
to
detonated it.
damage here.
Like I didn't know the conditions until someone finally detonated it.
All you did was poop under me. It says you took a dump underneath. All you did was poop under me.
Giving you the big shock.
I
It
mean,
doesn't
I'm literally
work.
invincible
We're
on
immune.
this.
We're immune
yeah.
on the square.
Yeah, I wanted to do it.
Oh wait, it does slow you still, I guess.
What is this?
I mean,
Hard
does
now.
it? My turn isn't until 3rd, right? And,
I think it's your next turn. It slows.
I mean, as long as he's close enough to me where I can hit him with a laser beam, I don't care.
It's only me and you over here, Pyre.
Laser beam.
Are we friend or are we foe?
I mean, until you get a certain number of coins, yeah.
That doesn't answer.
That answers the question. It is an alliance of convenience.
See.
You see, I have to kill Zod and I have to kill Carl. Especially
have to?
Carl.
But why? But why?
You have
I'm
to
I'm
keep fire.
for hug.
Give me the
Especially
money. Give me
Carl.
the money. Give me the money.
One, Carl, you're a trash can, right? So,
First off, I'm a vacuum cleaner. Okay,
trash can. Anyway.
vacuum cleaner.
No.
I'm gonna start prepping
Alright.
my little teaser.
We're gonna put that
Wait.
right here.
Demolition expert.
Big moves.
Oh, this is interesting. So if you're outside, you're just outside. Okay, yeah, I want to get the fuck out of here. Get me
Once
out of
you're
this
out,
crazy
you're
place.
out.
I want out of Mr. Bones' wild ride.
Zod's got crazy statues. Zod, calm down.
Yeah. They go up every turn, or down every turn. If I get lucky, they
RNG,
get super
man.
high. I don't know if you want that. I take it
Okay,
back.
I need Carl to die from that bomb. It'd be very much appreciated. Roll a 1 for me.
There's no
Disagree.
trampos. Let's go. 10.
Hi, friend.
Attack.
Hi, friend.
Not your buddy, friend.
Well, you know what time it is? You know what time it is, friend?
Let's get hit.
Jeez. This
Oh,
game's
oh dear.
bloody.
You know what time it is, friend? You know what time it is?
I was really hoping I'd continue with my streak of luck.
No one
there.
else even went in the lottery. It was just me.
You're the only one who's a gambling addict. Congrats.
Shut up.
I believed in you.
Don't talk about my addictions.
Gamble addict. Meow.
I don't know. What
It's
do you?
not a problem, all right, until I don't have it, okay?
Well, what are your addictions? Miss Superior than gambler person.
Oh, she just has the furry addiction.
Oh
Also,
my
weird
God.
really
AMSR lewd statement, lewd titles.
Oh my god, they're not that bad.
Whoa.
Really? Let me just break in my pet.
Yeah?
Our goblin chief breaks in her pet or whatever.
Yeah?
Mm.
Yeah. Really not that bad. Mm-hmm.
I don't
pretty
know, I
sh-
mean,
I'm pretty
I
sure
like
the others here have listened to it.
Wait. No, I mean I've only done the regular ones. SMH.
Damn, you haven't listened to the new one? Damn. You're missing out.
Yeah, we'll
I
buy
don't know.
that.
I'm kind
And
of.
we'll go ahead and buy that, and then we'll exit. Assault. Oh.
They're gonna attack me more? You already verbally assaulted me.
I guess I don't have a choice. Because I have to. I mean, I don't
went
have
to
to pick
Zod.
someone, but I do have to stop Zod.
What did I do?
Do we really want to explain what you did?
Ah, that was in the past.
Yeah, you're right,
Yeah.
Ross.
Mm-hmm.
That was a whole game ago. Jeez.
That was like
Grudge as much.
a year ago.
He would have big stomped. Fire secretly a god at this game.
Okay, 1 damage is enough because I used the bad card purposely. Let me build up some karma here.
Oh,
Oh,
are we out of the middle? No, we're still in
No.
the middle. Okay.
okay. Wait a second.
What do I want to get rid of? I guess if I'm gonna get rid of anything, no, I want to keep that. Yeah, we can get to discard that.
I cast this. Five to you, 5 to you, and 5
Oh,
to
so
you.
I knew that didn't stop it. Okay, good to know.
Or were you thinking of like random select or something, or barrier?
This way I think.
So what does the poop do, by the way?
What's the what do? The panda?
Card bounce.
Expired bento.
I don't know.
What does the poop do? Ho ho! What could it possibly do?
Let's find out.
I got a lot of the.
Dump underfoot.
Yeah,
What?
that's what I.
I don't want it.
I don't want it.
No one got it. What does it do? I don't want it.
I don't know.
Yeah, you keep that shit, Carl. It's all yours.
I don't know. I don't know.
Crap!
You should have put
Yeah,
that on the
too
coin
risky.
area if you're gonna like throw it down somewhere. Honestly.
Kill him!
Hey, friend. Are we fighting?
Alright, this second. Thank you for the follow
Nope.
up, bar. I appreciate it. Thank you
He
for
wants
the
the
follow.
star.
I'm playing for the
Okay.
gaming.
Alright. I guess realistically, this is probably the best thing I could do. I can only attack one of you two.
You shouldn't. Oh,
That's weird, Pyre.
What?
My longest stream besides this was one of the random lobotomy corpse streams, which was like 5 fucking hours.
Yeah, we'll attack him.
wow. You
Uh,
just really hate vacuum cleaners, don't you?
Yeah, I hate trash cans, yeah.
Does that mean you don't clean up? Oh, that's
Well-
a big hit. Wow.
Ouch.
No, I specifically hate trash cans with wheels and have a K in their name.
I'm
Oh,
crying. Are you really gonna
do it.
attack me?
Do it.
I'm
Fight it.
crying.
Yeah,
Like
because
spider,
you're crying.
spider.
I don't like crying. Okay, it's nothing personal on them. I just don't like crying.
Nothing
Don't
personal.
attack me and I won't cry.
Kill a boy.
No. I mean, you'll be fine, probably. You'll at least take 1 damage.
Oh, why'd you do this? Why'd you do this? How could you?
I had to, Autumn.
You're out to get me. You're my enemy. I hate
I am-
everyone being in the middle. Oh my god, 4 damage. Zod is an enemy.
Chocolate cake.
Enemy of the state, 4 damage.
I mean, we can only get in the middle to get like what we need here, because we're on an island essentially.
Come on, give me something. Alright, there we
So
go.
like,
I mean, if you
everybody
roll
will
lucky, you can
eventually meet
escape. Like, we do have our corner spaces.
He's gonna attack everyone.
Hey,
Might as
Zod.
well.
Everyone except for me, because I'm.
I don't have any attack. That's just the funny part. I'm just relying on my natural high attack.
Oh,
Oh,
Get nerd.
no, I tried. I just needed higher than
He's
it's
gonna collect so many fucking coins from our bitch asses.
It's okay, at least I already got my first point.
attack!
Higher,
Alright.
use some defense.
Let's go.
Nice.
I'm blocking this shit. Let's go.
Dang.
Ha! 1 damage.
Yeah, for everyone, Towards the end of the stream, there is the teaser. Okay, I unmuted. Okay. I unmuted the game at least.
Real gamer hours here.
Real gamer. Fortnite gamer.
#1 victory royale.
Fire, you secretly play Fortnite all the time, right?
No, I don't play Fortnite at all. I fucking hate that game.
You're not a Fortnite gamer?
I am not.
I
Damn.
think Fire's absolutely.
I used to hate it, and then I became a fan by playing it.
I think I would like it more, only in the sense that, like...
It's fun if you just play it to play it and just shit around.
Well, no, I mean, like, after they have a non-building mode, I might enjoy it more, but I don't play it I haven't played it since they, removed
yeah,
it.
that's all I do is play no build. No build's around.
Let's reduce you guys' HP since you're back at max. Let's put this out.
Are you doing a
Oh, wait.
fucking explosion?
Oh no. I can put it there.
Dude, what is happening here?
Oh, I just put that in
He
the middle.
just set up 2 traps there.
Oh
This
no,
is the
that's
hot
same as
pot.
before.
You die. I mean, if you have below 7, you die, pretty much.
This is a hot pot.
Let's go
oh
this
my
way.
god.
Cards. Oh wow, I got some good ones. Or are they bad? I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I genuinely do not like Fortnite. But then again, to be fair, I don't like battle royales.
I don't
generally
either,
speaking.
usually. I play it just to shit around with friends who are shooter players.
I've been linked to Autumn.
Wait, we're linked?
How could you, Carl?
Wait, we're linked?
Actually not. I understand a little bit.
Wait. Am I linked to Zod?
Uh-huh. Are you fucking kidding me?
This is how we felt when, yeah, you were dodging all those hits.
Oh, dang.
Hard bounce, yay.
Hey. Yeah, we're 6 hours in already. Yeah, only 2 more. Kinda crazy.
Cheaper deeper, indeed.
Get me the fuck out of the middle, please.
Oh god, you can go anywhere. Unironically, though, you end up landing in a spot that'll get you hurt.
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of packing in the center circle. Well, square.
Okay, we're safe.
Okay. I'm out of the circle, but I have no potential for getting coins at the moment.
Okay, Ross, channel me your energy. Channel me your Gundam fan energy.
No! Again? Oh, that's not the vehicle. Okay. I was about to be so fucking angry. Lowest HP. That is actually me, yeah.
I know you were talking
I
about
did, in
fire,
fact,
but give me your energy, Ross. I need it. Oh, no, I'm gonna
Hey.
You motherfuckers. Just when I thought I was out, they brought me back. They
Zod's like
fucking
lined up
brought me
to fight
back
both
in.
of us. Oh no. Zod, hey buddy.
Lasers.
You don't want to hit me again, right?
I mean, they actually don't, because then they get hit. Hi, friend. Okay.
Money. That's one of my favorite things to get.
Zod is so
Next to
rich again.
cash.
I'm sorry,
God.
Autumn. Oh wait, I can't even attack Autumn.
Why are you trying to attack me? Leave me alone.
I mean, I can attack you.
Don't attack me.
I can't.
I know, but don't. Uh-oh.
Oh, now I can.
You did the suck.
Uh-huh. Entirely just for this. God damn it.
Hurt yourself.
Well. Wow.
Free damage to yourself. Excellent.
I'm out of here, yes.
And he's out. Free.
Damn it, he's out.
Get.
First to escape the middle.
The thing is, though, whoever lands, like, if Zod tries to go for the middle, he dies.
I do. I can
If
sacrifice
I try to go
myself.
for the middle, I die.
Does the thing proc first or does I don't know?
I think it procs first.
Because that only does 3 damage.
Yeah, but there's 2 of them on them.
Does it?
Yeah, I put one on there before I left.
God. So you know you've Autumn's kind of fucked you up.
Did 1 HP.
I
Or,
cut myself to heal to hurt Zod. Pyre, you don't have to hurt me.
Do
I
it.
heard
You have
Zod.
to. We know.
No,
I
I'm
have
killing
to.
Zod. I'm killing Zod when it's my turn.
You know where it linked?
I need your coins,
No,
Autumn.
I heal off of my thing right now. I set myself up to heal.
I need your coins.
Coins! Coins!
Please roll low. Please roll low. Please roll low. Okay, I can
Well,
do
that
this.
is low.
It's pretty low.
Oh my god, I never win these.
Did you not?
Damn it! It's on screen.
How did you lose against
This is my OJ curse again.
Look what you did to me, Autumn.
Look what you did to me. You linked to me.
No, they didn't.
All I have is attack cards. That's
I was
hilarious.
the one who did it.
Look, nobody did the lottery.
Wonder why.
Hmm.
Man, I wasted my cool healing per turn, Karin.
I mean, you can kill me and get your coins back, and then some. Because I can't do
I'm
anything
down
with
for
these
a
coins.
turn, so
Wait, that's the sad thing. I can't do shit with these coins right now.
could go in the middle and explode. You could go prot those
All I
traps.
can do. I guess we can find out
Oh
if it
wait,
procs or not.
wait, another haze?
Huh.
It's taking you back to the
No.
middle. It's taking
No.
you back.
No.
Yes, we thought he was out.
You lose some of your money,
Oh, I went on my
and
own
you're
trap.
brought back.
Into that oh, no, it doesn't track.
Oh, my
Oh no, now
God.
Pyre's in front of
In
you.
front of
Oh
me.
no.
Please, for the love of God, please just let me live. Please let me live.
Pyre's being
I've already
helpful.
suffered enough.
Did you let me
suffered
live? I don't think you let me live.
This is so chaotic.
Well, let's try this again. Fuck.
Die.
That's a big hit.
He's out.
Uh,
I think we got a bully Pyre now.
Alright. I think I'm
Yeah.
gonna go and make.
I'll help you, actually. I'll help you bully me.
Zod, hit him with a laser.
I don't have a laser.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna kill myself.
Oh,
Do not
no.
worry. I'm going to kill myself. I have no choice. I have to get rid of those traps on this field.
Not unless Zod does it fair. Oh, wait, Zod can just walk up to you. Oh shit.
He can. But, yeah.
I'm gonna bully you.
Okay. Let's go. Let's dance.
Probably not the wisest choice. In fact, probably not even an insane one at all.
I have to beat a 3. And I got a 2. I mean, it doesn't matter. I need to die because I need to get rid of all those traps on that field.
Yeah.
Middle's a
take 2 damage.
bloodbath. This map's crazy.
Yeah, like, at this rate, there's nothing we can do. Like, if we keep on proccing traps on there, it'll be impossible. Like, right now, no one can go on that spot without dying.
Mutually assured destruction.
My own bomb.
I'm vibing over here.
I mean, whoever goes on that spot without 10 HP just dies, so...
It's my turn.
It's gonna be
Please.
my turn, and I have to go
Don't
for
bomb
that
me.
spot, so...
Oh, thank God. I'm gonna make that a little more exciting.
You're gonna make it 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured as much. I mean, I don't mind. It's not like I have a choice.
Wonder how big of a stream I'm gonna do when I had 500.
What does
just
this one
do
do?
12 hour.
12
It's
hour.
the natural. Yeah, it's the natural
Oh, minus 3
progression,
damage.
and then
And
like after 12 hour, you can
Jump
either
to
add 4 or you
24.
can double it. Yeah.
everyone gets
You
money.
can look forward to it too. Be like, okay, after 1,000, I do a 16 hour, and then after that you do like a
Oh.
20 hour.
Oh,
Poor Carl.
yeah, Carl lost their turn. Okay. The
It's
sheep
called karma.
3-day stream. That'd be crazy.
I mean, that's a. I don't know. I don't think. Man, I would not do a subathon.
I would, as long as I felt like I wasn't pressuring my community with it. That's my biggest thing.
I just don't think I would like to do a subathon. I think I think subathons are like really bad habits. I know some
I would
people
only
who-
do it as like a mix-in.
Dang it.
Everyone has failed the dodge by 1 so far, and that thing turned evil.
Yeah. I am the rich cat now. Thank you for the
Oh, I'm
monies.
dead.
Yeah, she's taking your money, bro.
Get to the center. Oh,
want-
she
you-
is.
Full HP.
So I'm dead again?
The
What
bomb blew up,
what-
the potato bomb.
Oh my god.
I escaped with my money. Haha, you fools. I escaped with 40 coins.
Let's sweeten
we can
the deal
fix that.
here.
Where's Autumn? Where's Autumn?
It's a guarantee death now.
It's 4 of them. That's what, 12 damage?
4.
Yeah, like it's a guarantee death, basically.
And then you roll a 1. No.
Oh no.
Guys taking it.
I can't like there's gotta be. I only land on fucking coin spots. Shit.
I escaped
Okay.
with 40 coins, chat. It's my time. They can't catch me.
If you'd gone up, you would have got the coins from whoever dropped them up there. You would have got double coins.
I'm on the run on the outer circle.
2
I
coins.
need to
Whoa.
go get her.
Uh-oh.
Jesus.
It looks like you're back in. And I'm outside.
Hey, Pyre.
We're back in the game.
Why did you do this?
I didn't do that. That just happened at random.
Why do you hate me? Is it because I
What the fuck are you
never
talking
finished
about? I
lobotomy
didn't do this.
corp?
I mean, that might be a part of it, yeah.
That game's hard. I'm sorry.
Get better.
I'm not good at games. Oh, I'm out
Sounds like
again.
an
I'm
ominous
out
you.
again. I'm out again. Okay,
Get your ass
Pyre.
back here.
Troops? Troops out here? Troops?
Get your ass back in here.
Oh
okay?
no.
Like I gotta hit you.
Stay away.
Damn it! Oh wait. Oh, okay, good.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
We can talk this out.
I couldn't kill you anyway.
Chose
I
to
couldn't kill you
stand.
anyway.
It's just a slow, like, hammerhead shark behind me trailing me. It's a blood
I
trail.
could kill you, or I could win the game.
I'm gonna
want
stop,
that.
and then you're gonna get close, and I'm gonna run, and then you're gonna run, and I'm gonna run, and someone's gonna teleport everyone to the middle again.
I mean, we can wait. They're eventually gonna get us back in the middle. But no one's catching that because whoever goes in there. I mean, this would be the good time for like Carl to go in the center and just take one for everyone.
You think Carl wants to play for the people?
Uh-uh.
Well, Carl, you can do it.
Carl's all about destruction, not helping
Yeah, I'm
the
1,
people.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I need to get 6.
Well, the thing is, he can't actually do that because he needs enough coins to get in the middle. So only
You can stop
Nosfer
without
could
coins.
do it. Zod can do it.
You can stop
I
with a
can.
low amount of coins.
Oh,
It just won't give you a star without him.
Hello?
Community.
Wait, no, what? Why can't I
you're
fight you?
put in my direction. So
Why can't I fight you? What?
because you just appeared on the block, you got teleported there. You didn't
That's
move
annoying.
to her.
God damn it.
I can attack you.
Oh my god, no, not the middle. Not the middle.
Got him. I'm going to kill you.
Pyre, this is not my fault. Pyre, this is not my fault. I'm just trying to get to my
This is your
sprite.
fault.
Pyre, clear my path. Clear my war path. Clear my war.
What was that?
The emo of his fucking bald ass head.
Well, here's my response to that. I mean, you are guaranteed going to roll a 4. So.
Thank God I bought some snacks.
You're gonna try to run? You're gonna try to dodge. Has that worked a single time in this game?
It has not.
Sometimes you just gotta believe.
Kill him.
Oh, Pyre's almost
I mean-
at 50. Oh God.
I guess we can try. I mean, I'm only gonna do like 1.
Will you?
Yeah, like I can only do 1 damage unless you dodge.
Dodged.
Get wrecked.
God damn it.
I mean, I rolled a 1. How hard to dodge could that possibly be?
Now I have to fight Pyre because Pyre's about to win. God damn it.
Look, I didn't win anything.
No one won anything.
Come on, Pyre. Oh, okay. This is not good.
Well, Autumn, you know what time it is?
Don't pull me. I can go beat up Pyre. Don't do this.
Wait, what? No. Too bad. Get wrecked, nerd. Get the big suck.
I mean, that actually helped you.
Yeah, but
Autumn,
I have
because you're in
nerfed
the same
movement, so I
direction.
might not move enough. I was already in the same direction.
I mean, you only have to move 2 spaces. There's no way.
Well, I have to move at least 4 because I'm -2.
Wow. Okay.
Defend. Come on.
The RNG big defense.
That's what I'm like. You have to move 2 because you're only 2 spaces away from me.
Well, I need at least 4 because of the debuff. Dude, poor Zod. The debuff of winning it the last game.
That's...
Hey! Yay!
He's running away from me. How dare you?
Carl is here for
Yay!
pure chaos. Just the chaos and fly around the map.
Damn, he's got like a lot of movement.
That was like doubles taste styles, I think.
Event?
Oh, okay.
We're all
Well,
in the middle. We're all in the middle. We're all in the middle.
you can attack me in some way or form, but it has to be through a card, which isn't gonna kill me.
Back in the middle.
I just need to get a 6, and then I win. Almost. Or at least get damn close to it.
Actually, we're all technically in a hospital, so...
Time to suffer in the Thunderdome? Yeah.
So we can't take damage on the square. Well, you can't deal damage at the moment.
Ah, my movement was nerfed. Right.
No movement.
Oh. Okay. I'm being observed by the
Actually,
Norse.
which direction am I in? I don't even know what direction I'm in.
I think you're going straight up.
I guess.
Hey guys, we need to explode Pyre like right now.
I mean, I just gave a bunch of coins to him, so.
While you taking a
Truly.
target off your
Autumn, it's
back.
now you who needs to die.
Why'd you do this? I'm in the hospital. I'm just being a rich person, sitting in the hospital with my hibiscus. I don't know what it's called. The little math thingy.
The what?
The hibiscus or whatever. It's the little thing with all the little wooden circles on it. It's what this character has.
The abacus?
Abacus. That's the
Why
word.
did you say hibiscus?
I don't know. I don't remember words.
That's like a
No,
herb.
what? Do you know what a hibiscus is?
I was saying like hibiscus. I was being stupid. Not how like Yo, Zod's here.
Fuck it, we're defending.
4 damage.
Zod got given money and
That's
then
gonna
attacked you.
I mean, I don't know why. He should be attacking Autumn.
In the hospital.
I think you can
Yes,
attack a
I don't-
person in the...
They can't take any damage in here.
I mean, it's not that you don't take damage, you just heal from it, basically.
No,
Well, I
you're
guess
immune
some
in the
cases.
hospitals. Square. You're immune to all damage when and stay on this panel. Why all the emo reactions? Fire, I think you're exploding. I think this is revenge.
Oh no.
Oh my, yeah.
I mean, he wasted attack card on a guy with like 1 HP and didn't have enough, so...
Go for the big kill. He's sending messages at this point.
Hey, here's the thing. It's really funny this way. And that's how I like it.
Pick a god and pray. Yeah, it's basically what this game feels like right now. I don't know if anyone's even like close to winning technically. Like, they have the money, but we have to like clear out the middle or
But you
get
have to
out.
land on it twice. On top of that, the only spot you can land on is the death spot. So you have to get like over there through a teleporter.
Carl land on the death spot. Like Carl has 52. Oh my god, Carl landed on it for the people. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Jesus. Here we go.
It's so mad.
Thanks for the sacrifice,
This-
Carl.
I think it's
You'll
really
remember.
funny.
Oh, I'm still here for another round.
Hey,
I'll
I'm
be
still
right back.
alive. Can I? No, I can't. Okay, well, that's kind of unhappy, but let's just roll.
You should be able to attack her still.
No, I can't take.
I'm immune in this spear. It says immune to all damage, one and stay.
5.
You're able to teleport
Oh,
out.
I guess only the dinosaur can hurt you when you're on that then.
I'm out of here, baby.
Luck, Zod. Oh, we all got our 10 coins for the turn change.
You can do it, Carl. Maybe next turn though.
I just want to get rid of this. I don't need it. I just need to get rid of
Why
it.
Why?
I'm just getting rid of it. I have too many cards.
If you'd gone up, you could have used that because there was like a ton of coins up there.
Yeah, that would have made more sense.
I was just
I
getting
should've
rid of
used
it.
it actually. 25 coins. 85. Oh my god.
Yeah,
I
this
am-
is-
I am the
this is
capitalist.
over. This is Autumn's. This is Autumn's game, I guess.
Get to explode me. I mean, it's possible. You could attack me, and then Carl could theoretically hit me or something.
I can't. I don't have enough movement.
Yeah, not enough. It'll be hard for Pi to get enough coins. If he lands on some of the other coin things, he might.
I
be
have
able
to steal it from someone, yeah.
What the fuck am I gonna do?
Zod, hit a space and teleport me out. Give me the eject button. That card's so cool, you get to choose what you roll.
Without the trap there, pretty much, yeah. It's Autumn's game. Because Autumn just needs to get, what? 1, 2, 3.
Like, go
Like
around
a,
once.
yeah, I just need like a 10 or something like that. Movement, and you're good to go.
Dreamer. Luck or something.
Time. My Necro Arc moment.
Oh no.
I mean, that's not gonna help, because the likelihood of it blowing up on Autumn is 1 in 6.
Fun.
Well, it's not exactly 1 in 6, but...
Get fucked, nerd. Get the big suck.
Oh, well, Autumn's kind of fucked here. She's gonna take 2 damage.
Where the fuck do I go?
I mean, you can attack me.
Do I want to, though? Well, I mean, it's either that or get coins, so... It'll be funny this way.
I mean, it's not funny if you already expect it, right?
What am I gonna do for my last hour and a half?
Watch reruns of Seinfeld.
Fuck it, let's dodge.
I'm not watching reruns of Seinfeld.
How do you miss with a tactical missile strike? Damn trash can.
Oh my god.
2 coins.
Okay, we're safe.
So the thing is, that's gonna drop on me, yeah.
What is your bottom?
God, I'm so sad that Wow.
This is kind of useless, Autumn.
I know, I'm just doing it to do it. I have the money to spare.
Damage.
Wow, Autumn. Wow.
And BM.
Converting 3 coins to 2 damage to Carl.
Okay. I'm okay with this.
You're welcome.
This works out, I'm okay with this. I'm on the opposite rotation.
God.
Who initiated that bomb again?
Autumn.
Alden.
Was it Autumn?
No,
or
Autumn
Autumn?
did.
I
It would have been
didn't-
Autumn.
I didn't do the bomb.
What do you
Was
mean?
you,
It was
Carl?
totally you.
Cheap.
Oh, it was Autumn. What do you mean? It was Autumn.
It was you to stop Autumn.
It's Autumn. What do you mean?
Ah, have it back, Carl. There you go. Have at
What do you
you.
mean? It was definitely Autumn.
I'm being
I hope it
blamed for
detonates
something I didn't do.
on whoever activated it because they deserve it.
It was Carl.
No, it was Autumn.
What are you doing over there, businessman?
8. 10. That's 2
I
more than
kind of
8.
feel like Carl would have accepted that he did it, or said that he did it if he did it. To be fair,
Okay. Which do you think would be funnier? Accepting that I did it or trying to gaslight Autumn into thinking that she did it?
well,
I didn't do it.
obviously accepting that you did it.
Pyre win the big pot.
Dang it.
Okay, Pyre has the money now. Good luck,
Alright, come
Pyre.
on now.
Okay, so now me and Autumn are on even footing. So either I win or Autumn wins. We'll find out.
I go
Because
next,
the
so
bomb
like,
determines if
I
I
have
lose or
to
win
move
here.
enough. Yeah,
Huh, neat.
it's the bomb and then movement, unless like you get messed with because you're closer.
Can't use that vacuum thing again right now.
Yeah, you're closer. I am farther.
So like, it's pretty much all comes down to the bomb. If it detonates on me, I lose. If it doesn't, then Autumn wins. I mean, if it doesn't, I win.
Yeah.
It looks like your bomb is going to decide the victor here, Carl.
Yep. And I am all
Funny.
for it. Wait, why did you put it in the middle?
I have no
Funny.
idea why she didn't put it in the middle. I mean, when it doesn't kill me anyway.
I have to no matter what, like go around, so. I guess I'll get rid of that. Yeah, I probably lose there.
We'll find out.
Was bomb? No. Well, as long as you can roll more than 3.
Please.
Oh,
But I can only roll a 1.
okay. Well, it's still. Oh, you jumped out.
No, I still take the damage.
No, but it takes you
There's
out of the
checkpoints
middle.
outside.
Yeah.
There's checkpoints around the sides.
No, I'm saying I still take the damage.
I know, but I'm just saying you're out. You're out of here.
Come on.
God.
Oh god. Here you go,
Can we
Carl.
talk about how I still don't have a single star?
You had chances.
No,
I
because nobody
think.
cares.
You had chances.
Lottery.
It's Autumn's fault. I blame her.
7.
Did nothing.
I don't know.
What do I need? A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? I need an 8.
I don't know.
Oh god, this bomb. I hate this hot potato bomb.
I mean, it's basically at this point gonna decide the game. If it detonates on you or me, that person's guaranteed to lose. And the thing
Yeah.
is, since we're so close, oh.
Love you, Autumn. Love you, Autumn. Love you, Autumn.
Man.
Love you, Autumn.
Now that's fucked up. Streamer can't
what am I
even
doing?
win her own game.
Take this.
What do you think of my my emote here?
Thank you, then. No, I don't think I can. No, it should be within 6 panels. Well,
Obviously, I lost for the content and I manipulated the
No,
roll.
lost because you were unlucky.
I manipulated the roll. Zod, turn around. Zod, turn
It
around.
basically was determined by the hot potato bomb, yeah.
I'll take.
Wait, Zod, you can attack Pyre and explode Pyre.
No, he can't. He literally can't. He's going in an
goes to an
entirely
assault
different
square.
direction.
Assault.
Zod,
True.
you can explode
Do it.
Pyre. This is the chance.
Do it.
Zod.
All right,
Alright,
go
go.
for it. Take your move.
Actually, have very little attack.
Oh,
Use attack. Use an attack.
no. Oh
I
no.
I believe, Zod, I believe.
Oh no.
No.
No fucking way.
Oh no.
Ah,
Oh no.
unbelievable.
Hey, Carl,
I
is
think
your
we got it.
vacuum global? Can you make it global?
Why are you so fucking desperate? You were winning a minute ago and I was chill about it.
I don't want to lose. I'm a baby.
Autumn, why are you telling me to give them a big suck? I thought we were
Just make them
Trying to do
lose. I don't want
steal
Pyre
it.
to win.
Yeah, Zod, attack Pyre. Pyre. Okay, come at me, bro.
I'm a streamer. I want my people to attack for me. Fight for me.
I've been waiting for this W.
That's not your square, so you have to keep moving.
Drop time.
It is fine because I can take that and let's see. I think I'll take that too. And we'll say this. We'll say we're done.
Thank you for the follow, Lexi. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay,
Game's almost over. Someone's gonna win here in a few.
laser.
laser beam.
That's fine.
That's fine. It's fine, he says.
Oh wait, the 4 damage is odds coming? Wait. Wait.
Dang. Alright, no, I will.
Come on, come on, come on. Come at me.
Come on, baby.
Hi, Lexi. Hopefully you're having a good time.
Ugh.
I do demand violence upon my chat, yeah. This is a battle to the death. Oh? Oh?
Oh,
Okay, 2 damage.
2 damage. And he's got to teleport out of here.
I did my best.
It's okay. I appreciate it, Zod. My chat is my warriors, my units. My pawns in this game of chess.
Well, here's the thing, Autumn. How
You don't have to suck me right now.
that's
Man,
That's
that
debatable.
sucks.
Actually, the person in the best position to win right now is Zod.
It actually is if Zod picks up coins.
I don't care.
I need a little more money, but
Oh, you might get some soon.
I'm gonna be real. I
Don't have
really
belief
care.
in the leader? I don't blame you.
Oh god damn
Might be
it!
a
No! 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 No!
Enjoy
My
the
nuclear.
He just has to survive you and Autumn. So, Autumn, the question is, are you willing? Like, who do you want to lose to, Zod or me? Those are
I'd
your
rather
choices.
lose to Zod.
Okay.
I do not want to lose to you. I'm petty.
I mean, keep in mind, Zod won the last game.
I do not want to lose to you. I'm petty.
We helped each other out, but all right.
We were allies once upon a time.
Was it me? That's
It
rude.
is.
Get wrecked, nerd.
Oh! Damn! Barrier!
I'm just all the resources. You might actually can get your coins back here. Because if he can't move the next turn, you can get your coins back. And potentially win, because it's gonna take me like 3 turns to get to my spot, so.
Yeah, unless you perfect land.
6! Okay,
I do a
maybe not
3.
great.
Okay, I do a bit. I do a smack. It's okay, I
So it's
still
not
have more
down
in the
yet to
tank.
me.
I still have more in the tank.
I actually... Kill him!
I'm beating up my chat. I'm beating my chat.
You should not have gone for him, you should have went down to the middle.
beating my chat.
Here's the thing.
Defend, Carl, you can do it. He did it! He's taking 1 damage.
Get wrecked, nerd.
I'm attacking my chat. I don't care. This is the
You're
box
idiot,
free.
You
idiot.
could have won, though. Because, like,
I'm still
it's
going
only going
to.
to take you, like, 1 turn to
Still
get there.
going
It's going
to.
to take me
I'm
forever.
still going to.
The arms stopped you yet again.
Just don't
big
roll
rolling
like a
wins.
7 here.
I have to either get back in the circle, or...
Oh,
A little more time. Are you gonna assault?
assault.
Well, you're coming to the
Just
middle.
there.
You're coming in.
Hey, I'll take that.
Oh, you don't have to take the assault? I thought you do.
That's optional.
Oh,
Ring, 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 ring.
oh, it's back to the middle. It's all back to the...
I'm not gonna fail where they failed. Alright? I'm taking you out.
See those numbers. Oh! Fuck it, defend!
Okay.
Oh! Ah!
What's up?
Ugh.
You okay? You're alive?
Oh,
You're
no.
alive? You're alive?
The world's out to get me. I don't even have enough coins.
Yeah, but you're about to.
You
'Cause
are
if
about
you
to, and like
get
anyone
at
could
least a
die
10,
anytime
you,
soon.
You
here.
win, yeah.
Okay, like now you have
Psych, I
enough.
do actually.
Wait,
I was lying.
wait,
Unless I get like a 2 or something.
wait.
Serious.
Did Zod?
Oh,
I told you.
Why do you think I
You
attacked
think I can
Zod?
hold it?
I attacked Zod. I
You
tried.
guys did like.
No, no. I
Excellent.
thought, like, if I had gone 1 more damage, I would have won. He got lucky on that last dice roll.
what a good game you played. Let's check the
I
order.
got lucky in the last like 5 dice rolls.
Yeah. Yay! I win! I win! I win!
Carl.
Yeah!
Gets
I win.
That's a damn.
49 damage.
Damn.
Don't worry, this game did say it ruins friendships.
It does say that in its description. Okay.
Alright.
I'll take the second.
I'm gonna slip out and go back to doing something else on stream. Thank you guys.
Ah,
No problem. I hope you, I'm probably
Hey,
gonna
well.
get ready for D&D.
We only
but
have
I'll
like
keep you
another
on the
hour and a
background.
half, so.
Autumn's leaving us. Autumn's leaving us. Oh
Peace.
no. Sniffles.
Okay, that was fun. What do I do now? We have another hour and a half. I have a plan for the last like 20-ish minutes. But I have like an hour to kill otherwise. I guess we can go back to Infinite Fusion for some using. Or are we... I have a better idea, I think. Let me double check I've installed. We have a little bit left. Let me, probably not deep route, because that's just like a big time commitment, and I'm gonna like be like, abruptly stopping when I'm ready to do like the announcement stuff. And that's gonna like have my attention for like 20 plus minutes. I could do for fun, for glory, for death. A little bit of one of my favorite, but actually one or two, chat. You guys can choose, one or two. This is gonna determine what game I play. Very different games. Thank you for self-care. Oh my god, you guys are not helpful. 3 and 4. Okay, 3 and 4 and 7 minus 1 and 2 is 4, and 4 divided by 2 is 2. So we're gonna play game number 2. Let me get it ready. Thank you for the head pads. Don't think I've seen this game played in a while. So we'll just play a little Survivors game. Just for something easy for the next like hour before the announcement stuff. And 20 minutes till dawn's one of my favorite. If I ever streamed anything like Blaze Play, I'd just do a single player game. So I should buy all my rooms. I have like enough for it. Yeah, I do. No worries, thank you for hanging. Hope you guys had fun. I appreciate it. We're gonna do a new build. I'm gonna do a fun build. We're gonna play... we're gonna play for Grenade Launcher. One of the hardest difficulties, but not highest. Yeah, it's been a long time. Make sure to eat, guys. Make sure to eat. And we're just gonna vibe and play. I'm just gonna ramble bamble. I'm gonna lower the volume a little bit. There you go. It's the same, but... Oh, I do have SFX down, I think. It's okay. But yeah, I do have a lot of plans coming up, I think. I'll ramble about the stuff I'm playing. In terms of what's to come and future ideas. I want to try to do some more collabs. I have to find some people to talk to for that, but I'd really like to just do more because I find them fun. I never want them to be the bulk of my content. But I would enjoy playing some more people on here. I do sometime soon want to start like an actual like longer length RPG game playthrough. And slowly get through that. So the thing of this character, by the way, is when I hit right click, I shoot out all my bullets and load my entire clip. Since we're a grenade launcher, I mean that kind of speaks for itself what's going to be happening. We're shooting 2 grenades every shot right now. Game does pick up pretty quick. I can hit myself with my own grenades. It's not like it's just for free. I can just explode myself to death. I've done it before with this build. The higher reload and move speed when we're in Ice Shield. Yeah, I have a lot of fun plans, and I'm really excited to keep growing stuff and getting along, and... Even though I originally didn't want to tease anything, I do think I'm going to tease and show a little detail of the 2.0 design. Not much, but enough of a little detail. Those around. And I think it'll be cool to show. Just to show the direction our vibe's gonna be going in a bit. In terms of design. Still a ways off, but basic design's been theorized, and I've been holding on to it for a while, excited. I am theoretically able to show leg. That is true, it is possible. I might be. But yeah. I just want something easy like this to play. I really appreciate you guys hanging with me these last 6.5 hours and helping me accomplish my longest stream I've had. Definitely wouldn't have been the same without everyone here. And I really appreciate it. And I appreciate... Thank you. I appreciate the active, awesome community members we have who are around and, like, hanging out. Always really appreciate them. Okay, what do you mean, Pyre? I'm not a LootTuber. Not... I consider a LootTuber a bit different from me because I consider more people who... I consider it to be more central to their content. For me, it's like the sprinkles to my content, like the bonus. We'll take this for the extra ammo. More grenades. Game will start speeding up in the next few minutes. I think 5 minutes is the first boss. Not the hardest survivors like by any means anymore, but my personal favorite. There's our first boss actually. We'll take this to double our amount of projectiles. We have more. Just to make sure not to blow ourselves up. Very possible when we move. But I'm showing like centrally. Listen, it's okay. More projectiles, nice. You have the... This is the shotgun, wow. This is a shotgun. Holy crap, this is a grenade shotgun, that's cool. We have 2 hearts, we're okay. A little shaken up, but... Take the dodge chance. Oh, nice. Your gifted subs that you always get. You're really lucky with this. And another thing to know, I've said it in the community and stuff, but I haven't gotten to say it on stream. I am going to be gone all week. For the rest of the week, I won't be streaming my usual Friday or Saturday this week, but next week's right back to normal. With like everything, like, I'll have an ASMR release and everything like usual, but this week was just an off week because of Easter. Never see this person a day in your life. Weird. I've never gotten a sub for someone I haven't at least rated into. Maybe you rated into them on someone's stream? Maybe your account's just weird. Oh, you gotta give some. I like to always read if there's at least a friend on. Or to like follow the raid at least for the points if I'm in a friend's stream. We'll take Tiny for the extra dodge chance and the lower character size. Doing pretty good this round. Not really hard yet at all, like I said. The dodge chance proc, we got lucky. Increases all damage by plus, yeah sure. More damage from more HP, we have a lot of HP. Why not? Buff my bombs a little bit. We're surviving pretty well. My first time playing this in forever. Holy shield and regens in 1 minute. It is gonna be nice and relaxing to be vibing after this. That's fair. I've tried to always, like, if I feel like my stream numbers are low for me personally in a stream, I just try to raid someone sitting at a similar number, because I know they'll appreciate it. I have enough people on that if someone's also having like just a lower viewership day, I can just raid them and show them like the love and give them some extra people to watch them. That's how I tend to be. Yeah, it's always like a good feeling. 10% damage. Sure. Take an extra 20% damage. Why not? You're cooking so far. Yeah, after this round, why not? I'll show what I was talking about. So either if I die, or we win, I'll show the little teaser, and then talk a little bit about plans and stuff for what's coming. Yeah, I'm excited. But everyone has similar, way more. That's fair. I mean, I'm always big on like, I feel like as long as people are like cool and chill, a lot of the people I've raided into and I do raid into appreciate no matter like the raid size. But I know what you mean. It can feel weird to raid in if your numbers aren't big enough to what you want for it. But I always try to just to, because you kind of have to do it for like the networking, quote unquote. Even if it feels kind of weird to be like, I'm raiding because I want to appear on their screens. I've kind of just accepted it's part of the game, quote unquote. We'll take the extra dodge chance, because I fucked up and took a hit. A lot of enemies. I just took 2 straight hits, but dodge chance is crazy in this game. I mean, to me, it's more about avoiding like a clout chase. I get that. I had big fear of that. Oh, I actually took a hit. I had big fear of that for a while. But I mean, I know for me, I tend to just mainly raid friends. So like for me, no matter what, I'm like, okay, I'm raiding X person I know. I don't care what the chat thinks if they think I'm clout chasing. As long as the person like I know is pretty chill and won't like act weird about it, I don't really tend to care about like past like how the person would feel. That's fair. That's another good thing too. Like there is a friend of mine I've made who's like a pretty like she's a really successful streamer. But I've never once raided her personally, even when like I've had chances to. And by like large I mean like 3 like digits. Even though I hang out in her community and everything, it's just because I don't like just raiding for that type of, it doesn't feel like a community that I want to raid into. Not even like in a bad way, just there's a lot of enemies. Holy shit. 1 second. We have to blast our way through this. Yeah, it can be nice to just get to know the community first and kind of integrate. Yeah, she's really nice and helps me with ASMR stuff. Really nice, really helpful. A lot of advice stuff and everything. I know. You're being over. Let's see, what can I do? I'm immune to explosions. Yes, please. These are really big explosions now, chat. Watch this. We are now at the later game in this where we can start wiping everything. More. We want to build we have a lot of HP, so we should survive, theoretically. Oh boy, are they after us. Take more bullet damage. I made all my titles myself. You kinda have to like play it and gives people a title what they'll want to click on, and most of my videos have kind of just been more like people enjoy controlling characters, and I went all in on that one. I don't regret it. At all. enjoy making ASMR. It's probably my favorite content to make at this point, actually. I think it's my favorite content. We made it through the initial swarm pretty well. Now we have these guys. Gave me the out and I didn't take it. I don't need the out. It's my creation. I'm taking credit for it. Fuck that. I made those titles. I'm the cursed one. I'm just getting more and more comfortable, so I think that's why I'm more and more comfortable, like, being able to say NSFW stuff and do it, but it's not my whole persona at all for me. I don't just want to be a horny streamer, or just, like, anything like that. I don't want that to ever be, like, my vibe or thing. I'm not a YouTuber, oh my lord. 8 minutes chat, and then I'll be able to show the teaser. We're dying. One of the two. It's not a huge teaser, but it's enough to show like the vibe shift, I think. This is a lot of enemies, wow. Okay, we have boss? Okay. Okay, we can kill boss, I believe. Oh boy. Took another hit, but we have a lot of HP in this build, so we're out of our extra health though. Sure. I hope the sheep gets a gun 2.0. In my book, you're in the YouTuber category right next to Adora Bunny. I mean, that's how you see me? Fair enough. I don't consider myself in the same boat, but people can have different perspectives on it. The music is really good in this game. Very cool and vibey. I really recommend this game for people who like Survivors likes. A lot of creative builds. Good dev. They're making a new game soon in the same setting. They're one of my favorite little indie devs. I don't have anything bad to say about them. Not that I do about like many devs, but I can recommend their games personally. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty standard Survivors. Like, I'm occasionally getting a subtle stutter in movement. I think that's the game registering me getting hit by my own blast, but because I am immune to it from my 1 upgrade, it's just like nudging me around, I think. That's what's happening. It just like stops my movement, I guess. 6 more minutes, chat. 7. Yeah, I like these games as like a vibe game. One of my favorite just comfort brain off game genres. Oh, we need to get out. Okay. Hold on, you see? Okay, we made it out. One of my favorite comfort genres. This one's really fun because my movement speed right now buffs my dodge rate. So I have like 50% dodge or something crazy. So it lets us slip out of some of these. I always take the dodge buff every run because I think it's stupid not to if you can take it. Especially the amount of shit on the screen sometimes. Let's see, 5 more minutes. Oh, okay, we dodged. Oh, we're in a surrounding. Another one of our hearts proc that we get our extra ones for, so they all got hurt. I think I'll take the extra movement speed because it gives us extra dodge. No worries, have fun. Good luck in your D&D game. Thanks for hanging out, Pyre. Take care. Okay, we just have to make our way through chat. Oh my god, we're surrounded. Fight for our lives. Find an opening. Okay, have an opening. 5 more minutes. Whew. We're alive. Living on a prayer. Now we have the boss to worry about though. And we have like enemies throwing bullet hell dodges and everything. And we have to dodge some beams from the boss. Did lose 2 HP here. Down 2 of our total large health bar. Dodge kicked in again. That was pretty lucky. We'll take the Frost Mage for a chance to freeze. The CC. That hurt. Never say no to CC in a game. Boss is so tanky, we don't do much direct damage. Took a build that's a lot more about just like, this build doesn't have high DPS. A lot more about like huge AoE. There was 2 bosses up, oh boy. Clear quick. I don't think we have the damage, oh maybe? Oh, your damage is doubled, you instantly deactivate it, fuck it. I took the damages doubled and I immediately got hit by a bullet. No. Well, I made a promise. Let me get it out. Then we have another hour. We'll play a little bit of something cozy, like backpack battles or something. I think. I just wanted to do run of that while we did and built up a little bit of thing. Go back to my cozy backpack battles I enjoy playing. And let me get that up. And let me get the teaser ready. So, as you guys know, I've been talking about a 2.0 for a little while. Saying it's coming at a point this year, yada yada, and I'm excited. Well, I have one little bit of the design I can show. This is the most I can show of the initial design. In terms of design elements. I want to keep a lot of it a surprise. But I think even this shows how different it is. I mean, there's a boob window. There's a fancier outfit, a darker color scheme. There's the hair lock. That's different. Because it's longer. That is going down farther than my current one. It's going all the way past the neck, if you notice. Yeah, I really enjoy purples. If we hit 500 before it's time, I'll show the full design early. But I at least want to be at 500 before I show the full design, or be it's time. It's not something I just want to like drop. Oh, it's just a switch class button now. That's smoother. Well, I'll play a witch. That's what I've played the most. Definitely my most played thing. A little bit of an awkward spot opening wise. I guess I'll just take double healing herb. But yeah, that was like my little like bit of a review. I could. I don't want to show much more. Yeah, just show that it exists and is being worked on more than anything. I think that was the biggest thing for me. Okay, 3 procs on that. Guess we'll do that for the extra poison proc. I haven't played this game in a minute. It's fake, not real. What do you mean? Do you think I just like have only that and that's it? Just a random boob window? Be pretty. Be a maneuver. Don't know if it'd be my maneuver. Yeah, you can. Go ahead. I don't mind. Be as honest as you want. Yes. Tell you what, Mister, you think I'm lying. Fine. Here. Just to show I'm literally not lying. I'll show a little more. Not too much. I'm still not showing everything, but I'll show a little more and I'll prove it's autumn. That's important. Proof. So. Is this proof enough for us? Is this proof enough? Is this enough? I don't know who else that'd be. Okay, away she goes. Hee hee sheep. Looks like a Gundam too. How is that a Gundam? You're right, I'm swapping to a Gundam model. I'm gonna make robot noises the entire time. Like little transformation sequence noises. Need one of these. Think? I don't. That's a Gundam, then we're doomed? Nah, you're not doomed. It means you're doing great. I get this, and probably get this. I may need that. Don't really have the best build, I think. At least going off of when I last played. Because Pandemonium just wasn't good enough to compete with the speed of the newer classes on average. But still my beloved. I love Pandemonium builds. Okay. Pandemonium is fun, but from what I understood and started to figure out climbing more, it seems like it falls off really hard when you get a few rounds away from winning. It can carry you really close, but it almost always falls off like a few trophies away. Is what I learned. Yeah, pandas are good. Those do be pretty cool. We'll do this. This. We'll do like this. 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 I want to get a poison vial. And that is why. Sell this to make it. Because if we're gonna play this version, we're gonna need a lot of poison vials. I think. A lot of upgraded poison, because we need to play fast, because these new classes do a lot of damage. We just need to be able to compete. It needs like a sub build, it's something to debuff actually. Yeah, definitely. I've also learned when I last played a lot, these were really good. Way better than I always gave them credit for. I don't really want that especially. I'll take another one. I do kind of have to plan for when we hit our... Yeah, okay, he had a good build. Do need the kind of plan of when we hit this point. I think I'll just go Nocturnal Blade. Plus Stone Pot. Yeah, those can be really good too, I've noticed. Like the Helm Stone Pot combos. Not usually my preference, but they're definitely good. Hi RD. Hi. Come in. I'll honestly probably take a second helmet. We have another 50 minutes on the clock. Thanks for the head pads, thank you. Another one of these. What does the dark version do again? I don't even think I want that. 50% chance to nullify those and their healing is reduced. We'll make one. We'll make one. We'll make one. We have 2 poison vials. 50% damage reduction at the start. Helps us get through a lot of burst. I'll always say yes to another poison vial. Always. Yeah. See if we can go with this. I think we should. We're gonna lose to us, so. Really rough build. So we have 3. I wish I could chain more. I theoretically can. This. Could do like a... this? And... now I can do this. I really wanted that potion, but I have room. I'll finally sell this. And I'll buy another poison potion. I miss Fire, he was the heart of the stream. He wasn't even doing that much. No worries. Hope you have good work. Thanks for hanging out the time, guys. I appreciate it. We've been here for a long time, so I don't blame anyone for having to go, and they do. Thank you for the box. Even if they are well mean, I still dinkle. Not really make use of that. Hi Lunar, thank you for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. Oh, shit. That's the wrong one. No wonder it broke. Mark? There we go. I don't know if they'll do the pop-up right, but... you're not the last one standing, Ross. There is 10 viewers. It's just quiet in here. But yeah, hi Lunar. It's good to have you make it. Hope you had a good stream. I am ZZZ mode right now. Stream's going good. Yeah, you did nap for like 3 hours. Here we go. Autumn? Okay, she caught up. She was having a moment. I showed a preview of my 2.0 a little bit ago. I goofed off on Pokemon for like 5 hours. And then we played a little bit of Astral Party. That was pretty fun. Obviously, that was a blast. A good time there. I don't think I can make these connect at all. I don't think so. Yeah. Like the sheep lost all the time. I did lose every round. You're right. I can get the preview back up for those who weren't here. Just a little snippet. Nothing crazy. Let's see amount I'm comfortable showing publicly right now. Nice, we won. Let's see amount I'm comfortable showing publicly right now. Got the boob window, the cute eyes. Different hairstyle. Different outfit. Glasses change up too. Very different glasses. Yeah, a turtleneck style into it. Very different vibe. I just haven't wanted to show the full. I had a notification. Oh my god, the artist who's working on an ASMR art piece has been sending me updates, and holy shit, he is cooking. Oh my god. Nice. Okay, more poison trails. I think I've never played a Legend of Zelda game somehow thinking about we got exploded by the pet bomb. Yeah, that's about it, I expect. We'll just goof off with some builds and vibe out for the next like 40 minutes. I'll try the pet build. We'll get a hero sword already opening. That's pretty cool. I think I'll do a hero sword and a torch. I think I'm cool with that. Good win this first fight? Yeah. Hi Fire Shadow, it's been good. You missed me showing a teaser of the new model stuff, but nothing really huge. Not new model. Oh, you were? Okay. Just, tease. Doubt? What do you mean doubt? Oh, you doubt that he's been here? Caught him. Nice. This is where you drop an Ace Attorney gif. I'll just imagine it. I'll imagine it. I'm imagining the gif. It's imagined. Good basic opener. Nothing really crazy here. Kinda boring gameplay, but kinda par for the course in some of these. Sometimes you just have a bit of a slow start. Guess I'll take another piggy. Oh, thank you for the tip. I didn't read that shit. Let me read it. What did it say? Here's some nuggies to celebrate. Thank you, I appreciate it. Autumn. I kept on getting stuck behind my mic. How dare she? Betraying me. In my own stream. The model's taking over, chat. Autumn Fuchsia's real. She's taking over. She's gonna come to your house. She's gonna eat your books. I warned you all before it happened. Remember me. Something, something. I guess I'll do that for now. You did just help me eat more books, that is true. Okay, we win. We're doing pretty good. For the fact I haven't played this in forever. Seven. Nice, another lucky piggy. And we'll get the carrot ready. Baby, we're gonna lose a round eventually here soon. I wanna try Beastmaster, because I've never played it. I pull everything. Makes food trigger more. Interesting. Yeah, I can fit one of these in. Grab this. This should be okay. The pets are weird. I still don't know how they work, so we're stealing buffs. Okay, we exploded. I don't think we're strong enough. Another pet. Hubert work with one? He does. Okay, we'll use him then. Try to prep more of our swap over to just pets. Yeah. Sorry, my energy's running out a bit. I'm feeling the time hit really hard. Just starting to hit on me. As time's passed. Yeah, it's been a long time. That's for sure. Been a long stream. Hedgehog's cool. Let's go say 5-minute break, then another 8. Oh no. I do not know how to play this spell. Might be a little too brain cooked for this build. Maybe I do like. Ah, fuck. Maybe I do like that. And then I can get more procs. Guess I'll take the boots, even though I hate these items. Even do damage. We somehow did a little bit. Okay. Go porcupines, go. Go porcupines, go. Keep stealing. So we just steal their stuff and deal damage with it, I guess. That's kind of neat. I wouldn't say it's exactly my way to play, but it's pretty cool. I'll say. Having another one of these for more Thorns Gen. For our best chance to fight everything. Yeah, we're just stealing all their buffs, so we literally just make them useless. That's why this is good. I see. I think I've started to see the light on this one. And these guys are pretty easy to fit in too, like they're not that hard. Alright, you heard him. It's time. No. God, no. I don't have that energy today. I would explode. This build is really good. What the hell? I don't even feel like I did anything and we win. What? What did I even do? I legitimately feel like I did nothing. Like we're about to win. Like watch, we're just stealing all of his buffs. He doesn't get to play. That's all his build does, we just take everything. That's toxic. Play it more. Mom said it's my turn. Yeah, apparently. He really did say it's my turn with the buffs, I guess. I'll just play with whatever I can to get through early game then. Hey. First buffed up shield. You know, what's better than one buffed up shield, chat? 2 buffed up shields. I'm the Guilty Gear ladder. Nice. Yep. It was really fun playing the other day with you. Even if I was really lost as Bedman, I was having a lot of fun. I definitely kind of feel the want to play fighting games again in my brain. Even if I'm trying to quell it. The brain demon. We have a lot of Thorns Gen for now. Let the darkness compel you. Damn, you want me to get persuaded by the darkness? by the evil thoughts, the temptation. Thank you for the head pats, Looney, thank you. And take this. Get a lucky piggy. I need a goober, probably. I might download Fantasy Rising free to play later and look at it and see if the game feels good to me. Thank you for your self-care, DM. I'm out of water right now, but we're so close to the end of the stream. I'll just drink some pop. I'll take a sip. Another one. People who say pop. I say pop, soda, soda pop. I've said it all. I'm strange. I accept it. I beat this guy through pure tankiness. We are really low on HP already, though. We took way too much damage early. 1 carrot for carrot goober. Side thing here, just in case. Another carrot, nice! We're a carrot goober. Carrot goober is pretty good from what I remember. We got poisoned, yeah. We're really weak right now, though. Holy hell, are we weak? Is there a way? At Ross Pop. Oh no, you said it, the evil word. You're gonna scare him. I'm gonna do something a little crazy. I think I'm raw just gonna sell our weapon. And just try to raw tank. Do them hitting us? Maybe? This was a mistake. This was a mistake. This was a mistake. I had no HP gem. I deserve that. Only villains do that. One more stretch. I'm really feeling these 7.5 hours. I'll play one as her now. I'll keep swapping classes. So... Grab this. I've been streaming since like 3:20. Yeah, it was a 250 follower celebration stream. I'm in danger. It was fun though so far. Yeah, since like 3:28. Yeah. 7 hours and 33 minutes according to my timer. Well, no, it'd be more like... Yeah, 7.5 hours, so... Since, like... 2:58 or so is when I hit go live, I think. I wanna say. This is rad. Best coast is wherever you are. I see. You are the best coast. The one and only. So, let's get something we can craft, I guess. We have a really bad opener. Opener sucks. Honestly, just gonna sell these for the dagger. At least I can do a little bit of damage. Cause we have enough like tankiness right now. I just need damage. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, welcome in, Egg Apprentice. Hope you're having a good time. Let's see. We beat that. Nice. Nice little slow start. So we have the axe. I want to go double axe. I think it's my favorite way to play. Berserker. Do something like this. This. Another pair of gloves. So these are really dumb because when you get near a rage, they make the item go 40% faster on triggers. So you can make really big swing items just go when you go into your battle rage and you get low. And stuff can get really funny. One of these. That's a pretty good opener. A lot of fire out. And like we just start like doing a lot once we get in our raids, yeah. We'll have 2 of these now. These is really good. Really, really good. Really crazy actually, it's only on this character. Every 4 seconds you get 10 max HP and a random buff. Which can get really out of hand. No worries, RD, I hope you nap well. Thank you for stopping in. We'll take the fighter. Verax is here. We can do this. You do this, this, this. Like this, I guess, yeah. It fits everything. We get our double axe and we can set up. Now we're ready for chaos. I really want more like stuff right now, but we're not really hitting too much. That's good. Chaos. Chaos is fun. Oh my god, I can feel my tiredness. I'm gonna sleep good tonight. I can at least say that I'm gonna sleep so good. You guys have no idea. I'm gonna snooze. They're doing the luck build. Pretty strong. Am I going to sleep before? Probably not still. But I'll be tired. I'm a dummy, I don't sleep properly. You sleeping at the right times? No. That'd be crazy. God, Scoobert. We're gonna have cheese goober now, which is really good. I'll show why when it's done. He's really strong. Strong little guy. Basically, the more and more we activate this, the more and more strong he gets. It happen a lot. We'll get a little bit of lifesteal. Thank you for pets. Think, this guy has a lot of weapons. A lot of stabbies. A lot of ability to burst us, but the thing is, when we go in like our raid, no. He just fucking ran through us. Never mind, I started to speak. I won't speak. Jeez. Opened my lips and he immediately told me to shut up. I'll get those. This guy's playing a trading card game. Really fun decks. A fun decks, fun way to play. Fun decks as if there's more than one deck. Pretty cool. This. Bite collar would be really cool. I think it's better than a cheese. Funny enough. Not a cheese, an extra cap of discomfort, an extra cap. Because it makes us last a few seconds longer in our crazy state. So like, we do more longer. Theoretically. Theoretically only helps us. Let's see. Guy's pretty deadly. Oh, he played the stamina drain. Yeah, we got to do nothing. We have 18 more minutes. Honestly, let's go to just chatting. We only have like 18 more minutes. 1 second. I have some art to grab. I'm being given. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, let me swap us. Last category swap of the stream. And let me swap us over. Now I'll just stay here. I'm too lazy to swap scenes. Even though I have a chatting screen. Let me take this hairband out. My hair can breathe again. But Autumn's gonna be mad, because if my hair gets in my eyes, she doesn't track. Yeah, I've had a fun stream. Really, really, really fun stream. It was really helpful for reminding me how fun streaming is, even though I've already kind of been remembering it and enjoying it a lot more lately. It gave a lot more of like a I'm really doing it rush. Yeah, hopefully you guys have some fun parts planned for the rest of your night. Whatever you're gonna do after this. So the crazy people who did stay with me most of the time, or a large chunk of the time, or all of the time, I really, really appreciate you. I know how long of a run it was this full stream. And that's fair. Welcome back, Lexi. We have like... We're just chatting for like 16 more minutes? Yeah. Huge sheep. There you go. They're just chatting. I'm goofing. I'm low on energy. I went behind my mic, so Autumn didn't want to move with me. I did get some new art, though. I was getting messaged about during the stream. It was for ASMR. Aw, thank you. Autumn. Oh my god, it's my hair. I said it, if I didn't have my hairband in, it would happen. If you do want to do that, there is the cheek squish emote. Not emote. Redeem. It's like 150 little coins. That's basically that, I think. Thank you, cheek squish. A little grab. Thank you for the cheek squish. Yeah, while we're being cozy, I'll get cozy. Let me shrink down a little bit. No grab. No grab. Thank you for the head pat. It's been a really long stream. Really long. Blanky won't get back to normal. Oh well. It's good enough. You're getting forced to play League of Legends. Good luck, soldier. Good luck. Godspeed. I forgot how violent that was, and in my brain, the heart registered as like a smack. So I was like, wait, what did I do? I forgot my own redeem for a second. Thank you for the love. I really need to figure out an alternative to Borp soon, though. I'm really tired of Borp. Because, like, half of my audio redeems just don't work half the time. Like, it'll cut out randomly, and... I don't like Streamlabs, so I don't want to use theirs. I guess I could use Twitch's built-in one. But I just don't like Streamlabs, and... it's hard. I can get double cozy. You guys can't see me eating the buck. It's a secret. I love my little book hold. I think what my favorite funny thing is Let me shut off Cozy. With Autumn, it's usually really hard to see. My blush toggle is so hard to see. It's very faint and it's mainly like right under the eyes. Like on the right eye, it's kind of visible. It's very faint. And it's not even bad. It's just funny how faint it is. It's like I barely use the toggle. Now I can see the lines more the more I look. I forget about the little lines. Yeah, I've been really excited tonight. I had a lot of fun so far. In the last 10 minutes. I like chicken nuggets. You guys should eat some chicken nuggets. I ate nuggets before stream. I'm probably still gonna be up till 3 a.m. They're so good. I'm obsessed. I do have a really funny thing I got that I set up. You can make nuggets do it. I have a really funny toggle. Let me find it. I don't remember where it is. No. 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 There it is. I have little autumns on my head. They bite my horn. That's me to the chicken nugget. Honestly, my biggest excitement if a new setup when I get it is my mic not being like in front of my screen the entire time. Because in my actual setup, my mic is in front of my second monitor. Awkwardly in the middle because it's a really stuffy desk. It's really annoying. But like, I don't have another spot. But it is worth it. I'm just so used to when I look at chat or anything, there's a mic in the way every time. Excuse me. Well, burp. You want my entire stock? Okay, you go ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, you can have 20. And again, my hair blocked it because I took my hairband out for the rest of the stream. Oh, you gotta feed 20 chibi sheep now. Sorry. You asked for them. If you don't feed them, your books are in danger. Thank you for the laugh. Did I do my announcement thing? I did a little bit. I can re-go over it. The biggest things. I showed a little bit of the 2.0 design. I'll throw it back up. Some people have seen more than others, but not most people. Just because like, that's like a very few people have seen the full thing. In terms of public, this is what I've shown. The very different vibe. Different hair. A boob window. Different aesthetic. A lot of cool design elements in there. I'm really excited to show it all when the time comes. It's gonna be really cool. Yeah, the hair difference is really cool. And I really hope my next modeler is able to do like an actual sheep nose. I need to look at modelers. The one I wanted to use is not gonna be open. So I have to like go back to looking. And I'm so picky because I just want it to be perfect for me. But I'll look. I'll figure something out. I do want 2.0 to kind of be more like the definitive vibe direction. Where's my arms? They're out of the picture. For me to show like the full thing right now, Roz, I would need to be handed like a good amount of money. Just because I want to keep the surprise factor. And I think it's gonna be hype. There's plans for the review and the lead-in. And you won't know that they're happening until they're happening. Yeah, they're just out of the picture. The start of the arms is right here. Like, this is the arms coming out of the fluff. Like, the fluff is kind of like... You know how sometimes in games and stuff, the rich people have, like, the little puffy thing? Like, the little puffy, like, thing wrapped around their shoulders? It's kind of like that. It's made out of wool. And... I also lose my earrings in this one. My little cute little wool earrings. You do got that rich people fluff. Yeah, kind of like in the direction of like a shawl, yeah. Yeah, that's it. I want to do my collabs. I want to play an RPG. Like an actual RPG. Just for a fun stream thing. I've got to figure out if I'm going to go back to Dark Souls. That game still has me terrified. I've never really played much Overwatch since I played 1. Like early one. I'd maybe retry. I think I still own it all because of it. I just want to branch out and play a bit more. And explore games I never got to because I was so busy playing MMOs. Kind of want to do some retro soon, but I don't know where to start. Yeah. I might try some retro. I don't really know how much I'd want to play of it. It wouldn't be like my full thing. Red Dead Redemption. If I did play FF, I'd start as early as I could in like a good way and just work my way up and play through the grime. Like I said before, I think. Even though they're not connected, it's just how my brain is. I want to do more collabs. I want to make more friends. I want to keep growing, keep making content. I want to... keep showing myself more. Yeah, collabs are really fun. I want to keep being me. I have the big goal that's not related to Twitch of 5k subs on YouTube for my ASMR channel by August. That's a separate work though. It'd be nice by then to try to hit like 250 to like 500 on the main one, but I admittedly don't do too much on it. Just because I kind of struggle for content to make for normal VTubing stuff. To find my niche. But, You have a lot of ideas. I always have ideas, it's just execution. I'm just excited to have people along for the ride and people giving me a chance and hanging out and listening to me babble for 7 hours and 59 minutes now. I could edit the Pokemon streams together. I've done that a few. Like, I like doing some stream edits. I like doing collab edits. Like, I know Ross, you found me through my one of Gigi. I love doing collab edits. One of my favorite parts, just to get all the wonderful moments of the collab. I don't think I would do a Pokemon video on our current one. Maybe like a Nuzlocke. But probably not on the current just fun casual van. We're 10 hours into that and we're only like 5 gyms in. Yeah. Let me look at raid targets. Oh my god, it's 10:58. We're getting close, close, close. Don't know if I'm gonna raid. Maybe. I thought, cause this is hard. Do you guys want to be dropped off to an ASMRist, or do you guys want to be dropped off to another sheep? Decide. Two very different people. Two very cool people. But I want you guys to have the decision making there. Both good. Okay, if we don't get a clear choice in like a minute, I'm just gonna flip a coin. Sheep. Okay, 1 vote for sheep, 1 vote for both. The sheep says vote for the sheep. Who'd have thought? It's the inside job. It's the sheep. We're working together. Sheep. Okay, well, that's sheep votes. Sheep. Okay, well, the crowd votes sheep. Understandable. Well, then we're gonna raid friend of the channel Pim. Pim's a delight. Looks like they're playing Persona 3. Co-owner of the wonderful little sheep server I've been running. Very helpful. But yeah, let's send it over to them. And I want to get her rest, so let's go see what she's up to. We'll be back to our usual streams next week, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. Tuesday we may have an ASMR stream, but I might focus on an upload. We'll have info out soon. I'm gonna go rest. I'm not sleeping. I'm sending this over.